'cause you're under pressure, under pressure.
Pressure,
You're cooked
pressure,
like your shitty ass book. The pressure is real.
the pressure is real.
The pressure is real.
Pressure,
You're under the pressure, drowning in the pressure. You're now under pressure.
pressure,
Pressure's got you by the tongue, and it's over now. You're under pressure, the pressure, pressure, full force, no lecture, 'cause we're here for pressure.
You can't hear me. They're starting already without us, aren't they? Y'all here with me? Can you hear me? How's the sound? I wasn't paying any attention. Krisha said started her up about 10 minutes ago, and I missed the cue. But they're about to start over there in Utah. Welcome to Difficult Research. Welcome to Difficult Research. This is the channel of Krisha K. Easton, and she is Charles Vallow's niece, JJ Vallow's aunt, Tylee Ryan's cousin, aunt. Can you turn yourself up? Okay, well, that's not good. Let's see. Edit mic settings. Is that worse or better? Can y'all hear me now? Krisha's entering the stage.
Oh, hey. I didn't know you were in here. Did you just get in here?
I just got in here.
Oh, okay. I'm so sorry. Like, trying to pull it up before I came. Hey, everybody. I was trying to pull it up before I came up, and I look like my hair is like poof. I couldn't see.
I got a little picture down here. I'm hoping y'all can't see my picture.
You're
There's
fine.
how's the sound is better? Is the sound better now? They're saying they couldn't hear me.
It's very ring. It's very.
Oh, it's that damn fan
noisy.
again. Hang on.
Yeah. That's why I don't ever do my voiceovers, y'all, because I have nothing but fans around here, I swear, and window units, and I'm like, oh my God, it's like a wind tunnel at all times. So I'd be sweating my butt off if I'm ever, turn all that stuff off, and then I'm like, okay, now what?
You have to have really big central air.
Yes.
Is that better?
Yes. Yes. I still hear a little something, but hey, it's minimal. Oh,
Brutus.
Hey, Brutus. They said that's better. Googie says that's better. You can turn yourself up, Donna, if you like.
I don't know how to do that.
Yes,
So.
Cheryl, Aussie, what's up?
Can you hear me a little better now?
Yeah.
Okay.
Think so. What do? You have? I bet you Brutus has parties while you're sleeping. Messes with all your settings.
Oh, are the cats? The cats
Probably. Through that.
The cats love to push buttons.
Right. Speaking of cats,
I did not see the little boy's testimony of how they are feeling now. I didn't even get time to do that yet.
Oh, really?
But
And the one I saw it from was Lauren, and I don't want to pull her ass up. But
well,
hey, she minimally
be
bothered me, so she didn't bother me that much.
Somebody else said we're talking about it, so maybe they can tell us where they saw it.
I'm gonna grab it. I'd be
Okay.
Let me see.
All
I'm gonna
right.
play this real quick.
We're Barbie. Haha.
Trisha Griffith.
Hello Kitty, 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 kitty.
Hello, Kitty.
Hello
Kitty, 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 kitty. Hello,
Kitty. They call me Hello Kitty, and I'm hella pretty.
my gosh, is hella fine.
Your man wanna be mine? I don't got the time, I'm a pretty little dime. Yeah, I'm hella fine, yeah, I'm hella fine.
Kitty, 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 kitty. Hello, Kitty.
Hello
Kitty, 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 kitty.
Hello
Kitty.
Yeah, we're only gonna do that one time.
That's pretty funny.
Oh my gosh. It cracks me up. At first, I was like, that is horrible. And then it grows on me. And then I'm like, what the hell are y'all doing to me? All right, hold on. I'm pulling it up. Videos. Sorry, it's always a transition to go from computer to computer, and then my phone always looks different. So I have to like reorient myself. Oh, okay. Yeah, here it is. I found it. I pull up the part. She looks really pretty as soon as I get it over there. Y'all be able to see. I'm like, but why do her looks always change? Please tell me that. Let's see.
Brutus is chewing on his toenails.
Oh my god. Sounds like he's playing badminton or something. I don't know. Hockey,
No, it's
air
just-
hockey. I don't-
He's chewing on his toenails, I hate to tell you. I'll try to turn that down.
Oh no, he's fine. I want a puppy. I do. Let's see, transcript. Let's see. I know it's after the second ad break. I know that much. Let's see here. Oh yeah, I can tell a difference when she has it muted. We'll have to work on the sound settings.
Crasha,
Yeah.
the thing is starting.
Ready? Okay. Well, good, because I'm slow. All right. Oh, I gotta pull this one off.
Sentencing. The court plans to proceed as follows. First, I need to address 3 administrative matters. The setting of a restitution hearing, which the court proposes.
Can you turn it up?
Include discussion of the state's request for recoupment of defense costs at that time. The state's request for a continuous protective order and any alleged inaccuracies in the pre-sentence investigation report. Second, I'd like to hear from counsel for the state and from those who wish to present a victim impact statement. Third, I'd like to hear from defense counsel and those that defendant desires to present information regarding the appropriate sentence. And finally, the court will give Ms. Richins an opportunity to speak if she so chooses. Any objections, Mr. Blower?
No, Your Honor, I have one other housekeeping matter, if I may.
Please.
Your Honor, the defendant previously waived the jury as it relates to the domestic violence finding. I cannot recall.
Donna, can you try and turn it up a little bit?
The court has
Or
actually made that finding, and the state would ask the court to do that today if it hasn't.
Can't recall.
See if you can pull it up and it might work better because I've got it up all the way and I don't know what's.
okay, give me a little time.
Okay.
That's the and I think that
It doesn't impact the decisions today, it just impacts the record for a future offense that might be committed by this person.
that is
Right.
Well, Your Honor, one thing, it will affect the analysis as it relates to a continuous protection.
Oh, understood. No, I understand your position. Yeah.
Your Honor, I do believe we put that on the record during the jury instruction conference.
Okay.
We discussed specifically the cohabitant issue, and you got us to make a statement on the record.
Okay. Very good. So, I think there's a stipulation among counsel that the record includes a stipulation of fact recorded for the record that Eric Richins and Kouri Richins were cohabitants under Utah law at all relevant times. Anything further, Mr. Blair?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Nestor, Ms. Lewis, any objection to how the court intends to proceed? Okay. Fair warning to everyone inside the courtroom. As with the time when the verdict was read, everybody in the courtroom deserves our respect while they are in the courtroom. So, there can be no outward reactions to what's said today. This is an emotionally charged situation, reasonably so. But the bottom line is no outward reactions. If you feel overcome with emotion, please look down. Keep your hands folded in your lap. Moreover, to those that might be coming to the to make statements today, please make sure you're addressing me, the court, not other people in the courtroom. You're of course allowed to reference other people in the courtroom, but speak to me. All right. Let's talk about setting the restitution here. What makes sense from the state's perspective?
Your Honor, the restitution amounts that the state is seeking are well known in the record, or the defendant or are well known in the record. So we can proceed in very short order. I don't know if there's going to be much dispute on the amounts.
Okay. From the defense team, what makes sense, Ms. Nestor?
We need an opportunity to brief these issues and do a little bit of research. We were surprised by some of the requests that came
The
from us.
recruitment issues?
Yes,
Fair enough.
so we need to look into that. I know that I'm gonna be out of town the first 2 weeks of June. I'm gonna be out of the country, so if we could do it before or after, that would be helpful.
After would work far better for me.
Okay, same. So, other than that,
Ricky, what would you recommend? Is there an afternoon on which we don't have a ton of stuff set on a Friday afternoon? We do it at 10. One only council. Ms. Nestor, the afternoon of July 10th.
Ms. Lewis will be out of town, and that is the week we are doing the preliminary hearing in my case in Utah County.
Understood. Well, maybe July 31, like you said.
July 31 works.
That work for the state.
What time you're under?
That'll work, Your Honor.
All right. We'll say 1:30 p.m. on July 31. Ms. Nestor, would you like to appear in person or by web instead?
In person, Your Honor.
All right. We'll set a restitution hearing to include discussion of the state's arguments regarding recoupment as made in their sentencing memorandum on July 31, 1:30 p.m. in person. Okay, anything further on that, Mr. Blood?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Nestor?
No, sir.
All right. Mr. Bloodworth, the state's request for a continuous protective order. I looked hard at this. Let me relate some of my concerns and then have you respond to them, and we can go from there. I looked at this cases cited by the state, I looked at the statute, considered the absurdity doctrine. It seems to me that the legislature has adopted a policy where a convicted person's First Amendment rights are reasonably restricted in domestic violence cases to prevent the survivor of domestic violence from being re-victimized by contact, either direct or indirect, by the convicted perpetrator. And it seems that the legislature has recognized that a survivor of domestic violence can be re-victimized by the perpetrator contacting their family members or other household members. The statute contemplates that. But here, or in a situation like this, where the Domestic Violence Act does not have a survivor statute and other statutes involving criminal actions causing death, that the legislature has reverted to the First Amendment being the baseline, and also that there are other remedies available to the family members of that decedent, such as stalking injunctions, if they are receiving contact that constitutes a course of conduct that would cause an objectively reasonable person to suffer emotional distress. Moreover, the juvenile court has tremendous authority to determine whether and how much, if any, contact a parent in this situation should have with the children of the decedent. I'm not sure that I have the authority to enter a continuous protective order in this case. I acknowledge this may not be what the legislature intended, that maybe they didn't see around this corner when passing the statute, and I appreciate the state's position that maybe they should take a hard look at it, but the act says what it says today. Respond to that for me.
Your Honor, the state questions the court's kind of read of the act, and when the court relates members of the victims, any harm to members of the victim's family related back to harm to the victim, causing the victim harm. I think the plain read of the statute is, and it's 78 Bravo -7 -804 3D 5.
Necessary to fully protect the victim and members of the victim's family.
Correct. The plain read of that sentence, Your Honor, does not say that the protection for the members of the victim's family does not, it does not relate back. It is a separate clause. It does not relate back to protection of the victim. And I think within the scheme of the statute, the legislature envisions protection for the victim, separately protection for the victim's family as an option of this court. And I think that's kind of consistent. This statute's odd. I think it's subsection B, which has a preamble on legislative intent.
Right.
And I think consistent with that preamble on legislative intent is the legislature's grant of this court, any court, authority to protect the victim's family under the statute as well, because of the unique nature of
the statute would say, I'm required to enter the continuous protective order and set a hearing, and then let defendant make the argument that.
Your Honor, procedurally, I think that's right, because of the threshold inquiry of whether or not the victim, decedent in this case, reasonably apprehends a harm.
Right. Practically, though.
But practically, I don't know that, I mean, it seems to me as the state brief that is evident that a decedent cannot reasonably apprehend harm.
Okay. Let me hear from the defense counsel for a moment.
Yes.
Your Honor, we agree with the court's original statements. We think this request for a continuous protective order is outside the purview of the statute. It's outside this court's authority. We believe it violates her First Amendment right. If these communications are not threatening, this would basically mean she could never send her sons a birthday card, a Christmas card, any type of communication.
Well, pause there for a minute. Let's take the 3 boys out of it, because there's a whole separate set of concerns there, given that her parental rights have not been terminated.
Right.
And I don't have authority to do it.
Correct.
Juvenile court does.
Right.
But if we would talk just for the moment about the adult family members of Eric Richins,
Well,
it would mean that she could never reach out to them.
right. Well, and that could create problems if they're the guardians of her children and there's an issue if she is given any type of parental input to major life decisions, to medical care, to anything like that she would not be able to communicate would be problematic. She has no intention of communicating with them outside of matters that have to do directly with the children. I also think this, well, you said you're setting the voice aside, so my other arguments, I'll deal with them. But as far as I can see, there's another courtroom where this could happen, there's another venue under which this could happen, and this is not the appropriate place to do it.
All right, Mr. Bloodworth, any additional thoughts regarding the state's request for a continuous protective order?
No, Your Honor.
All right. All right, in full transparency, I don't like the result, but under this court's reading of Utah Code 78B 7804, subsection 3, the court determines as a matter of law that it cannot issue a continuous protective order in this case because it is evident that the victim of the domestic violence charges, in this case for which Ms. Richins was convicted, cannot possibly have a reasonable fear of future harm or abuse. It very well may be that this is not the result the legislature intended, and I would encourage the legislature to take a hard look at 78B 7804 subsection 3 to fill this gap explicitly. But they haven't done it yet. They know how to do it, and the court is not persuaded that this result is so far outside of what they could have possibly intended, given the overlay of the First Amendment, that the absurdity doctrine requires a different result. And so while the court hopes the legislature will make a legislative change that would provide protections for the members of the family of a decedent in an aggravated murder case like this, they haven't done it yet. The court simply, in my view, does not have the authority to issue a continuous protective order in this case. In so ruling, the court expresses no opinion whatsoever, one way or the other, as to whether Eric Richins' family members might qualify for issuance of a stalking injunction in the future, and expresses no opinion one way or the other as to whether the juvenile court will put in place restrictions regarding Ms. Richins' communications with her 3 boys. Anything further on that, Mr. Bloomberg?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Nestor.
No, Your Honor.
Okay, Ms. Nestor, may I ask you a couple of questions regarding the pre-sentence investigation report?
Yes, sir.
Have you had a chance to review it?
We have, Your Honor.
Have you had a chance to review it with Ms. Richins?
We have, Your Honor.
Okay. Are there any inaccuracies in the PSR that we need to address?
We submit there are inaccuracies. They're all related to the factual recitations, which this court presided over the trial and is very familiar with. We have confidence the court remembers what happened at trial and remembers what was presented, and we would submit.
Okay. For the purpose of today's hearing, to the extent there are any factual inaccuracies in the pre-sentence investigation report regarding the factual background of this case, the court determines that those factual inaccuracies are not relevant to the court's sentencing decision and do not affect the court's decision regarding the appropriate sentence one way or the other. Anything further on that, Ms. Nestor?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Bloodworth, how would you like to proceed?
Your Honor, the state is prepared to present.
Please.
Your Honor, on Valentine's Day 2022, Kouri Richins tried and failed to murder her husband and the father of her 3 young children, Eric Richins. Over the next 17 days, she did not think, what have I done? Rather, she thought, how can I do better? And then she murdered Eric in the presence of their children, using poison and for money. Such a person should never again lurk among the rest of us. Her children should never worry that they may one day encounter her. For these reasons, the reasons set forth in the state's sentencing memorandum, and the boundless reasons the court has learned from presiding over this case, the pending criminal case, and the multiple associated civil cases. The state requests that the court impose a sentence of life in prison without parole on count 1, 5 years to life in prison consecutive to any other sentence on count 2, 1 to 15 years in prison consecutive to any other sentence on counts 3 and 4, and 1 to 5 years in prison consecutive to any other sentence on count 5. Furthermore, the state requests that the court order the defendant to pay restitution to Auto Owners Insurance Company in the amount of $1,017,018 and True Stage Insurance Company in the amount of $352,562. The state requests that the court order the defendant to pay recoupment to Summit County in the amount of $1,391,943. Kouri Richins earned this sentence. Her children deserve it. Only this court can order it. The court's time this morning is best spent hearing from a few of Kouri Richins' victims. Fathers are not meant to bury sons. Gene Richins will present his victim impact statement first. Losing a sibling is losing a piece of yourself. Katie Richins Benson, Clint Benson, and Dr. Amy Richins will then present their victim impact statements. There are no greater victims in this case than Eric's 3 young boys. The defendant took both of their parents from them. Jessica Black, who is Weston's counselor, Christina Greening, who is Ashton's counselor, and Sarah Barber, who is Carter's counselor, will then present the boys' victim impact statements. Your Honor, Gene Richins.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Please take your time.
Thank you. Thank you. Your Honor, my name is Gene Richins. I'm Eric's father. No parent should ever have to bury their child. It's a loss that changes you forever. Eric was taken from us way too soon. And his loss has left a permanent hole in our family that will never be filled, ever. Eric was first and foremost an incredible father. To his 3 boys, Carter, Ashton, and Wes, his sons were his world, and he was theirs also. They didn't just see him as a dad, they saw him as their best friend, their coach, their mentor, their protector. He was present in every part of their lives. Whether it was soccer, baseball, basketball, or any activity that they were involved in. Eric was there coaching, encouraging, and supporting not only his own boys, but every child on the team. Eric didn't just coach sports. He built confidence. He built character and friendships. He gave his time freely because he cared deeply about helping young people grow into strong, kind, and capable individuals. The impact Eric had on these children and families continues even now. On the soccer team that he coached, before every game, the players gathered and called out a cheer. For many teams, it might be something ordinary. But for Eric's team, even 4 years after his death, they still break the huddle with the words, 1, 2, 3, Eric. That simple cheer speaks volumes about a man he was and the lasting imprint that he left upon young lives in this community. He was a light to his sons, to the boys he coached, and to our entire community. A light that was taken far too soon. Eric was only 39 years old. As his father, I miss him every day. I miss our conversations. I miss watching him grow into a man I was so proud of. One of the greatest joys of my life was seeing the kind of father he had become. Eric was patient, loving, dedicated, and fully present in his boys' lives. Watching him raise his sons with such care and devotion was incredibly meaningful to me. Eric was also an amazing brother to 2 sisters, a loving uncle, nephew, cousin, and a loyal friend. He was a trusted business partner, a valued colleague, and a respected member of our community. He was generous with his time, his energy, and kindness. He treated people with respect, showed gratitude even for the smallest acts of kindness, and gave freely of himself because that's simply who he was. He worked hard to provide a beautiful life for his family. He gave them a home many would consider a dream. He ensured their needs were met, supported them, cared for them, and treated his wife with love every day. Yet despite everything he gave, his life was taken from him, not by a stranger, but by a person he should have been able to trust the very most in his life. He was betrayed in the most imaginable way possible. His life was taken through calculated, intentional actions motivated by the greed, control, and desire for a different life with someone else. Eric's boys lost a father. I lost my son. His sisters lost their brother. Our family lost a man who represented the very best of what a person can be. The ripple effects of this loss extend far beyond our immediate family. His friends lost someone they trusted and admired. The children he coached lost a mentor, a role model. Our community lost someone who genuinely cared and gave back without expecting anything in return. Eric will never see his boys graduate, get married, or become fathers themselves. He will never again stand on the sidelines cheering them on. He will never offer guidance, encouragement, or love in any way that only a father can. That opportunity was stolen from him and from all of us. Because of the calculated and intentional nature of this crime, I respectfully ask the court to impose a sentence of life without the possibility of parole. This sentence is important to Eric's 3 sons never have to live with the fear that the person responsible for taking their father could ever harm them again, and to ensure she can never harm anyone else ever again. Despite our immense grief, I want to acknowledge and thank those who have worked tirelessly to bring justice for my son. Eric was always grateful for others, showed kindness and dedication, and I know he would want to express sincere appreciation to those who gave their time, effort, and professionalism to seek the truth in this case. We are deeply thankful to the prosecution team, Margaret, Brad, Lindsay, Fred, Joe, Wendy, Patricia, and the entire staff who supported them for their commitment and their perseverance. We also want to recognize and thank Todd for his dedication and relentless efforts in helping us ensure justice has been served. We are also grateful to Grace Wardis for serving as a spokesperson and an advocate for our family throughout this process. We thank the Summit County Sheriff's Office, Lieutenant Hemingway, Detective O'Driscoll, Detective Hopper, Officer Woody, Officer Gibson, and all the law enforcement personnel who worked on this investigation. We thank the bailiffs who ensured the safety and the order of this courtroom. We thank you, Your Honor, for your patience, professionalism, and stewardship of this process. We extend our heartfelt gratitude to each juror, including the alternates, for their sacrifice and their time, for seriously taking the responsibility, who carried out to ensure justice was served. Nothing can bring Eric back. Nothing can restore what has been taken from his sons, from our family, and from this community. But accountability matters here. Justice matters. Eric mattered. His life, his love mattered, his example mattered. He will always be remembered as a devoted father, a loving son, a supportive brother, a loyal friend, and a man who made lives of those around him better. We miss him every day and will continue to honor his memory by living with the same kindness and dedication that he showed to everyone fortunate enough to know him. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Katie, good morning.
So as you know, I'm Katie, and I'm Eric's sister. To begin, there are a multitude of people who deserve credit and appreciation. Law enforcement agencies across the state of Utah, the Summit County Prosecutor's Office, the Medical Examiner's Office, expert witnesses who worked hand in hand with law enforcement, Eric's friends, Eric's coworkers, my friends, and my family, our entire team of lawyers and experts in the civil lawsuit. There are far too many people to mention by name, and I suspect if I try to, I will inadvertently leave someone out. But to all of you, please know that this would not be possible without your efforts, your support, and the strength of the community that has stood beside us. Both my family and I are forever grateful to each of you. I am also very grateful to you, Your Honor, to this court for the dignified manner in which it presided over the trial, and to the members of the jury for faithfully performing their civic duties. Today is Eric's birthday. I stand before you because he can't. He was taken away from my dad, my sister, his nieces, his friends, our community, and worst of all, from his 3 amazing sons. Sorry. He was taken away from us by a person he should have been able to trust, the person he should have trusted most in the world, his wife. It's impossible to fully describe how devastating Eric's death and Kouri's crimes have been to our family. Nearly every aspect of our lives has been permanently changed, and we have no choice but to live with those changes and with Eric's loss forever. Eric was a phenomenal brother, father, son, nephew, grandson, cousin, friend, and businessman. Eric and I were extremely close. We went through school together and navigated life side by side. Wherever Eric went, I was usually tagged along right behind. In school, Eric's nickname was Richie, and mine was Little Richie, a reflection on how inseparable we were. He wasn't just my brother. He was my constant, my protector, and one of my closest friends. Eric was the kind of father who anticipated his children's needs before they ever had to ask. He made sure they were always having fun, taught them how to be respectful and kind, and was constantly planning for their future. His mind and heart was always on his boys, always. Everything he did was for them. Eric was the very best uncle. He made his nieces, my daughters, feel truly special. He always found ways to have fun with them. He doted on them with love and attention. Eric was an incredible son, always there for my parents, stepping in without hesitation and helping in every way he could, without being asked. The bond he shared with my mom was truly special. We would often joke that the umbilical cord had never really been cut, but in truth, it spoke to the deep, unbreakable love they had for each other. This is who Eric truly was, a man defined by love, integrity, and unwavering devotion to his family. He is none of the things that Kouri tried to portray him as. Those mischaracterizations were nothing more than a vile effort to deflect blame. And those mischaracterizations stand in stark contrast to the reality of the man we all knew and loved. Eric's life and his actions and the profound impact he had on those around him speak for themselves. And they tell a story of goodness, strength, and character that cannot be rewritten or diminished. The saddest part for me in all of this is that I got something with Eric that his sons never did: time. I feel cheated that I only got to spend a few decades with my brother, but I should feel lucky in comparison. As Eric's eldest son told me shortly after his dad's death, he and his brothers did not even get 10 years with their dad. It is devastating that Eric is not here to coach them, to work the family ranch with them, to teach them how to drive, to attend their high school graduation, to send them off to college, to see them get married, or to celebrate the birth of his future grandchildren. His 3 sons are going to grow up and live nearly their entire lives without their dad. They're going to get to know their dad more from the stories we tell about them than their actual experiences. In all likelihood, by the time they are each 44 years old, which is how old Eric would be today, they will have little to no actual memories of Eric. And they have to go through life without their dad because their mother planned and carried out his murder. She could not have done anything more selfish or more cruel to those boys. In the place of a stable, secure, and loving home, Kouri gave the boys permanent trauma. They were in the house the night she killed their father. They were awake. They knew that something terrible had happened to their dad. As we heard on the 911 call during trial, one of them even walked into Eric's bedroom, where Eric's body lay dead, poisoned by someone who his son should have been able to unconditionally trust, love, and depend on. No child should have to bear that trauma. But Eric's 3 innocent sons will bear that burden, and they will bear it for the rest of their lives. Kouri's selfishness and cruelty did not end with Eric's murder. In the time after Eric's death, Kouri has done nothing but isolate, manipulate, deceive, and do harm to those boys. Almost immediately after Eric died, she cut them off completely from our family, from Eric's family. The isolation was calculated and strategic. Kouri used the boys as bargaining chips with my dad. She repeatedly threatened not to let him see his grandsons unless he could convince me, as Eric's trustee of his trust, to capitulate to her legal demands and give her all the trust assets. While isolating the boys, Kouri provided them with false and harmful information about me and my family. When DCFS took custody of the boys following Kouri's arrest and asked where they would like to go, they expressed fear of my family. The fear was not based on reality, but on what they had been told. For over a year, Kouri led them to believe that I hated them, that I was attempting to take Eric's money for myself, and that I intended for them to be left without support, that they would be homeless and starving. These statements were entirely false and had no basis in reality. Had they not been subjected to that influence, they would have known the truth. Prior to Eric's death, our families were very close. My daughters and his sons had strong friendships, and I had a meaningful individual relationship with each of my nephews. I spent time riding horses with one, helping another identify summer coding programs, and the youngest participated in ice skating lessons with my daughters. Our families shared holidays, worked together on our family ranch, took trips together, and I was present the day each of the boys were born in the hospital. The boys have expressed their confusion about these circumstances. They have stated that prior to their father's passing, both Eric and Kouri frequently told them if anything were to happen, they should go with me, that I would care for them and support them. Following Eric's death, however, those messages changed. After Eric passed away, Kouri prevented all contact between our family and the boys. She prohibited communication and continued to provide them of false information about us. When we were finally able to see the boys again, approximately 15 months after Eric's death, the boys hardly recognized the relationship we had. Instead, they viewed my family and me with fear and hesitation, as though we were strangers. Kouri also went to great lengths to jeopardize the boys' financial futures. I know you are very aware of this. Among other things, she drained the personal bank accounts that Eric had set up for his boys as college funds. She allowed the boys' Social Security survivor benefits to be funneled to individuals who were not taking care of the boys. And she sued me in my role as Eric's trustee and personal representative, not once, not twice, but 3 separate times. The goal of her lawsuits is singular. She wants all of Eric's assets for herself. Despite her lies and fanciful public portrayal, she knows that none of Eric's assets are going to me, my dad, or my sister. In fact, she knows exactly where Eric wanted everything to go, and that is to his boys. And yet, for 4 years, she has aggressively tried to take their inheritance from them. Even now, despite her erroneous debt, a murder conviction, and a string of pending felony financial charges, Kouri's civil lawsuits live on. Those lawsuits have been emotionally grueling, all-consuming, and unimaginably expensive. And tragically, every dollar on those suits is a dollar that Eric's boys will not get. Of course, Kouri can't have other people or the public thinking that she's trying to take away her children's inheritance. So for the past 4 years, both in court and in the media, she has demonized and vilified me. She has hurled wild accusations in my direction, including that I hacked her bank accounts, forged her bank statements, paid off witnesses, unduly pressured law enforcement into investigating her, and quietly pulled the Summit County prosecutor's strings. It is despicable that for doing nothing more than trying to honor Eric's wishes, Kouri has cast me as the evildoer here. Just as bad, honoring Eric's wishes has landed my sister and myself, and unbelievably, my 2 daughters in Kouri's crosshairs. One of Eric's sons recently told me that Kouri used to say, "I will get them one day." Apparently, she was talking about me, my sister, and my daughters. Her infamous walk the dog letter, the part the jury did not hear, confirms her desire to harm me. In it, she talks at length about her plans to get at Amy and me, including by targeting my daughters, both of whom are under the age of 10. It takes a sick mind to target children. The mere thought that someone who has so little regard for human life or decency might one day walk free is horrifying. I worry about the safety of Eric's boys, my daughters, my sister, and myself. There is nothing Kouri will not do, and no one she will not hurt to achieve her own selfish ends. I am not the only one that is afraid. There are 3 little boys who, instead of fearing those who love and adore them, as Kouri would prefer, worry constantly that Kouri might show up one day and take them away. Eric's sons deserve so much better. They are not bargaining chips. They are not cash cows. They are not props for some twisted children's book about grief and loss. And yet that is what they've been reduced to by Kouri. To my unending sadness and horror, Eric himself understood all too well the danger she posed to his children and to his family. When Eric told me he had changed his estate planning and appointed me as his trustee and personal representative, I begged him to end the marriage and go his separate way. By that point, he had already consulted with a divorce attorney and was deeply afraid that he might not be awarded sole custody of his children. He made the heartbreaking decision to stay because he could not accept the risk of what might happen to his sons if Kouri had equal custody. He told me he would live his life through hell every single day of his life until his youngest was 18, because he believed Kouri was the most evil person he had ever met. He knew that his sons did not like her. He told me as much many times. He knew that they would prefer to be far away from her, but he also knew that divorce carried significant risks. And he said he could never allow his children to spend half of their time alone with her, because he was certain they would be exposed to harm and things no child should ever experience. He made it clear that in his mind, if Kouri were given equal custody, his children would be in the care of someone he believed to be deeply dangerous. He feared the people they could be exposed to and the damage that could be done. At the same time, he spoke with deep love and admiration for his boys. He told me that they were the most amazing boys in the world, and that none of this was their choice and none of it was their fault, and that he would do everything in his power to protect them for as long as he possibly could. Kouri loves to go on and on about how this case is a media sensation. She's right. News outlets from here to Europe have covered it. There have been countless newspaper articles, podcasts, and TV specials about it. Every hearing is live streamed on numerous YouTube channels. Every filing is scrutinized by internet lawyers and true crime junkies. There is no question that this case is famous and that Kouri is now famous. But what Kouri never mentions in talking about her fame and notoriety are the reasons why this case is now famous. It is famous for how appalling and sickening it is. It is famous because a mother meticulously planned to kill her husband, killed him while their children were sleeping in the next room, and then had the audacity to hold herself out as the author of a children's book about grief and loss. It is famous because she spent time Googling luxury prisons for the rich in America. It is famous because from her jail cell, she scripted a bunch of phony testimony so that her brother could perpetrate a fraud on the court. It is famous because she victimized her own children and threatened to victimize Eric's nieces. The fame and attention are directly proportional to the evil that has gone on here. This is not a situation where the idea of rehabilitation should be entertained. In taking Eric's life for her own selfish gain, Kouri did not only harm Eric, she permanently harmed 3 kids who were under the age of 10. She took away a dad, a son, a brother, an uncle, a grandson, a nephew, a cousin, and a friend. Eric's death has caused immeasurable pain to so many. Obviously, there's nothing the court can do about that. And you cannot bring him back. But what you can do is give Kouri's victims at least some measure of closure. To that end, I ask that the court impose a sentence that ensures Kouri never has the opportunity to harm Eric's children or our family again. Please do not let my brother's life be worth nothing more than a 25-year punishment. Please do not leave those boys to wonder whether Kouri might track them or their children down in the future. Please do not create a possibility for Kouri to endanger Eric's boys, my daughters, my family, or anyone else ever again. Please sentence Kouri to a life in prison without the possibility of parole. Thank you.
Thank you, Katie. Morning, Clint.
Hello, Your Honor. My name is Clint Benson. I'm Katie's husband and Eric's brother-in-law. Eric was an innocent man, a devoted father, and someone whose life revolved around his children and his family. Because of Kouri's choices, he never had the opportunity to say goodbye to his children, to reassure them, to share the final moments every family deserves. That loss cannot be measured. His children will spend the rest of their lives carrying the pain of a father taken from them far too soon. What makes this tragedy even more painful is the calculated nature of the crime. This was not a momentary mistake, a lapse in judgment, or a crime of passion. It involved planning, preparation, testing, and deliberate action. Eric's death was carried out in a way that caused fear, suffering, and helplessness. Kouri either watched or sat by as Eric succumbed to fentanyl poisoning instead of providing any kind of aid to him. She was fantasizing about a dream life funded by Eric's death. Eric was killed in his home by a traitor sleeping next to him in one of the most cowardly acts imaginable. We are profoundly grateful to every investigator, prosecutor, detective, law enforcement officer, juror, judge, forensic expert, and public servant who worked tirelessly and honestly to uncover the truth. Their dedication ensured that Eric's voice was not lost and that justice could still prevail. We are equally grateful for the incredible community surrounding us. This community has shown unwavering support and has been there for Eric's boys without judgment and through some of the most difficult times imaginable. The boys are succeeding and thriving because of the people around them who continue to provide support and look out for their safety. Going through every aspect of this murder easily led to a dark place while fighting against an individual focused on only chaos and vengeance. However, the people surrounding us, including the sheriff's officers, principals, teachers, school staff, coaches, counselors, neighbors, and church members, created an unbreakable force for what is good, just, and right. No sentence can bring Eric back. No outcome will erase the suffering caused by these actions. But accountability matters, truth matters, and justice matters. Kouri continues to shirk responsibility for her actions, for the pain she has caused, and for the resources she has squandered, both Eric's and the state's. Even after everything that has been revealed, Kouri has demonstrated zero genuine accountability or remorse for the devastation she has left behind. Instead, she has repeatedly attempted to distort the truth, create false narratives, and portray herself as the victim. She has used the legal system as part of her schemes. There has been lawsuit after lawsuit, motion after motion, delay after delay, all in an effort to shift blame away from the person responsible. The evidence, the truth, and the outcome of this case all tell a very different story. What is especially concerning is the continued hostility from Kouri and her family, as well as their desire for vengeance directed towards our family, a family already devastated by an unimaginable loss. Statements they have made about going to war and getting the Richins demonstrate an ongoing mindset rooted in blame, anger, and retaliation, rather than remorse or acceptance of responsibility. Kouri will continue to try to convince the public that she was a good mother through media outlets that choose not to research or report on the countless motions and facts presented in this case or other cases, but instead simply regurgitate the false narratives of a sick and evil person. Kouri and her family continue to plan media campaigns focused on lies, targeting anyone foolish enough to spend time listening to them. Kouri is not before this court because she was mistreated, because she is a victim, or because the Richins family manufactured a false narrative, as she and the Darden family would like to portray. She is before this court because of the choices she has made, choices that resulted in Eric's death and permanent trauma to anyone who has loved him. Kouri chose pride, seeking to project an image of success. Kouri chose adultery and lust, prioritizing her secret lover over her husband and her children. Kouri chose fraud and greed, hoping to profit from Eric's death. Kouri chose murder, and she continues to choose vengeance against the victims of her actions. The time for Kouri to make choices is at an end. Now it is time for her victims to choose. Please let Eric's children have a chance to choose lifelong peace, comfort, security, success, and happiness. I ask this court to impose a sentence of life without parole, a sentence that truly reflects the gravity of this crime, the irreversible harm caused to our family, and the calculated choices that led to Eric's death. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Andy, good morning.
Good morning. Honorable Judge Mrazik, my name's Kouri Richins. I'm Eric Richins' sister. Today, I'm here to speak as a victim and to speak for Eric because he no longer has a voice. I addressed this court in 2023 when we were living in a state of visceral shock. Now, 3 years later, we are here at sentencing on a date that carries a weight I can barely describe. Today's Eric's 44th birthday. Birthdays are supposed to be proof of life, a day to celebrate another year of growth. Instead, today is a cruel reminder of another year Eric will never see, and a reminder of the fatherhood that was stolen from his 3 sons. Before I talk about what this crime has done, I need you to know who Eric was, not as a headline, but as a person. Over the course of this trial, so many people described Eric in strikingly similar ways. They called him outgoing, confident, funny, competitive, dependable, driven, and fiercely loyal. He was a leader, a hard worker, a rancher, a businessman, a coach, a best friend, a brother, a son. But more than anything, people described him as a phenomenal father. Eric had 3 sons and he coached many of their sports teams. He was the kind of dad who showed up not just for his own children, but for everyone around them. Sometimes I think about all the children who lost him too, the kids he coached, mentored, and believed in. I cannot imagine the confusion and heartbreak they felt when someone who had become such a steady and trusted part of their lives was suddenly gone. Eric was a real person, a deeply loved person, and the loss of him echoes through every life he touched. On my 16th birthday, I was sitting in my 10th grade English class when I got a text from Eric that said, "Come outside." I walked out and there was Eric, standing with flowers and that mischievous grin we all knew. I asked what he was doing there, and he just said, "Let's go. We've got to get a little mud on your tires." I had just bought my first truck, a used Ford F-150. Eric took me up into the mountains, and we took that truck off-roading for the first time. It was exhilarating and terrifying, but I felt safe because he was there. That was Eric. He made life bigger. He made people feel brave, and he protected the people he loved. That is the brother I lost, and that is the father his boys lost. In 2023, I told this court that I was tormented by the sequence of events of that night. Today, that torment has not faded. I still wonder when Eric realized he was in mortal danger. I wonder what Kouri said to him in his last moments. I'm still haunted by the question, did his boys hear their father's final struggle? If Eric had died of an illness, we would have cared for him. If it were an accident, there would have been kindness. But there is no comfort here. In his last moments, after being intentionally poisoned, my brother was faced with the ultimate betrayal. Eric's sons were 9, 7, and 5 when their world was shattered. They are now 13, 11, and 9. These are the years when a boy learns how to be a man by watching his father. What makes this crime uniquely heinous is that their grief will never pass. It will reinvent itself at every milestone. This crime didn't just happen once. It happens every single morning when those boys wake up and realize their father is still gone. They did not just lose their father, they lost the life they knew. Eric's death didn't end the harm. It began a grinding process of re-traumatization. Early in this process, I remember being told this case would be a marathon, not a sprint. We did not understand how every hearing, filing, delay, and public narrative would reopen wounds all over again. As if losing Eric was not painful enough, our family was then forced to grieve under public scrutiny. After the publication of the grief book, our family became the subject of public narratives, attacks, and speculation. At one point, I received a message sent from a burner phone that said, "You think you're funny? Kouri will get the last laugh. Your jealousy is as disgusting as your family." Law enforcement later confirmed through warrants that the message came from Kouri. That moment stayed with me because it captured what these years have felt like. Not just grief, but intimidation and distortion. Yes, our family hired a private investigator. But when someone you love dies suddenly and deep in your gut, you believe something is terribly wrong, you do not stop searching for answers. The real question is not why would you investigate? The real question is, what wouldn't you do? What wouldn't you do for your brother, for the truth? I also feel compelled to address the emotional toll of the trial itself. As the designated victim representative, and more importantly as Eric's sister, I have a right to be present in the courtroom. Yet during the proceedings, I was essentially kept in the dark. Due to the courtroom layout, I could not see the exhibits or the evidence. When we requested simple accommodation, we were told that the trial was being broadcast on court TV and I could excuse myself and watch from home with the rest of the world. Being told that my right to be here was interchangeable with a television broadcast was a profound violation. I did not want to watch Eric's life and death as content from my couch. I didn't want to go home after a grueling day and listen and watch it all over again. I had a right to be here to face the evidence directly. Still, to this day, I've not been able to rewatch the trial because it's so time-consuming and painful to relive. I still have not seen all the evidence that was presented. Your Honor, I need to say this clearly. Someday, those boys will grow up and look back at the records of this trial. I need the truth to be the only thing they find. The claims made against Eric's character were not just legal defenses, they were acts of secondary violence. Eric was a protector, not a predator. These lies were a desperate attempt to justify the unjustifiable, and they have added a layer of cruelty to our grief that is nearly impossible to bear. I also need to correct the record on a few misrepresentations. First, the prenup. It was provided well before the wedding. not in a last minute way. Second, the incident between Kouri and me. I never touched her. Kouri pled guilty to assaulting me. Yet she and her circle have continued to spread false narratives. This is a pattern of distortion that has kept our family trapped in conflict. There is something that has haunted me for years. And I found out Katie was the exact same today. I begged Eric to leave too. I begged him to divorce her. But Eric was trying to protect his boys. People often struggle to recognize intimate partner violence when the victim is a man. But Eric's actions spoke for themselves. He documented conversations. He tried to protect himself. He knew after Valentine's Day that she had tried to poison him, but he also believed that if he left, he could not fully protect his children. So he stayed because he was trying to keep them safe. This trauma has seeped into every corner of my life. And also, it has also deeply affected my own family and marriage. My husband, William, watched me be consumed by the pursuit of justice. For 4 years, we have lived in a constant state of stress, grief, and emotional exhaustion. I lost my job as a professor at Montana Tech University on the very day I was subpoenaed to appear in this court. Eric was so proud of me earning my PhD, and teaching students was something I loved and that made me proud. It now seems like another thing that Kouri's actions have taken away from me. But the most devastating loss is one that isn't in any police report. Because of the unrelenting stress of this investigation and the constant attacks on our family, I suffered a traumatic miscarriage of twins. We lost our children. We lost the future we were building. Kouri's actions didn't just end one life. They reached out and stifled the lives of my unborn children as well. That loss lives inside this tragedy too. Eric's murder did not just take someone from my life. It plunged me into a darkness. It stole the light I once carried. It erased the future I had planned. Every day, I wake up and step into this same crushing emptiness, where time itself feels frozen and meaningless. The laughter of my future children, the warmth of my family, the simple joy of waking to a new morning, all of it has been devoured by this crime. This grief is limitless, resembling the ocean. Sometimes it softly touches the shore, other times it pounds against it with fierce force. Occasionally, it surges like a massive tsunami, overwhelming everything. These changes can occur suddenly, and like the ocean, it cannot be controlled. I didn't just lose my brother. I lost my sister-in-law. I lost someone I considered my friend. We'd had good times together. That loss is so complicated now, Your Honor, because it forces you to grieve someone who is still alive while facing the horror of what they have done. It is grief that doesn't resolve. It just sits there heavy every day. This crime has fractured our family in ways outsiders cannot understand. One of the most painful realities is that my husband and I do not get to see our nephews. This tragedy has created a wall of trauma between us, and that feels impossible to climb. Because of this crime, we are no longer present in those boys' lives the way Eric would have wanted. In 2023, I told this court I never knew evil like this existed. Everything I have witnessed since has confirmed that. Kouri did not just kill Eric, she attempted to kill the spirit of everyone who loved him. She lied to his children, she lied to the world, and has shown no remorse while dancing on his grave for profit. Your Honor, a parole eligible sentence is not a conclusion. It is a reoccurring nightmare. It guarantees that every few years, Eric's sons will be notified that their father's murderer is seeking freedom. It forces them to relive the trauma repeatedly for decades. Eric died trying to be his children's shield. He can no longer protect them, so now the responsibility falls to this court. I ask you to provide these boys with the finality and safety they deserve. I ask you to ensure that the noise of Kouri Richins never enters their lives again. For the years of suffering we've endured, for the children who will grow up without their father, and for the life she stole from Eric and the peace she stole from us, I respectfully ask that you sentence Kouri Richins to life without the possibility of parole. Happy birthday, Rico. Thank you.
Are you Jessica? Good morning.
Good morning, Judge.
Take your time.
My name is Jessica Black. I'm a licensed clinical mental health therapist and a registered therapist. Myself and my colleagues are here today to read the victim impact statements for 3 children. We are here as advocates on their behalf. After a developmentally appropriate process, the boys were able to decide individually how they wanted to share their statements, and this is what they chose. Our roles are to read their words exactly as they wrote. The boys want the court and the world to hear their side. This is from WR. I woke up to sirens, and there were a lot of people at my house, and I was definitely scared. I felt confused. I was in a bedroom with my brothers, and I didn't know what was happening. At first, I was really scared because I didn't know what was happening, and I had no control, and I felt helpless. I felt really overwhelmed. After my dad died, Kouri would put us in the basement while she was with the neighbor. I felt scared because I thought something really bad was happening again. She would take me to places that smelled really bad. Everything she did made me feel uncomfortable. When someone talks about Kouri, it makes me feel hateful and ashamed. She took away my dad. It's made me have a hard time trusting people. I was scared that Kouri's family would come to my school and take me. I had to go to counseling with DCFS in Heber, and I did not like it. DCFS made me talk to Kouri, and I couldn't do things that I wanted to do. I felt not important to anyone. I feel a lot better about myself now than I did with Kouri. I can't ever see my dad again. I want her to go to prison forever. If she got out, I would be so scared, really mad, and I wouldn't want to go with her anywhere. I'm worried that she would take me away from Katie and Clint. Once she is gone, I will feel happy, and I will feel safer and relaxed, and trust people more.
Thank you. Christina.
Yes,
Good
Your Honor. I am Christina Green. I'm a licensed clinical social worker, registered play therapist, and I will be reading for AR. You took away my dad for no reason other than greed, and you only cared about yourself and your stupid boyfriends. You were not caring and watching over me and my brothers. I had to be a parent to W. C and I would walk him to the bus stop, feed him, and watch him. You were not concerned about our health. When we got hurt, you didn't even care. When C got run over by a side-by-side, you still made him go to the soccer game that day without taking him to the doctors first. You would lock C in his room, and I would have to go to the kitchen and bring him food. You shamed us when we didn't want to eat uncooked lasagna you made. We threw it away because we couldn't eat it. Then you made us watch videos of children starving in war areas. You wanted to scare us into eating something that wasn't cooked. You wouldn't let our dog outside, and then the dog would pee inside. You created this problem, then you would smack my dog on the head as hard as you could. You wouldn't let me put my kitten in the garage for safety at night, and we found it eaten by raccoons the next day. You wouldn't let us turn on and use the heater lamp for the chickens and bunnies, and they froze to death. You would always argue with my dad and lock the door. You were not playing the role as a real mother does. You were doing the opposite. Now my dad can't be my coach anymore, can't be at any of my games. He won't be at my birthdays. He can't teach me how to drive. He won't be at my graduation, and he can't take me camping or fishing. You made me paranoid about sleeping on my dad's side of the bed by saying I might die or get harmed when I was just trying to be close to my dad after you killed him. You took away everything from me and my brothers. I don't want you out of jail because I will not feel safe if you are out. You have never said sorry for anything that you have done to me and my brothers. I don't want you to hurt anyone again. I know that you will need to stay in jail to fully take accountability for what you did to me, CW, and my dad. With you in jail, I will be able to continue to feel safe and live a happy and successful life without fear of you hurting me or anyone I love. Thank you, Your Honor.
Sarah?
Yes, my name is Sarah. I'm a licensed clinical social worker and registered play therapist, and I'm going to read the victim impact statement for CR. My name and age now, my name and age I was at the time of the crime. CR, age 12, now 13. I was 9 when my dad was murdered. What I would like to see happen if the perpetrator is convicted of the crime, I would like to see Kouri get a life sentence. My thoughts regarding an appropriate sentence for the person who is accused of this crime and if they are found guilty. I think Kouri should get a life sentence because what she did is very sick, because it had no reason to happen and it impacted a bunch of people, including me. These are some reasons why I think she should have a life sentence. The information I feel is important for the judge to be aware of in sentencing. I think the judge should know that my dad was a good person and very thoughtful and kind and helped whoever needed help. He was always taking the extra mile to help people. My physical injuries as a result of this crime are as follows. I was sleeping and then I went to get a drink of water, then went back to bed. And when I woke up shaking and Bailey called the ambulance and they came and I couldn't talk for a while, I think Kouri had something to do with it because she didn't call the ambulance. She called Bailey and Bailey called the ambulance. At the ER, Kouri resisted to have my blood drawn, and kids who usually have this kind of seizure is when they are a few months old to a year old. I learned later that Kouri bought more fentanyl and had it in the house when this happened. I think this is what happened. She did what she did to my dad in the living room. My experienced emotional injury because of this crime is described as follows. Sad. I feel mad that I have to feel sad. I went from being scared for my life to feeling really good. I was scared for my life because I didn't eat that much. Kouri was always drunk or gone. I was always locked in my room. I can't remember, but I am pretty sure the lock was on the outside. Kouri threatened she would kill my lizard because we didn't want to watch some weird show with her. All of our chickens died because there was no food or water. My rabbit died because we didn't have food or water. The goats almost starved to death because she bought moldy hay and she didn't water them. Nothing ever got fed or watered. It didn't feel good to worry about my animals. I felt like I had to take care of my siblings. Ash mostly took care of me though because I was locked in my room. Ash would bring me food. Kouri would lock me up if I told her she was drunk. This happened pretty much daily. I feel angry that she locked me in my room. I am angry almost all my animals died. I am angry she threatened to kill them. I am angry she killed my dad. I started to feel really good when I moved into a safe place. It was safe because the people around me were safe, Katie and Clint. I felt safe at Jake and Shalina because I wasn't with Kouri anymore. Counseling. I feel annoyed that I have to go to counseling and tell the story about what happened 55 million times. I feel better now because I know it's to help me. I would like to not have to go to counseling. I would like to have to not worry about anything after this trial is over. I want the judge to know I hope Kouri gets convicted to a life sentence. Kouri is always drunk. I want the judge to know my dad was a good person and I miss my dad. I miss my dad, but I do not miss how my life used to be. I don't miss Kouri. I will tell you that. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Bloodworth, anything further from the state?
Your Honor, the state moves to admit state sentencing exhibits A through I previously provided to the court and defense. I have copies now I can bring to the court.
Any objection, Ms. Esther?
Yes, we do object to some of those being on the public docket. And we can, if we want to take a break, we can go through that with the prosecution. I actually sent him an email asking if they would be filed publicly. His response was no. So I was unaware that he was going to do that.
Admitting them and filing them publicly are two different things. Any objection to their admission?
Not to their admission, only to their public filing. Your Honor.
Okay, we can work that out. States A through I are admitted. I need a break. We'll be in recess until 11:10. If during that break you and Ms. Nestor would come to some consensus about what the defense wants to have listed as private and or protected, depending on the content.
Your Honor, the state agrees all should be
Okay,
private.
understood. That's the order of the court. We'll be in recess until 11:10. Follow the directions of the court security director and the bailiffs in terms of how to leave and re-enter the courtroom. Thank you.
That is so damn intense. They cut the sound. I'm just letting y'all know. Oh my gosh. Oh.
Yeah, that was something else. And you know though, the two sisters, there was something different about their delivery though. You know what I'm saying? It was I guess the one sister was so heartbroken more than mad, and the other one was mad more than heartbroken. You know what I'm saying? Because it's terrible. It's terrible. She's terrible.
Yeah, that's wild, man. Her faces, y'all. What? Oh my God, she is
psychopath.
She's not smart.
No, she.
I mean,
she acts like she's
with
gonna.
the boy.
It's like she don't think we can see her. It's like it hasn't occurred to her that all of us can see her while she's doing. You know what I'm saying? It's like.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the judge can see her. Her lawyers, they've seen her. You know.
She
like,
must be thinking she's gonna get a do-over. You know, like she's already looking to.
It's like she can say all kinds of things about her sister-in-laws and her, you know, about everybody who shared a victim impact statement. But when your children go up there and they have similar stories, 3 different therapists, it's like, come on, lady, you're the problem.
Locking them in a room? Oh my God.
Yeah, so I did pull some of the stuff up. I found it on East Idaho News. Kouri Richins' sons worry she would hurt them if she was ever freed from prison. And so I'll read that if y'all are down. If not, we got plenty of Trisha stuff to go over. But no, we'll keep the theme. And
you know what? I watched Olaf's last thing about Trisha, and I had no idea
about her parents.
No, I had no idea that she begged like that all the time. I wish I have a request, and I know Olaf will kill me for this, but if those things had dates on them,
I know
it would be so damn helpful. But
or at least a year.
It's hard for me. Yes, the year would be.
Yeah, I thought the same thing too. But I mean, it's hard to.
I just don't even watch. I have seen her over the years, but I just didn't watch that close. And for sure, if she was asking for money, I'm always so poor that I just would like move along. She's talking to somebody besides me.
Right. Oh man. Okay. So are y'all down with let me oh my gosh, I keep pushing the wrong screen. They need a color code StreamYard tabs for me, okay? I still hear a hum. Let me mute the court audio court. What's not even on there anymore. Hold on. Hold on. Let me see what's going on. Let's see. Okay, well it stopped when I pushed mute on. Okay, hold on. Let me make sure that's still live. That way. So 11:50. So that would be 12:50 here. Or right now, I'm confusing myself because that's what I do. I confuse myself. Okay. So all right. This says Kouri Richins' sons worry she would hurt them if she was ever freed from prison, and they made that very clear. And this was published yesterday, May 12th, East Idaho News. And it says Salt Lake City, the young sons of Utah children's author Kouri Richins said ahead of her sentencing Wednesday that they would feel unsafe if she was ever released from prison after she was found guilty in March of killing their father. Richins, 35, faces several decades to life in prison on 5 felony convictions, including aggravated murder. Prosecutors said she laced her husband and apparently maybe her son, or could have been, right, just now, like could have been her son. I don't know. Well, let's find out. Sorry, I broke character. Okay. Said she laced her husband, Eric Richins' cocktail with 5 times the lethal dose of fentanyl in 2022 at their home near the ski town of Park City, which is where Trisha's from. Did you know that? Yeah. Crazy. She then published a children's book about a boy coping with the death of his father shortly before her arrest in 2023. Richins' attorney declined to comment Tuesday before her sentencing hearing, which falls on the day her husband would have turned 44. So I can't say happy birthday, but I can say we're honoring you today, Eric, in memory of your birthday and all that. So I'm not very jazzy with words. I'm sorry, not on the fly, but we are. It's heavy. The statements from their sons, who were ages 9, 7, and 5 when their father died, came in a memo from prosecutors urging Judge Richard, I don't know how to say it, to sentence Richins to life without parole. That was unanimous, basically. The oldest child, now 13, said he wants the court to know that he does not miss his mom. Quote, I'm afraid if she gets out, she will come after me and my brothers, my whole family, he said. Quote, I think she would come and take us. I'm sorry. I think she would come and take us and not do good things to us, like hurt us, unquote. Look, I research this stuff all the time. And they all kind of sound the same, you know? It breaks my heart. It just is heartbreaking. I know it breaks all our hearts, except for Kouri's. It does not seem to break Kouri's heart. All right. So prosecutors allege that the boy suffered emotional and physical abuse from his mother, which they say is supported by findings from the Utah Division of Child and Family Services that are contained in a sealed court document. Agency officials could not comment on the allegations, as most records concerning minors are heavily protected. Spokesperson Josh Lofton said, smoke them if you got them. It went out. So there you go. Okay. I just got played. All right. Richins was a real estate agent with a house flipping business who was millions in debt and planning a future with another man, prosecutors said. I wonder how, and I thought about this too, Donna, and I forget his name right off the top of my head. Josh's brother, you know, I really like that guy. And I'm so glad you found him and then brought him, you know, brought us together, all of us. He's interesting. Okay, so Richins was okay. I already said that. She had opened numerous life insurance policies on her husband without his knowledge, red flag, and falsely believed she would inherit his estate worth more than $4 million after he died. And y'all know she was Googling away. I mean, just looking for places to go and spend that, and without Eric. Anyway. Her aggravated murder conviction alone is punishable. I did not. Yeah, I finished that. Okay. I'm sorry, y'all. I always have been like this. I always lose my place. So I'm that kid that they used to have to, have the ruler and stuff. So I apologize. Her aggravated murder conviction alone is punishable either by a range of 25 years to life in prison or a life sentence without parole. What do y'all think it's going to be? Prosecutors did not push for the death penalty. She probably would have gotten that. In my opinion. Jurors also found Richins guilty of other felonies, including insurance fraud, forgery, and attempted murder for trying to poison her husband weeks earlier on Valentine's Day with a fentanyl-laced sandwich that made him black out. The Richins' middle child, now 11, refuted his mother's claim that she slept in his bedroom with him on the night of his father's death. He recalled unusual. This shocked me because this is like new info, from the boys themselves. And I believe them. I believe the kids. I always believe the kids. He recalled unusual circumstances from that night. Okay. Like being put to bed early without a bath, his parents' bedroom being locked, and the television blaring from inside. The boy said his mother yelled at him to go away after he used a broom to try to reach a key to their bedroom, where Richins later told a 911 operator she found her husband cold to the touch. The 11-year-old told the judge he is sad that his dad can no longer take him camping and fishing, coach him in sports, or be present for major milestones. Like his older brother, he said he would feel unsafe if his mom wasn't behind bars. Quote, with her in jail, I will be able to continue to feel safe and live a happy and successful life without fear of her hurting me or anyone I love, unquote, his statement read. The youngest son said he feels, quote, hateful and ashamed. Oh, gosh. When people talk about his mom because, quote, she took away my dad. He said he would be so scared if his mother got out of prison. He, quote, once she is gone, I will feel happy and I will feel safer and relaxed and trust people more, unquote, said the boy, whose current age was not included in the memo. Poor babies. Richins also faces more than 24, and I hope they're filmed. I hope it's televised. Okay. I'm a little biased. All right. More than 24 money-related criminal charges in a separate case that has not yet gone to trial. And she has the audacity to be like acting shocked and surprised and just as if she's never heard this or as if she didn't participate in it, like I'm not saying everything is true. I'm just saying there's a groundswell. Okay. We'll use the groundswell terminology. Let me grab the link to this and I'll put it in chat. And that's wild. Yeah. Here's this right here. Ooh, I hate when my little whatever you call it comes up. Surprise. All right. Let me fix this real quick. How y'all doing? By the way. Okay. I don't know really what so I didn't look because I was not on the screen, but did y'all see or hear? Was it 11:50 or 11:30 that he said that I can rewind it and find out, but I can also wait and see what you guys say, what time we're going to be back from recess. That way I can post it in a banner on the screen. Hold on. This is wild. I'm so glad. Look, I've been trying to get this thing scheduled forever, right? So instead I worked on like within my Gemini or whatever, Google AI, I'm getting it to help me streamline everything so that, once I do that, then it's like, okay, it'll have, steps for me to take to make it easier so that I don't stunt like I've been doing. Cause I mean, I'm just overwhelmed myself and then, and then I don't end up showing up. And so it really sucks and it wears me out, especially after doing it since what, like 2021 October is whenever I first started going live. And I mean, you got to have all the things. Anyways, it's just a lot to do and still. And I'm like, how do all those people do it? They make it look so easy. But so I'm working on trying to be proactive instead of reactive. And so I'm gonna go and see what let's see. Hey.
Krisha,
Yeah.
it said, I wrote it on there and then I lost it. I put in the private chat, I wrote,
okay.
It's 11:10 a.m. and that's Mountain Time, so it should be starting back up in about a minute, according to that. But I'm looking at it too.
All right, let me change it out with this. Lisa, I mean, how does she go from not making any facial expressions during her trial to, I mean, like throwing gang signs, basically?
Different drugs, different food, different. I don't know.
Like
she looks like she's checked out to me some kind of way. Like
she looks different today, I think. That's just that's my
and also she's like, are y'all talking about me? Who, me?
I know.
But
like they have
what?
audacity to throw these things at her.
I do think, and it's like I said, it's because of what happened at the beginning of the trial. Here we're going. I'll shut up.
I was going to throw the comments on there, but they cover her face, and I was like, as much as we don't want to see it, I have to look at it. I'm like, oh, where's her face? So, those poor boys have been, so traumatized by her actions. It's
oh my
so
gosh!
Evil. What?
Did someone commented in the chat that the little one, the younger daughter, can't see the boys? What was that all about?
That's what I look. Katie and Amy.
So Katie and Amy are fighting and she can't see the boys?
Did y'all notice during the trial that the sisters and the dad, like they never sat with each other? And I was like, well, maybe they want their space. I get it, but also it's like no interaction. So anyways, I'm not a prying person, but I was kind of like, what is that?
Wow. Wow.
But I mean,
I don't know.
I relate with Amy. All right, gotta go.
We're back on the record in 231-500-139. Mr. Bloodworth, just to confirm, anything further from the state? No. Okay. Ms. Lewis, Ms. Nestor, please tell me what's contemplated.
Your Honor, I have some opening remarks, then we have some letters that some of which we've been asked to read, others are here to read themselves. Due to the excessive publicity, several of the people have asked that only you and the prosecutor know their names, and that we not say their names. And so I'm going to provide you with each letter as we go that has their actual names on it. All of them are willing to confirm with you privately that they've written these letters as officers of the court. We assure you they have, but they did not want to appear on camera.
That's fine.
And then after we do a set of the letters, Mr. Ramos has some very brief remarks, and then we're going to put on 3 more. Then Ms. Lewis will close out remarks, and then Ms. Richins will do her allocution at the very end.
Understood.
If that's sufficient.
Is that too loud, girl?
Thank you.
Is that too loud? Too loud.
May it please the court. Excuse me. We began this journey when Kouri Richins stood before this court, stood before your honor and entered a plea of not guilty. And now, after being convicted by a jury, she stands before you again. And on this day, she will tell you again that she did not do what she has been convicted of doing. And that is her right under the law. And we, her advocates, we are tasked with a sacred duty, a duty to protect and preserve her constitutional rights at all costs. In the face of criticism, scorn, and ridicule from the public, the media, and anybody else connected with this case, we have been committed to our duty throughout this trial, and we remain so today. It is our privilege and honor to stand beside Kouri. We believe in her innocence completely. And we will continue to stand by her as she takes her appeal to the next level, to a higher court. But that battle remains for another day. Today, she stands before you, convicted by a jury of 5 felony counts. We recognize and honor that this court is also tasked with a sacred duty, a duty under the Constitution and laws of our state to decide the appropriate sentence in light of Ms. Richins' convictions. The enormity of that responsibility cannot be denied. Everything we will present to your honor today is submitted for your consideration with an abiding faith in the court's commitment to its sacred duty, and in the prayerful hope that mercy will prevail over calls for retribution. As the state has conceded in their briefing, in order to decide an appropriate sentence, it is right and just for this court to look not only at the conduct for which Kouri Richins has been convicted, but also at her entire life. The good things she has done, making her worthy of the mercy of this court. Things such as the personal traits and characteristics that suggest she is not the monster that the prosecution portrays, but a human being, a mother, a daughter, a sister, a friend, a person that has made mistakes, but a person who has loved deeply, a person who's completed acts of kindness and love and care toward others, a person who's contributed to her community, a person who, even in the darkest time of her life, reached out to help others who were incarcerated alongside her, a person who unselfishly tried to ease the pain her family and friends experienced as a result of this case. Now, we have asked people who know Kouri the best to show you the person they know and love. You will hear from family and friends who saw her the most. You will hear from people who worked with her. You will hear from people who spent time with her since she's been incarcerated and have seen how committed she is to rehabilitation while she's in jail. Even more telling, you will hear how she's helped others even when facing unbearable situations in her own life. All of these individuals will reassure this court that she can be productive and make positive contributions in a carceral setting. You've heard from the state their cry for the harshest punishments available under our laws. Yet you also presided over this trial. You saw the evidence and the absence of facts that would justify such penalties. I am sure this court is aware of what a sentence of life without parole actually means in a prison setting. These individuals are locked down in their cells 23 hours a day. They are not provided with the opportunity to participate in programming, seek education, work at jobs in the prison. For all intents and purposes, they are treated as death row inmates. They are denied in-person visitation. They are stripped of any sense of community or humanity. They have no hope of any future reunification with the people they love. Out of the thousands and thousands of cases that go through our criminal justice system, less than 100 individuals have been determined to be worthy of a sentence of life without parole. And that is because judges throughout this state understand that such a sentence presumes that an individual is wholly incapable of redemption or rehabilitation and should be punished in the worst way imaginable until they die alone in a cage. And Ms. Lewis will talk more about that later. But in the meantime, you're also going to hear from 3 people who've never met Kouri Richins. They know nothing about her case, but they know about what life without parole means. You are going to hear from a mother whose son was murdered and how many years ago she was in the position that the Richins family is in now. You will hear about her journey to forgiveness and how after many years she came to regret seeking the penalty of life without parole for her son's killer. You will hear from a woman who understands how Kouri's boys feel. Her father killed her mother and was sentenced to prison. You will hear how she learned to forgive her father and how she's enriched her life through finding her way into a relationship with him again. And you will hear from a former prosecutor, someone who sat right where Mr. Bloodworth sits now, and how he personally witnessed the rehabilitation and tragic end of an individual he put behind bars for life. All of these perspectives are important because they remind us and the court that the recognition of the precious gift of life takes many forms and can change over time. They remind us that the decisions made by this court today can reflect our own humanity and inspire us all to have hope and believe in forgiveness. Finally, Your Honor, you're going to hear from Ms. Richins herself. Her allocution is unusually long. She has worked very hard on it. We asked the court to allow her to take about 30 minutes or so to read her words aloud. She is going to share with you what matters most to her in this world, her love for her boys. It is all she has left. Everything else she has ever held dear in her life has been stripped from her. It is her hope that in openly and honestly sharing her love and hopes and dreams for her boys with you, that you will see what it is inside of her that is worth saving, that is worthy of mercy, and that is filled with hope, humanity, and love. So with the court's indulgence, we'd like to read aloud some letters that have been provided to us. As I discussed, some have asked us to read it and only share the names with you in the prosecution. Some are here to read them themselves. And we are grateful to the court's indulgence to listen. And we're going to start with a letter from Kouri's mother, and Ms. Lewis is going to read that letter. And I have a copy of it that I'm going to provide so the court can read along if you like. And I also have copies for the prosecution as we go.
And we will add this to the information as part of the record.
Thank you, Your Honor. Not public.
Understood.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Good morning, Your Honor. Kouri's mother, Lisa Darden, is here in the courtroom. She's actually, I feel, given me the privilege to read her words. She was concerned about her ability to read them herself. Your Honor, Kouri is my daughter. I write to you today carrying grief that words struggle to hold. First and foremost, I want to acknowledge the loss of Eric. He was my son-in-law, my friend, and a truly wonderful father. Eric had a kind heart and a generous spirit. He was deeply loved, and he will never be forgotten by me or by the many people whose lives he touched. Eric once saved my life, and I have carried that gratitude with me every day since. His legacy lives on most clearly through the 3 beautiful boys he left behind. Your Honor, I speak today as a mother and as a grandmother. The children are my greatest concerns. These 3 boys have endured unimaginable loss and upheaval in their young lives. They lost their father, then their mother, then the sense of safety and continuity every child deserves. Their world has changed again and again through no choice of their own. Whatever sentence is imposed will shape their lives forever. Whatever sentence is imposed, that was their choice. I will continue to watch the boys grow, whether at school, school events, or sporting activities, and throughout their lives. I will keep them in my prayers, hoping they grow into emotionally stable and resilient young men. Kouri is more than the worst day of her life. She is a mother who has devoted herself to her children since the day they were born. Before all of this, she was deeply involved in their schooling, their sports, their faith, and their community. She coached teams, volunteered weekly at school, led youth programs, and taught her boys compassion through service, from food banks to flood relief to helping firefighters and families in need. Her life centered on her family and on helping others. In many ways, everyone impacted by this case has suffered loss. However, the greatest burden has fallen on 3 innocent children. These boys have experienced repeated disruption and trauma at an age when stability is essential. Before these events, they lived in a loving home with 2 devoted parents. They were surrounded by family, supported emotionally and financially, and deeply connected to both their mother and father. Their lives revolved around school, sports, family traditions, and feeling safe and loved. That sense of security was taken from them in stages. First, they lost their father suddenly and without preparation. They were informed by officials rather than being guided gently by a parent, a moment that forever changed their childhood. Their mother then spent more than a year helping them navigate grief, modeling compassion and emotional resilience, and working closely with them to understand loss in age-appropriate ways. She even found creative ways to help them cope emotionally during this painful period. Then, they lost daily access to their mother. Once again, they were told life-altering news by strangers rather than family. The boys were moved between placements, disrupting routines and emotional progress, despite beginning to feel settled and supported. Throughout this time, they maintained a meaningful and positive relationship with their mother through letters, phone calls, visits, and counseling. Later, they were moved again, against their expressed wishes, away from family caregivers and trusted relationships. Each transition compounded their confusion, anxiety, and grief. Children need continuity to heal, yet these boys have experienced repeated separations from the people they rely on most. As a grandmother who helped raise these children, I have also lost daily contact with them. They were a central part of my life, just as I was part of theirs. The separation from their maternal family has been devastating, not only to me, but to the boys themselves, who deserve access to all safe and loving family connections. Your Honor, these children have already endured more than most adults will in a lifetime. Being placed in the middle of adult proceedings and repeatedly confronted with painful realities risks further emotional harm. They love their mother. They need reassurance, not fear, healing, not more loss. I ask the court to carefully consider the cumulative impact on these children and the importance of preserving their emotional well-being and future stability when determining your appropriate sentence. Your Honor, I ask the court to take a moment to consider Kouri Richins as a whole person, beyond headlines or assumptions, and to understand the life she built before this case. Kouri has been driven, disciplined, and committed to growth from a young age. She graduated from high school in 2007, completing her studies a year early. She continued her education and earned her associate's degree in 2010. In 2012, she obtained her bachelor's degree, the same year she became a mother for the first time. In 2013, Kouri married Eric, and together they began building a family. Their second son was born in 2014. Kouri continued pursuing education while raising her children, earning her master's degree in 2017, followed by the birth of their third son shortly thereafter. Professionally, Kouri has consistently worked to better herself and provide for her family. She obtained her real estate license in 2019 and later earned her general contractor's license in 2021, achievements that reflected her work ethic, independence, and determination. In 2022, Kouri experienced a devastating loss with the sudden death of her husband. Despite profound grief, she sought constructive ways to cope and help others, publishing a children's book in 2023 focused on helping children process loss. After her arrest in 2023, Kouri did not retreat from self-improvement. While incarcerated, she earned her paralegal certificate in 2025. In 2026, she completed her MBA, pursuing education under extraordinarily difficult circumstances. She continues to seek opportunities for further education, demonstrating perseverance and a commitment to growth. Your Honor, this timeline reflects a pattern of responsibility, resilience, and continued effort to better herself, even in the most challenging moments of her life. I would like to illustrate Kouri's character through her actions and the way she lived her life, particularly as a wife, mother, and member of her community. Kouri was deeply devoted to her family. She was a committed wife to Eric and a hands-on present mother to their 3 sons. Their marriage was built on partnership and mutual support. Kouri consistently supported Eric in his career, hobbies, and interests, including his involvement in sports and coaching. She encouraged his passions and stood by him throughout their life together. In return, Eric expressed his commitment to caring for his wife and children, and their shared priorities were apparent in the way they lived and parented. As parents, Kouri and Eric focused on raising kind, engaged, and active children. Kouri was closely involved in her son's education, sports, and activities. She volunteered weekly at their school, coached youth soccer and basketball, served as a scout leader, and was present at practices, games, and events. Her time, energy, and focus were always directed toward her children's well-being and development. Beyond her immediate family, Kouri consistently showed compassion for others. She was active in community service and believed strongly in teaching her children empathy through example. Together, they volunteered at food banks, participated in flood relief by filling sandbags for elderly residents, baked cookies for firefighters during fire season, and assembled care packages for families and individuals in need. She also helped ensure that children in the community had proper winter clothes by donating nearly 100 pairs of snow boots to a local elementary school. During the holidays, Kouri made extraordinary efforts to help others, purchasing, wrapping, and delivering hundreds of gifts to families who were struggling. She also demonstrated thoughtfulness in her extended work family by assembling personalized gift boxes and organizing holiday gatherings to bring people together. In 2023, following her husband's death, Kouri published a children's book designed to help grieving children process loss. She donated hundreds of copies to children who had lost a parent and visited schools to read to students dealing with grief. Although the book achieved some commercial success, her intention was not profit. It was to help children feel less alone during one of the most difficult experiences a child can face. Kouri has always viewed her greatest accomplishment as her family, her husband, her children, and the home they built together. Her loyalty to her family is unwavering. As an aunt, she has been a consistent and loving presence in her nieces' and nephews' lives, providing child care support, attending milestones and school events, and assisting her siblings whenever they needed her. She has been the person who organizes family gatherings, holidays, and shared tradition, keeping the family connected. Faith has also played an important role in Kouri's life. She and her children regularly attended church and participated in faith-based community activities, reinforcing values of service, compassion, and responsibility. Your Honor, these are not isolated gestures. They reflect a long-standing pattern of generosity, responsibility, and care for others. Kouri's life before this case was defined by service to her family and community, and by her commitment to raising her children to be compassionate and engaged members of society. From a young age, Kouri demonstrated responsibility and a strong work ethic. While still in high school, she worked nights, weekends, and holidays to help support her aunt's business, using her earnings to pay her own way through college. That sense of responsibility never diminished. She continued to support extended family members whenever they needed help. Only 3 weeks after losing her husband, Kouri faced another profound loss with the death of her uncle. Even while grieving deeply herself, she stepped forward to help her aunt by taking on the responsibility of planning the funeral. This pattern, putting others' needs ahead of her own pain, has been consistent throughout her life. Kouri has always believed that no one should have to navigate grief or hardship alone. Kouri and I share an exceptionally close relationship as mother and daughter. She has stood beside me during some of the most difficult moments of my life, including surgeries and radiation treatments, providing care, support, and comfort without hesitation. Our relationship is built on mutual reliance, trust, and love. I, in turn, have played an active role in her family's life, helping care for Eric, the boys, and Kouri, and being deeply involved in their daily lives. Kouri also shares a strong bond with her brother. Though close in age, and like many siblings growing up, it was the loss of their father shortly after high school that solidified their understanding of the importance of family. Since then, the relationship has only grown stronger. They have supported each other through life's milestones, challenges, and joys. As a mother, Kouri has always made sure her children felt surrounded by family. She intentionally included her brother in holidays, family gatherings, and everyday moments, reinforcing the value of connection and belonging. She welcomed her brother's wife into the family from the very beginning, making a deliberate effort to ensure she felt included and supported. She has constantly offered help with family milestones, celebrations, and responsibilities, always striving to ease stress for others. Kouri takes pride in maintaining a close-knit family. She believes that shared time, whether during holidays, sporting events, small gatherings, or simply simple evenings together, is essential. Creating those moments of connection has always mattered deeply to her, and she has worked intentionally to keep her family united. Kouri played an important and deeply integrated role within the Richins family, particularly during times of hardship. When Eric's mother passed away in Hawaii, Kouri provided steady emotional support to the entire family and assisted in organizing funeral arrangements, stepping in wherever help was needed during a very painful period. Her commitment to Eric's family was genuine and enduring. At one point, Eric's mother expressed that Kouri was not simply her daughter-in-law, but her daughter, a reflection of the closeness and trust Kouri had earned within the family. Kouri and Eric prioritized time with extended family, creating meaningful memories together, including regular visits to St. George, Utah, to spend time with Eric's grandmother. When one of Eric's sisters faced unemployment, Kouri helped her secure work at the hospital where she herself was employed. She also routinely provided childcare for her sister-in-law's children, allowing them time together as a couple. Her involvement went beyond logistical help. She always participated in family milestones, including serving in a bridal party and assisting with wedding planning for another of Eric's sisters. During a particularly difficult period in that sister's life, Kouri accompanied her to a self-help retreat, offering both emotional support and companionship. Within the Richins family, Kouri often served as a source of calm and connection. She consistently worked to ease tensions, provide comfort, and maintain relationships during challenging moments. Her efforts contribute significantly to the overall well-being of the family. Kouri's compassion extended well beyond her immediate and extended family. She opened her home to the parents of a friend whose house had been damaged, offering them a safe place during a difficult time. When another friend's parents lacked firewood, their sole source of heat during the winter, Kouri arranged for a truckload of wood to ensure they stayed warm. She maintained close, supportive friendships, participated fully in friends' major life events, and was actively involved in the lives of their children. As a neighbor, Kouri was equally attentive and caring. Her home was offering a gathering place for neighborhood children, and she routinely prepared meals for parents working late or offered help to neighbors facing illness, including one undergoing chemotherapy. Her generosity was never performative. It was quiet, consistent, and motivated by genuine concern for others. Kouri is not a perfect person, but she is an authentic one. Her life has been marked by steady acts of kindness, loyalty, and service toward her family, her friends, and her community. She has always found purpose in easing the burden of others and helping people through difficult moments. Following Kouri's separation from her children, they were placed in a living situation that differed from what they expressed as their preference, despite having strong and meaningful bonds with extended family who had long played an active role in helping raise them. As young children, they had little control over these decisions, which added to their sense of uncertainty and loss. Kouri's sons are now facing significant emotional challenges in their day-to-day lives. They are processing grief, separation, and repeated changes, all at an age when stability is critical. Like their mother, Kouri's eldest son is especially sensitive and expressive, and he has struggled deeply with these transitions. All three boys are currently receiving counseling, which has been essential in helping them cope. Kouri has consistently supported therapeutic intervention and has emphasized the importance of counseling, not only for each child individually, but for the family as a whole. In particular, she has advocated for additional individual support for her eldest child, recognizing his specific emotional needs. The circumstances surrounding their separation and the rules governing communications have made it difficult for Kouri and her children to openly share their feelings with one another. This limitation has taken an emotional toll on both the boys and their mother. Important thoughts, reassurances, and emotions often remain unspoken, creating additional stress and sadness. As a mother, Kouri experiences deep anguish over her inability to comfort her children as she once did. She worries constantly about their emotional well-being and struggles with the pain of knowing they are hurting while being unable to fully support them. Her concern for her sons remains constant and unwavering. Kouri has endured profound emotional and personal suffering since the loss of her husband. She is grieving the absence of the man she loved and built a life with, while navigating separation from her children and family under intense public scrutiny. The weight of these losses is immense, and it has affected not only Kouri, but her entire family, her mother, her children, and those who love her. Despite being incarcerated, Kouri has continued to demonstrate resilience and personal responsibility. Within the confines of jail, she has dedicated herself to education and self-improvement, using her time to study and work toward meaningful goals. These efforts reflect her character and her desire to grow, contribute, and remain a constructive presence, even under extremely difficult circumstances. Like many marriages, Kouri and Eric faced challenges. When difficulties arose, they chose to address them responsibly by seeking marriage counseling rather than turning away from one another. Those efforts strengthened their relationship. By all accounts from those closest to them, they were in a period of renewed connection and commitment, focused on their family and their future together. Your Honor, I stand before you as Kouri's mother. I love my daughter. I have known her for her entire life, not just through this case. I cannot speak to every aspect of what the court has considered, but I can speak to who she is as a human being, as a mother, and as a member of her family. I do not believe that Kouri did this, nor do I believe Kouri could possibly be capable of this crime. I can't validate what she did financially one way or another, and that's something Kouri will have to live with. I respectfully ask the court to consider a sentence that holds Kouri accountable for the jury's verdict, while still allowing for the possibility of mercy and hope. A sentence without the opportunity for parole would permanently separate her from her children and leave no room for redemption. Kouri's life has meaning, especially to her 3 sons and her family, and I respectfully ask that the sentence reflect not only accountability, but also the potential for rehabilitation and the profound long-term impact on innocent children. Your Honor, I ask from a mother's heart that Kouri be given a sentence that allows the possibility of a future, one in which she can continue to grow and one day be a positive presence in life and her children's lives again. I firmly believe the jury reached an incorrect conclusion and that this outcome represents a profound injustice driven by personal bias. I do not believe Kouri is capable of committing murder. No one understands or loves her children as deeply as their mother does. Thank you for listening, Your Honor. I love you, Kouri, Carter, Ashton, and Weston. Her story does not end with this sentence. It is the strength of her comeback that will define it.
Your Honor, at this time, we would ask Renee Odom. She is going to read her own letter. We ask that she approach the podium, and I will provide it to the court and the prosecution as well.
Of course. Renee, good morning. One moment, please. Thank you. Renee, please proceed.
My name is Renee Odom, and I am here today as the sister of Kouri Richins. I want to begin by saying nothing I share today is meant to excuse or lessen the seriousness of what has brought us here. Eric's life was taken, and that loss is permanent. I want to acknowledge Eric by name and say that I loved him. He was kind to me. He was a part of my life, a part of my children's life, and a part of my family. He matters deeply, and he is missed. This tragedy has devastated our family, and its deepest impact continues to fall on Kouri's 3 boys. For more than 3 years now, they have been unable to see or speak with their mother. They have lost their father, and at the same time, they have lost access to their mom. Even in separation, Kouri has never stopped being their mother. She writes to her boys every single week. She reaches out every birthday, every holiday, holding on to that connection with everything she has and reminding them that they are loved. Kouri is my baby sister, and she has been an integral part of my life and the lives of my children. She has shown up for our family in ways that are impossible to count. I was there at her graduation from high school. I was there for the wedding of Kouri and Eric, moments filled with love, hope, and dreams for the future. She was there for my wedding and the birth of my son. She was there for me when I graduated college. She stood beside me at the baptism of both of my daughters. She poured her heart into giving my oldest daughter a beautiful sweet 16. These were not obligations to her. This is who she is. Kouri has always been the glue that held our family together. She hosts every Christmas. She planned every family vacation and made sure that no one ever felt forgotten or left behind. She believes deeply in helping others, and she has lived with this belief throughout her life. Even from behind bars, Kouri has continued to help people, offering support and encouragement and kindness any way she can. That desire to be of service has never left her. Kouri's a great sister, an awesome aunt, an amazing daughter, and she will always be a devoted mother. She's also the smartest person I know. Kouri has earned 2 master's degrees and is applying to a PhD program. Growth and learning and becoming better for herself and others have always mattered to her. Most of all, she loved her husband and her children with everything that she was. I continue to struggle to reconcile this tragedy with the loving sister and the mother I've always known. I understand and respect the court's responsibility to impose a just and lawful sentence. I am not here to challenge the verdict or to minimize the harm that has occurred. I only ask that the court see the full human picture, the pain, the accountability, the lifelong consequences that are already being carried. Please leave room for hope of a life with her boys. The impact of this tragedy will remain with Kouri and her children for the rest of their lives. Our family deeply feels the absence of her presence and that of her boys, her guidance and her love. I love you, Kouri, and I will always stand by you. Thank you, Your Honor, for letting me speak and considering my words.
Your Honor, at this time, I'm going to read a letter from Kouri Darden. Your Honor, at this time, we'd like to read a brief letter from Kouri Darden. That is Kouri's sister-in-law, who also worked with her at her real estate business. I know Your Honor heard some testimony about that. She has a newborn baby, so she can't be here. Your Honor, I was introduced to the Richins family around 8 years ago, excuse me, and was able to have been around Kouri, Eric, and the boys since the youngest was 1. I spent many days, weekends, holidays, birthdays, barbecues, etc. with them all, and was able to learn so much about the family dynamic and the love they had for one another. No, their family wasn't perfect. No one's is. But those boys were loved beyond belief by both parents. Kouri and Eric did everything for the boys, to protect them, to teach them, to encourage them, to show them love, and mostly to show them 2 loving parents. My heart goes out to the 3 boys, as they do not deserve to be going through all this, as well as they do not deserve to be alienated from one side of their family. I miss them dearly every day. To know Kouri is to know the love she has in her heart. Kouri is one of the most selfless and caring people I know. She lived for those boys and lived to be the best wife she could be. Yes, she made mistakes in her marriage, as we know. So did Eric. But at the end of the day, they chose each other and their family. As a loving mother, exceptional caretaker, and benevolent humanitarian, Kouri was truly a devoted volunteer. She never stood still when she knew she could help another, embodying the definition of true character. From the moment this sudden, unexplainable tragedy occurred, there has been a distaste for Kouri for personal reasons rather than factual reasons. From allegations made by individuals she regarded as family, to authorities not conducting a systemically correct investigation and then not being given a suitable, unbiased venire. The conclusion of this case seemed inevitable. Although I am not here to argue the verdict, I am here to help provide perspective on views you are unable to hear about. Kouri is a mother, a sister, a daughter, an aunt, widow, and at the end of the day, an imperfect person striving for grace. She is someone whom the community trusted, neighbors enjoyed, and her boys counted on as a supporter. I respectfully ask that the court consider the totality of her character and her full life history when making a determination. Here, the next individual that spoke is Kouri's aunt. This is Lisa's sister. Her name is Doreen Kouri. Your Honor, thank you for allowing me to speak today. I have spent many sleepless nights trying to find the right words for this moment because it is heartbreaking to stand here and speak about someone I care deeply about in a courtroom like this. I believe in you, Kouri, and I'm very proud to be your aunt. I stand before the court not to minimize the seriousness of this case, but to speak about the person I've known outside of these proceedings. The woman I know is not the monster these proceedings may have made her appear to be. When I think about her, I do not think about charges, headlines, or verdicts. I think about the mother I watched love her children with every part of herself. I think about the woman who worked hard to build a better life through education, determination, and sacrifice. I think about someone who wanted more not only for herself, but for her children and the people she loved. Her children were never just part of her life, they were her entire world. I watched her celebrate their accomplishments, comfort them in difficult times, and carry the weight of motherhood every single day. She loved fiercely, deeply, and unconditionally. Eric and those boys were her life. Both Eric and Kouri were very loving and attentive parents. They were solid, they loved hard, and they played hard. I also watched her work tirelessly to educate herself and create stability for her family. She pushed herself because she believed in building a meaningful future. She was proud of what she accomplished, but even more proud of being a mother. This conviction does not erase the years of humanity, goodness, and compassion that existed before this moment. I know there are people who may only see the charge or the verdict, but I ask the court to remember a person is more than the worst moment of their life, or in this case, more than a verdict that many of us still struggle to understand and accept. The woman I know is compassionate, intelligent, nurturing, and deeply human. I do not believe she's cruel or beyond redemption. I believe there's still goodness in her, and I know there are many others who believe that too. Whatever sentence is imposed today will not only affect her, it will echo through the lives of her children, her family, and everyone who loves her for years to come. Her children still need their mother's guidance, love, voice, and presence in whatever way they can still have it. I understand the weight of the court's responsibility, and I speak with respect for these proceedings. I only ask that when sentencing is considered, the court remembers the whole person standing before you today. Not only this moment, but the years she spent loving, learning, sacrificing, and being devoted mother. I love you, Kouri, and I love those precious boys. I ask for mercy, I ask for compassion, and I ask that the court see the humanity in her so that so many of us have seen for years. All right, the next one is an individual that did not want their name read in the public, so I'm going to provide it to the court and the prosecution only. This is a close friend of the family. To the Honorable Judge Mrazik, I'm writing to respectfully share my personal relationship and observations with the Richins family and 3 young boys, and to ask that you consider sentencing Kouri to 25 years to life rather than life without the possibility of parole. From 2017 to 2019, I had the privilege of working as a babysitter for Kouri and Eric's 3 children. I was able to view this family at a time when things in life were good for them. The youngest, Weston, was still in diapers, and we worked on potty training together. What struck me most during that time was the stable, loving, and orderly home the 3 boys had to grow up in. Kouri was a young mother, close in age to 2 of my own children, and she'd established a true house of order. The home was beautifully decorated. I particularly remember the bright fall decor. The walls were lined with photos of the boys at different ages, and they had a wonderful playroom over the garage. The family worked together, played hard together, and clearly loved one another. I recognized the effort and pride in caring for her family. When she was out of town one week, she left detailed meal plans for me to use the crock pot, so Eric could come home each night to dinner with the boys. Those meals were so good that I replicated them for my own family. I was so impressed by her age progression photo display in the hallway that I had canvases made of my own grandchildren in a similar fashion. I even copied some of her simple but festive fall decorations and bought similar cowboy kid toys for my grandchildren after seeing how much her boys enjoyed them. Kouri's positive influence extended beyond her own family. I brought many of her ideas home with me. I do not wish to minimize the tragedy of this case. I watched the funeral online and was heartbroken, especially hearing young Carter say he would now be the man of the house. I believe Kouri deeply cares for her children, and I have to believe they love her as well. 3 boys' lives will be forever affected by the court's decision. I believe in the possibility of rehabilitation and the value of preserving hope. I respectfully ask that you not eliminate the chance that one day these three sons would be able to make their own choice as to whether or not to have a relationship with their mother. Kouri is not a threat to society. Please give her the opportunity to serve her sentence with the possibility of someday returning to her family. Thank you for your time and considering my perspective. Your Honor, the next individual that's going to be addressing the court is going to do it himself. And that is Mr. Greg Hall, and he's here to read his statement to the court.
Sir, please proceed.
Good morning. Good morning, Your Honor. Before I say anything else, I want to express my deepest sympathy and most sincere condolences to the Richins and Darden's families. Nothing I say today is meant to diminish the weight of what has brought us into this courtroom today. My name is Greg Hall. I have known Kouri for over 7 years, both personally and professionally. And we have stayed in daily contact by phone, text, and in-person visits throughout her entire incarceration here in Summit County. I'm here today to share with you what I have witnessed firsthand about the person I know. In the years before Kouri was incarcerated, she made a habit of looking for people who were struggling. She not only volunteered for many years at children's schools and donated, but you heard about the 100 pairs of snow boots, but she also did follow up to make sure that those children had clothes. She has volunteered at the soup kitchen for years and brought her boys along with her because she wanted them to teach them about service and kindness to others. When Kouri found out a neighbor had been diagnosed with cancer, she anonymously arranged for a massage therapist to visit her. When my own wife was in an auto accident, a care package showed up at our home. If a family was having a difficult time purchasing a home, she would offer to take little or no commission in order to help them. Please know that none of these things were ever done for recognition. They were done because all she ever wanted to do was good. Your Honor, what I would like the court to understand the most is that the goodness and kindness toward other people that defined Kouri before her arrest has not gone away since being incarcerated. When new inmates arrive frightened and disorientated, Kouri is the first to step in. She helps them get their footing in an environment that is unfamiliar and frightening to them. She's also tutored other inmates working to further their education. She has helped women who cannot read or write navigate through the system and draft letters to their family on the outside. When women in her unit receive bad news from home, she is the first to sit with them and comfort them. She's used her time inside to study, and she takes her studies very seriously. She has earned multiple degrees, including a master's degree since being incarcerated, because she wants to be of use to other incarcerated women who struggle with literacy, with their legal paperwork, and with the simple daily reality of being inside. She enjoys studying religion and ethics and the practical application they have in our lives. She attends weekly church services and has helped to create new programs within the jail that other inmates now rely on. She studies late into the night, every night. She prays for her boys and for her family every day. She also prays for others in need. She writes to her sons, though her letters are returned to her unopened. She has not stopped trying to contact them, to express her love for them. Your Honor, the Kouri that I talk with each day is still filled with kindness, with goodness. Even to this day, as we speak to one another, she continues to ask and care about how people on the outside are doing. My family, her family, people we mutually know, before ever talking about herself. I'm not here to argue with the verdict of this court. I am here to tell you that the person I have known for over 7 years is still there, still trying, still useful to people around her in the small ways available to her to continue to be of service and provide acts of kindness. I only ask that the court please take this into consideration today. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir.
Your Honor, the next two letters are from individuals who are investors with Ms. Richins in her real estate business. Both of these individuals did experience losses of money. So although they may not be victims in this case, they I guess are technically victims in the case that is pending. So I think their perspective is important. The first one, for some reason, I only have one copy. I'm going to give just a moment for Mr. Bloodworth to read it. Then I'll read it and then I'll hand it to the court.
Thank you.
Honorable Judge Mrazik, I'm writing to you regarding whatever sentence you need to impose on Kouri Richins. I implore you to impose the lowest sentence possible, including the possibility for parole. Due to the defense resting in this case, you and the jury only heard everything negative that could possibly be said about her from the prosecution, their witnesses, and the media. There was always another side of her that was not presented. As one of the investors in some of Kouri Richins' properties, she never asked that we invest. We always asked her after seeing the quality of the work done. She had a real estate license and got a general contractor's license. Yes, we made money on some of the properties, and yes, we lost money on the legacy property due to her arrest. She made sure we were aware that we could lose our investments. During the time we did spend with her, we found her to be honest, caring, super smart, and constantly talking about her love of Eric and her children. She adores those boys and was involved in all aspects of their lives and very proud of all of them. I understand she has used the time in jail to obtain a second master's degree. I honestly believe that even spending time in prison, that she could still be a valuable and contributing member of society and hopefully one day have a relationship with her boys. I do totally understand how difficult it is to have someone's life in your hands, as I felt that weight as an Air Force flight nurse in Iraq many times, caring for our wounded warriors. We all need to have hope. Please do not take that from her, as she has already lost so much. And I'm not going to reveal the name on public.
Thank you.
The second one is also an investor, Your Honor, that did lose a significant amount of money. So some type of victim status here. Honorable Richard Mrazik, thank you, Your Honor, for the opportunity to address the court at this sentencing hearing. Actually, okay, I do have extra of that one. Thank you for the opportunity to address the court at this sentencing hearing for Kouri Richins. May I first say that I was so impressed with your professionalism and demeanor during the trial. It appeared to me that you were very thoughtful in trying to judge fairly during the court proceedings. I would like to speak on my real estate experience with Kouri over the 3 years that I invested in 10 or more fix and flip home transactions. My wife, my son, and I were so impressed with Kouri and the great job she did in finding and remodeling the homes that we invested in. She worked hard at making those properties look beautiful after they were remodeled, and we all made money from them. We could not have been more proud of Kouri and happy for her and her family. Knowing from her brother Ronnie that she'd lost her father at a younger age, I told her once in a text message that I was unofficially adopting her as my daughter. She was a great mom for her boys, and she and Eric were so involved in their lives. What has happened since has been a tragedy for all the families involved. I never met Eric, but knew that he and his workers helped with some of the stonework on the remodels. Kouri and Eric helped stage a house that my son and I remodeled that Kouri found for us in Ogden. She listed it and had it sold in 3 days. Those were good times when the market was great for doing fix and flips, and we all benefited from it. Unfortunately, about the time of Eric's passing, the market changed and interest rates skyrocketed. Those who had house remodel properties suddenly found the buyer's market dried up and houses were not selling. We lost money as well as many of our friends in the real estate business. In watching some of the proceeding on court TV, I personally did not think that the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt that Kouri was guilty and responsible for Eric's death. I was surprised with the jury's verdict because it left doubt in my mind based on the testimonies given. Kouri has lost everything: her husband, her 3 young boys, friends, family, and her home. May I appeal to the court that her sentencing may grant her the possibility of parole at some future time. Thank you for your kind consideration. And also this name we are not reading out loud. We also have several very short statements from people who have worked with Ms. Richins in the jail. These are volunteers that give their time, no money, that come to the jail to help people that are incarcerated to try to better themselves and better their lives. This first one is from the art class facilitator, Ms. Katie Fish. Dear Judge Mrazik, I'm writing to you today on behalf of Ms. Kouri Richins. I have known Kouri over the last 2 years within the context of the educational programs for the Summit County Justice Center. I facilitated art class as a representative of Mountain Life Church. In that art class, Kouri's carried herself with ease and warm regard to the other inmates and those of us present as facilitators. While she's shown care for the other inmates, she has also been very respectful to those of us facilitating. Even when she had been carrying challenging emotions, she's conducted herself with respect and grace. I understand that my interactions have been limited and have been laced with an expectation of certain polite behavior, but it is also not just a given that inmates will uphold that same respect and decorum. She has chosen to present with ease, care, and grace. From the brief conversations we've had about her life, I do believe she is a different person from who she was before being there. I hope and pray that her heart continues to be led toward faith and transformation. Thank you for your time. The next individual is another volunteer who teaches the class of biblical truth at the jail. This individual is named Eric Aper. Dear Honorable Richard Mrazik, my name is Eric Marty Aper. Through Mountain Life Church in Park City, I've been a volunteer at the Summit County Jail for 8 years, helping to teach biblical truth to those incarcerated there and leading church services on Sunday afternoons. Kouri Richins has been a regular attendee of these services since May of 2023, the start of her incarceration, and has shown an amazingly consistent and upbeat, positive attitude. Kouri contributes in the church service discussions. She frequently comes alongside other inmates and encourages them to attend church as well. Not only does she encourage church attendance, she also carries the applicable issues that we discuss back to the pod where she resides, looking to find the peace and love of Jesus Christ in difficult situations where the inmates live. I have witnessed her kindness in talking with and encouraging fellow inmates that they can succeed in drug treatment programs, complete education programs, and work to overcome frustrations that come with poor decisions that end up with incarceration. Please call me with any questions or let me know what I can do to help with regards to Kouri Richins. And then the last one is also, I believe, a pastor that leads church services. Nope, I think I might pull that out. Sunday. Thank you. This next one then is from Craig Moline, who's one of the pastors as well. You can't read that. All I'm doing is to the Honorable Richard Mrazik. Your Honor, I'm one of 4 people privileged to rotate in on Sunday afternoons from Mountain Life Church to lead church services with inmates at Summit County Jail. On any typical Sunday, we will pray with inmates, sing a couple of songs, no matter how bad it may sound, read a psalm and discuss it, and then teach on a subject from Scripture. For 3 years now, Kouri Richins has been in attendance to those services. We've seen her be hospitable to other inmates, inviting them to services. She's participated in discussions, and we've seen her as a help to other inmates. At the beginning, we gave her a study Bible that helps give life application hints along with an explanation of the text. I smiled recently when I saw her Bible sitting in front of her, and I observed it doesn't look new anymore. It looks like a well-read book. In our teaching and discussions, we have talked about being intentional about posturing our hearts before sovereign God and coming to Him with humility with our prayers. We talk about what it means to have a personal and intimate relationship with God through Jesus. She has acknowledged her faith in Jesus and acknowledged she has felt His peace in rough times, what is often expressed in the Psalms. She's commented when life around you falls apart, we still have a God to lean into and who reaches down and cares for us and gives us comfort and hope. The Kouri I know will thrive where she is. She will trust in her God for peace, and she will pray. She will continue to pray for her loved ones, and she will be a positive influence to those around her. Respectfully submitted. And then one last letter from the jail. Oh, yes. This is also a volunteer, an individual named Heidi Tunney. Dear Judge Mrazik, I'm writing to you on behalf of Kouri Richins. I've been working with Kouri over the past 2+ years as a volunteer at the Summit County Correctional Facility. I taught her in the addiction recovery program. I attended church with her on occasion. I worked with her in a yoga program that I started at the facility for the incarcerated men and women too. I found Kouri to be very easy to work with and very enjoyable to be around. She was very thoughtful in her conversations in class. She always showed the utmost gratitude for anything that was done on her behalf. I also noticed that she was a leader among the other incarcerated women. She tended to be a peacemaker and stayed above the fray and away from the pettiness and challenges that sometimes arise among incarcerated women. The women in general respected her and looked to her as a leader. Kouri actually was one of the women that asked me to get a yoga program started for the incarcerated women. She saw a need there and she acted on it. I started and have taught that class for almost 2 years now. Kouri was the most dedicated student. She only missed a couple of times the entire time I taught, and the times she did miss were when she was meeting with attorneys or had court appearances. She has continued to attend even after she was found guilty at her trial. I wish nothing but the best for Kouri. She has a very long road ahead of her. I hope and pray she will continue to use the programs provided to those that are incarcerated to better herself and lead the other women around her. The last letter we have in this section is going to be read by Kouri's brother, Ronnie, who's here to read it himself. And then we're going to have Mr. Ramos. There it is. Mr. Ramos make a few very brief comments. Then we'll conclude with our final 3, and then we'll close out with Ms. Lewis and Ms. Richins, unless the court needs a break. Doing all right?
No, it might make sense to take a break before Ms. Richins, given what you have previewed regarding timing.
Great suggestion, Your Honor. All right, this is, if Ronnie can come on up.
Good morning, Honor. I'd like to address the court with actually a personal letter to bring to Kouri.
Okay.
Little sister, I love you. I miss you. I miss our random banter. I miss your calls. I miss your constantly over-the-top positive attitude every time you speak. I miss our game nights. I miss our stupid finger gun dance after we won a game. I miss our holidays. I miss you sending the boys to wake me up on Christmas morning way too early after we stayed up way too late preparing Christmas for them so that it'd be absolutely perfect. I miss our Sundays together. I miss arguing with the boys about who's better, Messi or Ronaldo, Brady or Rogers. I miss our backyard games. I miss me and the boys running all over you at sports in the backyard and Eric getting mad because you weren't competitive enough and you were really just out there to have fun and laugh. I miss you constantly luring me into your newest ideas and getting me excited about them. I miss vacationing. I miss family volleyball. I miss playing Madden and FIFA with Eric and the boys. I miss your stupid goats. I miss the soccer games and the celebrations we created for the boys after they scored a goal. I miss Carter's smile and his obsession with goat videos. Ashton's freckles and his competitiveness. And Weston's baby blues and tenderheartedness. I miss hearing them say Wani and playing catch in your living room. I miss your family. I miss our family. I miss the life that was stolen. I miss the life that was stolen from us for reasons that we can't yet fully understand. We don't, with 100% certainty, know what happened, Eric. No one does, but we do know with 100% certainty that it wasn't caused by you. We know that, the police know it, the prosecution knows it, and everyone watching this trial knows it. They could not prove their theory, just the opposite, and yet here we are. For some reason, unbeknownst to us, really bad things happen to really good people, Kouri, and you were just really too good of a person, I guess. I promised Dad a long time ago that I'd always look after you and Mom, and I intend on keeping that promise. We will get through this together, and the injustice that's occurred here in this courtroom, it'll be righted in time. Your innocence will shine too brightly to be contained once you've actually had a fair shot at defending yourself. When the day comes, I just know somehow that you're going to change a lot of lives that really need your help. Until then, little sister, just know. Just know that I'm right by your side, and I'll always be right here for you. I love you.
Mr. Rollins.
Morning, Judge. Your Honor, I want to maybe begin by speaking just plainly and honestly. I disagree with the jury's verdict. I'm deeply saddened by the way that justice was rendered in this case. I don't believe that this outcome fully reflects the truth or the humanity involved. But our Constitution demands something difficult of all of us, especially of officers of the court. It demands restraint. It demands respect for the process even when the outcome wounds us. And so, while I disagree with the verdict, I respect the jury's decision. And while I disagree with many of this court's rulings, I respect the lawful authority of this court, of Your Honor. This is because the rule of law only survives if we continue to honor it, even in moments of disappointment and pain. But as a Catholic, there's one authority higher than any courtroom, verdict, or government power, and that is God. I say that as a reminder of humanity and of human limitation. Our system of justice is imperfect because every human is imperfect. I think that humility matters here today. It matters because the sentence of life without parole risks becoming something greater than punishment. It risks becoming the declaration that redemption no longer matters. The late Pope Francis said that life without parole is just a death penalty in disguise because it extinguishes something fundamental to human dignity, and that is hope. Hope to all involved, victims, condemned alike. Refusing to impose a sentence of life without parole today doesn't mean Kouri is going to walk free. It doesn't mean that she will someday leave custody. She may very well spend the rest of her natural life in prison. It also does not mean that her victims who have spoken today, her kids, doesn't mean that they have to forgive her. They may never change their minds. They may never forgive their mother. And also, no court has the authority to demand that they do. But refusing to impose a sentence of life without parole does mean that we do not close the door completely. It means we do not presume to know with absolute certainty what a human life, victim or condemned, may become decades from now. It means that we do not extinguish hope entirely. Time changes people, pain changes people, grief changes people. Even victims and victims' families over years and decades sometimes arrive at places their present suffering could never foresee. Some discover forgiveness, some discover peace, some simply discover that healing and permanent condemnation are not always the same thing. And others don't. A sentence of life without parole assumes none of that human change matters. Not the change in the person condemned, not the change in those harmed. A life without parole sentence freezes every human being, victim and condemned, inside the worst moment of their life and declares that moment permanent. Our Constitution demands more restraint than that, because the real measure of justice is not what we do when mercy is easy. It is whether we preserve humanity when mercy is hardest. No sentence handed down today will undo suffering. A different verdict wouldn't have reversed tragedy. But there is a profound moral difference between saying you must be punished and saying you are beyond redemption forever. One is justice restrained by humility. The other risks becoming judgment without end. And no human institution possesses the moral certainty to make that judgment absolutely. That lies with God alone. Thank you, Coach.
Thank you, Mr. Rose.
Your Honor, I told you in the opening statements that we were going to do something a little bit different when we called upon some perspectives of people that don't even know Kouri, but that have been through this horrific journey through no choice of their own. One is from a mother whose son was murdered. Again, we're going to just share her name with only the court and the prosecution. Honorable Judge Richard Mrazik. I'm going to skip the names, including the name of her son. My son was murdered almost 30 years ago in a random act of violence. He was only 18 years old. The man who killed him was just a few months older. I know the kind of grief that changes your life. I have felt the despair, darkness, and rage that comes from that loss. I know what it's like to try to rebuild your life with a heart that will never be whole again. And I know what it feels like to believe that the only thing that will ease that pain is inflicting pain on the person responsible for never getting another day with the one you love. I grieve with the family of Eric Richins. I am heartbroken for them, especially his children. And I want to be clear that nothing I'm sharing today about the criminal justice system and its many failings should be taken as any sort of criticism of them and how they feel or act in their grief. But I feel compelled to share my perspective with the court because I wish I had known what might be on the other side of experiencing the grief of losing my son and trying to navigate the criminal justice process at the same time. and I don't envy the decisions you have to make. I only want to tell you a little of what one broken-hearted mother has learned, and that is that the criminal justice system needs more humanity. It needs more mercy. And I know this because of the man who murdered my son. Sending someone to prison without the possibility of parole should be reserved for the very rare, absolutely most heinous cases. Sending someone to prison without the possibility of parole is to decide they are irredeemable, that they are not capable of change, and will never be worthy of our trust again. It is a fate so bleak, I am not sure how anyone survives it, let alone do what my son's killer did. He went into the worst place imaginable and found a way to be a better human being. He spent the first 18 years of his adult life in maximum security. Those who are sentenced to life without the possibility of parole have few opportunities to participate in programs or work because resources are limited, and why would they waste them on someone who's never getting out of prison? The criminal justice system has gotten better and better at punishment. Mercy has almost been extinguished. We're supposed to find a balance. We're supposed to remember that these are human beings, and these decisions will ripple through generations, even strangers. I am afraid with the increasing number of people sentenced to life without even the possibility of parole, we've decided it's easier to throw people away than to try and help them change, or even allow them to try and make amends for their mistakes. Far too often we let our fear and our pain put the focus on punishment with no consideration for mercy. I did that. I wanted the man who killed my son to die. I wanted him to suffer. I didn't care what happened to him as long as he never got out of prison. But as much as I know about pain and loss, I know more about hope and forgiveness, and that's thanks in part to the man who killed my son. He was sent to one of the worst places in the world and became one of the best people I know. Nearly 20 years after my son's death, I received a letter he wrote, expressing his sorrow and his remorse. His apology helped me heal, deepened my forgiveness, and created a bond that continues to bless the lives of many people. I know that every case is different, but I also know the power of hope. I believe in second chances. I believe a life sentence imposes punishment without destroying hope. My personal hope for Kouri is that she does what that individual did, that she finds a way to become a better person no matter what. I thank you for taking the time to read this letter. I know it's a heavy burden to make this decision. I express love and support to those involved and pray we'll all be better to each other. And then I also would have one more, and then we have someone who's going to testify on WebEx. Speak on WebEx, not testify, sorry, speak on WebEx. This is very short, Your Honor. It is from a former prosecutor that imposed these types of punishments. Thank you so much. Also, I'm keeping his name private. As a matter of fact, I'm going to skip the very first sentence because it would reveal who he is. So I'll just let the court read the first sentence quietly. I was in charge of the prosecution of a young man who committed 2 serious homicides at the Log Haven restaurant. He was prosecuted and found guilty. He was sentenced to 2 consecutive 5-to-life terms. 20 years later, while no longer a prosecutor, I happened to be at the Utah State Prison on government business. I was given a tour of the prison industries unit, and I saw an individual sitting at a large desk in front of a bank of computers. I asked about him and was told that he was the individual who had committed the crimes at Log Haven. I was told he was a model inmate, spoke 5 languages, had 2 master's degrees from Utah State, and was used as a go-between when there was unrest among inmates. He was respected by his fellow inmates. He was indispensable at the industries and had set up the entire computer system to run the unit. Coincidentally, the very next day I was speaking with the son-in-law of the father of one of the victims. He related to me how there had been a complete reconciliation between their family and the killer of their son. They had long ago forgiven him and wondered if I could help getting him paroled. I still had connections in the criminal justice system, and I told him I would try. I subsequently met with him at the prison, and I was equally impressed with how he had turned his life around. We were able to get him an expedited parole hearing. Tragically, he died from suicide a few months later when he was falsely accused of inappropriate access of the state computer system and removed from his position into a secure unit of the prison. This case was a textbook lesson of how rehabilitation can work. He was not the same cocky druggie that we sent to prison 20 years ago. I saw absolutely no reason why he needed to spend more years in custody. Even his fellow inmates told me they were convinced he had done everything to reform himself and become a valuable member of society. I agreed. Keeping someone incarcerated when they've proven themselves is just plain wrong. Prison sentences without possibility of parole create the same issue. I believe it should be reserved for the most violent and dangerous of individuals. Thank you for taking the time to read this. And then Ms. Lewis will introduce the final speaker, and then she'll have her comments, and then we'll take that break.
Who is the person you'd like me to?
Emery Blanchard.
One moment, please. Emery, if you'd please unmute your audio, I'd appreciate it.
Are we able to see her?
Oh, my apologies. Thank you. Emery, can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir, I can.
Okay. Ms. Lewis is going to make an introduction, and then you'll be free to make your statement.
Emery Blanchard understands what no one else in this courtroom understands. What the three children of Kouri are going through. When Emery was 12, I believe she can correct me if I'm off there a little bit, her father violently killed her mother while she and her brother were in the next room. He was convicted, and it was, the state was seeking death, but ultimately he, at that time, when the jury could decide unanimously on death, he was sentenced to life with the possibility of parole. And I'm letting Emery take it from there and see what she wants to say.
Emery, please proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon. I was asked here today to speak about a personal experience. My name is Emery Blanchard. I grew up in Park City, and in 1995, when I was 13, my father murdered my mother, Patty. It was a brutal and premeditated murder, and I was in the house when it happened and witnessed it. It was a death penalty case, but my father was sentenced to life in prison with the possibility of parole. At the time, I wanted him to go to prison for a long time, and I didn't want to see him again. I was afraid for my life and safety as well. My mother's parents and uncle raised me. We would refuse phone calls from the prison, but my family collected every letter he sent and saved them in boxes, just in case I ever wanted to read them. In a short 4 years, when I was about to turn 18, I decided I wanted to see my dad. I had questions regarding the murder that I needed answered for my own mental health. My amazing grandmother offered to take me to the prison while I was a minor if I wanted to see my dad. I wanted to spare her from having to face the man who killed her daughter, so I waited until I was 18 and could go to the prison on my own. I didn't know if I would be fearful of my father, or perhaps even so angry that I might attack him. None of that happened. The moment I saw him for the first time in over 4 years, he simply hung his head and said to me, "I'm sorry." We both burst into tears and held each other. I felt safe and as whole as possible again in his embrace. Yes, this was the man who killed my wonderful mother, but at that moment I realized he was still my dad, and I still needed him. The next decades were good at times and very hard at times. Many years I visited my dad often in prison. Some years were exceptionally hard for me, and I chose not to see him at all. I experienced a full range of emotions, and all of them were valid. I knew for my own health and peace, I had to learn to let go and forgive. No easy task, but this is when I truly mastered empathy and compassion. My father served 25 years until his first parole hearing. I was for parole, but nevertheless, he was denied and given another 5 years. At his age, I knew it was a death sentence, and it was. Just last year, after 30 years of incarceration, he died 4 days shy of his 81st birthday. My second worst nightmare came true, the first being my mom being murdered. I was not able to see him while he was dying. There was no compassionate release. Some may say he deserved that, and maybe he did. I can tell you that no amount of time served ever made this situation right. 20 years, 30 years, and even death. None of it can bring back my mom or repair the immeasurable damage that he caused me and my family. Once 20 years had passed, my grandmother even said to me, "It's been long enough. You want your dad." I wanted my mom, but I did still have a living parent, and I needed him. I don't tell you this story to tell you how to feel or that I understand how you feel. I'm offering that hearts and feelings can change over the years. To honor my mother, I'm a victim advocate who supports people in domestic violence situations, and I now help people with PTSD heal at my ranch in southern Utah using nature, horses, and farm animals as teachers. I teach compassion for humans and animals alike, and I found a way to turn my pain into purpose. But I will tell you honestly that life is still hard, and losing both of my parents at that young age harmed me greatly and left me with a very sad and lonely heart. No amount of prison time made me feel better, and in the later years, my father's incarceration wore on me severely. What I will leave you with is this: hold tightly to the good memories of your father, and in time, perhaps your mother too. Cling to your family and siblings for love and support. Please let love reside in your hearts and not hate. I pray for your family and for your peace and healing. And thank you for allowing me to speak today.
Emery, thank you very much.
Thank you, Emery. Your Honor, there is so much more to sentencing a person than punishment. That is why in sentencing someone, the court must consider the totality of the circumstances, the whole person, and who that person is beyond their worst act. In their sentencing memo, the state cited to State versus Holland, which was a death penalty case. The state quoted the court as follows: "The psychological reality is that aggravating circumstances in first-degree murder cases will virtually always outweigh mitigating circumstances. However, what the state left out is what the court said next, which was that the Eighth Amendment doesn't allow the death penalty in every case, and courts must take a long, hard look at the totality of the circumstances, the values of society, and the value of all human life. And though this is not a death penalty case, the same would apply to a sentence of life without the possibility of parole." Ms. Nestor spoke a little bit about what a life without parole sentence looks like. Locked down for 23 hours a day. If we treated our dogs like this, they would be taken away. Yet, this is how the state wants Kouri Richins to be treated. A sentence of life without parole is saved for only the most heinous of crimes. The state wants to place Kouri in that category. They say she is in that category, but this simply is not the type of crime that we typically see get a sentence of life without parole. Currently, there are approximately only 72 people in Utah serving this sentence. These include people such as Edward Deli, the co-defendant of Vaughn Taylor, who is currently on death row. They killed 2 women, kidnapped 2 young girls, and attempted to kill those girls' father by lighting their cabin on fire. I believe that was in Summit County. It includes Daniel Ray Troyer, a serial killer and rapist of women in their 80s. He was convicted of killing 2 women, admitted to a third, and likely killed a 4th that authorities are aware of. It includes Matthew John Breck, who kidnapped a 10-year-old girl, stabbed her multiple times, severed her spinal cord, and left her dead on her front porch. It includes numerous individuals who brutally murdered children, some who murdered police officers. There are only a handful of people serving life without the possibility of parole for killing a spouse. And in all but one of these that I could find, they killed more than just their spouse. They are individuals who killed their spouse and a child, or killed their spouse and someone else in the process. The only one I'm aware of who killed a spouse and no other individual is Craig Crawford, who set fire to the home of his estranged husband, leaving him to die in the fire. And then there are individuals serving sentences of 15 to life who committed arguably more heinous acts than what Kouri Richins has been convicted of. Eric Sampson abused his wife for 28 years, ultimately killing her in their St. George home, leaving her dead in their bed. He continues to maintain his innocence, and he's serving 15 to life. John Weston Erickson stabbed his wife to death in front of their 2 young children, also injuring his 7-year-old daughter who attempted to wrestle the knife out of his hand, serving 15 to life. Joseph Castillo, his wife, stabbed his wife to death in their garage while his teenage son tried to stop the attack. These men are all serving 15 to life sentences. There are many more examples. Murder is the worst of all crimes, but to say that this particular case is the worst of the worst is simply not true. The state chose the evidence they put forth to obtain their conviction, yet they are not satisfied with what was presented in this court and to the jury, and instead they waited until 2 days before the sentencing hearing and publicly filed what can only be described as a character assassination, filled with unsubstantiated claims from unknown and unsworn sources who will never be cross-examined about these claims. The timing of this filing was no coincidence and left no time for our team to arrange rebuttal witnesses or evidence. Furthermore, it appears that the sentencing memo was not so subtle attempt to get into the public eye evidence they elected to hold back from their case in chief, and then were precluded from presenting when Ms. Richins exercised her Fifth Amendment right to remain silent and submitted the case to the jury without putting on any evidence. To allow the state to use this sentencing hearing as a public platform to make new unsworn allegations untested by cross-examination or sufficient investigation would violate Ms. Richins' right to due process and would be contrary to the the Utah Supreme Court's finding in State versus Limesick. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right, but I have the cite if you want it. Which stating that the due process clause of Article 1, Section 7 of the Utah Constitution requires that a sentencing judge act on reasonably reliable and relevant information and exercising discretion in fixing a sentence. The state's memo should be stricken in its entirety and not considered by this court. Not only are the claims made by the state in their sentencing memo unreliable and irrelevant, much of what they argue is either misleading or outright false. I'm not going to go into everything that we take issue with, but I do want to point out a couple of examples. They state that DCFS supported a finding of emotional and physical abuse by Kouri against her oldest son. What actually happened is that DCFS made an initial finding based solely on reports. This is similar to a probable cause finding that then sends the matter to the juvenile court. The court, however, did not find that Kouri had abused or neglected her children. They found dependent but no fault. In other words, that the children needed intervention, but due to no fault of Kouri Richins, due only to the fact that she had been arrested. They did not even find that she had acted negligently towards her children. The state put forth at length what they believe Kouri's middle son, AR, would have testified to had they been able to call him in rebuttal. Although it is true that Ashton said these things 3 years after the death of his father and after conversations with Eric's family members, this is very different than what he said to law enforcement immediately upon Kouri's arrest a year after Eric's death. At that time, his statements were completely consistent with Kouri's, that Kouri had gone to sleep in his room the night his father died. The state argues that Kouri's boys are afraid in part because she still maintains life insurance policies on them. Kouri was of the belief that these policies were no longer in existence since she had not made any payments on them in over 3 years. And in fact, a letter was sent, or an email was sent from Brian Freckleton, who testified, to Ronnie Darden, as Ronnie is the owner on these policies, that this was over a year ago, that the life insurance policies are lapsing, and wanted to let them know if they chose to do anything about that, which they did not do anything about that. So we only discovered yesterday, Kouri only discovered yesterday that at least 2 of these policies are still active, as the payments have been automatically taken out of dividends. So in other words, the policies have been paying for themselves. These are policies that Eric and Kouri took out together in 2017. However, now that Kouri knows that these are still active, she will cancel them. Hopefully, in all sincerity, this will be one less thing for those boys to worry about. Kouri never asked her family to report criminal activity or asked for criminal prosecutions against any of the Richins family or against Cody Ray. She never asked family members to file bar complaints. And until yesterday, neither Kouri nor anyone from her team had ever heard anything about a dating profile being set up online in the name of a lead detective. She did none of these things. And if they were done by others, it was not her request. We are asking the court to discount any and all allegations in the sentencing memo that have not been previously raised in court in order to be stricken from the record. The court does have before it reasonable and reliable testimony from individuals who know Kouri or who have unique perspectives on the sentence of life without parole that may assist this court in discerning the appropriate and proportionate punishment in this case. The testimony of these individuals revealed that Kouri is so much more than what she has been portrayed as in this case. Everyone who was around her says she was a wonderful mother, just like Eric was a wonderful father. The state argues that she shows no remorse. Kouri has remorse and she has regrets about many things, and you're going to hear some of those when she speaks. However, she cannot show remorse over something she did not do. She maintains her innocence and has every right to do so. Having said that, however, she stands before this court today convicted of the crimes charged, and she fully understands them. So sentence her on what she was convicted on, not what the prosecution says about her character. As much as they think they know her, they do not. They do not know Kouri Richins. Like Alex said, we're saddened by this case. We're saddened by the verdict. I respect the court system so much. I come from a family of judges and attorneys and was raised with the utmost respect for our justice system. I disagree with the verdict, but I respect it. I have to say though, in all the years of practicing, which are now quite a few, this is the first time I've had a client convicted that I believe to be innocent. It was much more painful than I would have anticipated. Over the last 2 years, our team has got to know Kouri. Kouri is one of those clients, very few clients, and I've represented thousands of people. Most of them you don't remember. Many of them you don't like. Many of them, some of them, you feel are dangerous. But Kouri is different. Kouri, every time she calls, asks how we are. There have been times when I've shared bits of my life with Kouri, particularly having children that lost their father before age 10. We've talked a lot about that and what that does to children in the best of circumstances. I can't imagine had my boys not had me. Because the pain and suffering and the long-term effect that it's had on them will never, ever end. But when I share something with Kouri, when I share that someone is ill or that someone is having a problem, sometimes I don't even remember I've said it, and when she calls me, she always asks, how did that turn out? Is your family member okay? Before we talk about her. Every time. The state is not only asking for life without the possibility of parole, they're asking for consecutive sentences. The sentences in this matter should run concurrent to one another. Pursuant to the line of cases, Strunk, Golly, and Smith, the sentencing statute favors concurrent sentences. And looking at the totality of the circumstances, imposing consecutive sentence would constitute an abuse of discretion. In State v. Gray, the Utah Court of Appeals cited Golly and Strunk, holding that the Board of Prisons' ability to grant parole is an integrated component of the rehabilitative needs factor that must be balanced with other required factors. Even though the statutory language has been modified since Strunk, Golly, and Smith, the language still applies. And the Supreme Court and the Court of Appeals still looks to that language. The board should still be allowed to function and make the decision regarding the rehabilitative needs of Ms. Richins. Running sentences consecutive to a sentence of life without parole is senseless. And if this court imposes a sentence of 25 to life on the aggravated murder, but runs the other charges consecutive, the effect will be the same. She will likely never get the opportunity for parole.
I don't think that's true. Have you run the initial guideline? It's a genuine question.
Yes.
I think it only adds.
The guideline on the attempted murder is 192
It only
months
adds 41 months if we run a consecutive.
before she's eligible
Right.
for parole. But, well, I'm gonna come back to that.
Yeah, if
I will.
you're running the guideline differently, I'd like to know.
I mean, no, I'm not running the guidelines differently, but the sentence is, well, I talked about
understand
this.
your larger point, and I apologize for
That's
interrupting you, but if you do have a different running of the guidelines, those forms are not obvious. I'd appreciate it.
Well, I would say a sentence of 25 to life, and then if she serves additional time, does not guarantee parole. And I'm gonna talk more about that.
Okay.
And it's almost unheard of for someone to be paroled at their first parole hearing on these serious offenses. And looking at the totality, there are mitigators. Kouri had no criminal history at the time of Eric's death. She was involved in positive ways in her community. She volunteered regularly. She headed up a sub for Santa every year. She was a friend, a daughter, and a mother, and excelled in these roles. She educated herself. She was involved in every aspect of her son's lives. There is no reason to hold her in prison for life. We asked this court to impose a sentence of 25 years to life. When you put aside all of the media, all of the injuries, and you look at the crime she is convicted of, this is an appropriate sentence. A sentence of 25 to life is not a sentence that guarantees the release of Kouri Richins. It is not saying that she even should be released. What it is saying is that the decision whether she should be released is a decision for someone else to make on another day. A day that will be, at a minimum, 25 to 30 years in the future. A future that could look very different than today. Although today is not a day for forgiveness, that day may come. A sentence that allows for parole is a sentence that gives a pathway to forgiveness. You heard from Emery Blanchard, the only person in this room that understands what the Richins boys have been through. You heard how the day came when she missed her father. She wanted her father in her life. I know that she came to a place that she hoped to spend one more day outside of the prison walls with her father. And that day didn't come. He was not paroled, and he died in prison. I don't minimize what Kouri's boys are saying today. I understand it's contradictory to what other people are saying regarding Kouri as a mother. I don't know why they're saying these things, but what they think and feel today, they are allowed to think and feel those things. They should be. Their feelings are valid, and it's okay. And I think Kouri will say this too, but she wants her boys to know it's okay. People change. All of us change. Kouri will change. Those little boys will change. A sentence of 25 to life will not be easy time. It will be hard time. For the first part of that sentence is generally served in maximum security for the first 3 to 4 years. But if the day comes when her children want to see her face to face, a 25 to life sentence will make that easier for them. If they, like Emery, decide someday they want a relationship with her, even one behind the walls of the prison, a 25 to life will make that possible. And a sentence with the possibility of parole, like I said, does not mean she will be paroled. It's very possible she will spend her life in prison. And quite frankly, if her case does not come back on appeal, and she is in prison and she maintains her innocence, parole's highly unlikely. But the Board of Pardons is uniquely qualified to make that decision. That is their job. And it is a particularly important job in the most serious of convictions. They will be the ones looking at a woman who will then be in her 60s or possibly 70s. They will decide if she has been rehabilitated and if she is a danger to the community. These are not decisions that can be made today. We don't stand here today asking you to give her a second chance. We ask you to let those best qualified make that decision when the time comes. When Kouri's and Eric's boys are grown, when they can tell the board if they feel the same way that they do today. You heard a letter read today from a woman who once stood in the shoes of the Richins family. At sentencing, she wanted life without parole for her son's killer. Now she does not. She has changed. Her views of prison have changed, and her feelings towards the man that took her son's life has changed. But a life without the possibility of parole, the sentence cannot be changed. If Kouri and Eric's boys someday change their mind, and it is too late to say something different than what they've said today, this day will become one more day that haunts them. If in 30 years they still do feel as they do today, they will have the opportunity to express those feelings. But don't allow their statements at age 9, 12, and 13 become another tragedy, another trauma that they may end up suffering as adults. A sentence that doesn't allow even the possibility of parole is a sentence that tells the world there is no hope. There is no growth. There is no change. There's no room for forgiveness. There's no room for love. That we are all our worst act and will never be anything more. And that is not the human experience. In a world where humanity is waning, act with humanity. In a world where hatred is encouraged, act with kindness. In a world where forgiveness is seen as a weakness, act with compassion. A sentence of 25 to life with the other charges turned concurrent reflects the seriousness of this offense, takes into consideration the totality of the circumstances. Further, it follows the recommendation of the pre-sentence report, and it is the appropriate sentence in this matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wilson. It is 12:55. We're going to take a break until 1:25 to make sure Ms. Richins gets an opportunity to use the restroom and eat something. Mr. Bloodworth, you look like you have something to say.
Your Honor, does the court want to hear from the state one last time before the she allocates?
I do not. I have this firmly in hand. I would like to make it clear, in case there was any ambiguity, that the court has considered and is denying defendant's request to strike portions of the state's sentencing memorandum.
Yes, thank you.
The court will be in recess until 1:25. Let's make sure that Ms. Richins gets something to eat. Thank you. We're off the record.
And we're on the record. Okie doke. What do y'all think so far? The court TV needs to do a little better, though, with swapping out their banners and stuff. I was like, dude, I give up. I give up. Because she is going through those, whoever those people were. I was trying to keep up with the names, but, you know, it is what it is. Hey, Donna, if you come up, just, I don't know if it'll go in. Oh, yeah, I have it on that layout. Y'all, so I've been cleaning because that's what I do. I just kind of fiddle around, you know, and I have to move. But I listen, you know, listening, I check in. And son of a bitch. So I knew it. I knew it. Okay. I just didn't know how. So just hear me out. Okay. Cause I have taken so many notes over the, 7 years that I've been researching, you know, into all this stuff with Lori and Chad. And you know how and I've got to go clip it again or find the one I clipped initially, where Trisha Griffith says that it's all about the bees. It's all about the bees, and I'm like, okay, bee freak. You're such a bee freak, I mean, I understand, having, collecting your favorite things. My grandma used to buy me, I used to collect porcelain dolls, which now freak me out, right? And they perished in my attic of my house fire. So, no more creepy porcelain dolls. But the bee pin, all the bees in the trap, bees in the trap. And then you kind of go back to memory lane or nightmare lane, whatever you want to call it, when we all were subjected to learning more about Chad Daybell and how he claimed in his own book to have, I forget, stomped or killed or I don't know. He annihilated like 120 bees. And I'm like, over the years, I've been like, did he? Did he? Did he? We don't know, right? We'll never know. According to Chad, he did. And I mean, whatever. So I'm just kind of pointing out these things. But, and I remember hearing Lauren saying something. I just don't remember from where. I don't remember if it was in her Mormon stories or I know it was verbal, it wasn't like in her book or anything. Or maybe it was. Shit, I need to look. Anyway, so if anybody knows, please let me know because this is kind of freaking me out a little bit in the sense that, so I was just, cleaning. I have notebooks and, I need to, I don't know what I'm going to do with all these notes. It's crazy. I could solve the world's problems, I swear, with my notes. All right. But so, okay, just me. Like, think about Visions of Glory and how Chad and Lori, I mean, it was caught on their person so many times in investigation, like not just because Lori left it behind and, we ran across it. It was because, she was served with orders to produce her kids within 5 days when her and Chad were, chilling like some villains, the villains that they are at the pool in Hawaii. And she's sitting there. She's got Visions of Glory under her leg. There was a copy on the nightstand where my Uncle Charles was murdered in Arizona. So that's number 2. Then it was it was found in the whatever vehicle that was impounded whenever Nate Eaton was able to cross paths with Chad and Lori for the first time, when he approached them in Hawaii and they just got their car impounded. Remember that? Well, they had a copy of Visions of Glory in there. And then we have the jail prison talk or whatever with Visions of Glory, literal, like that. They're talking in VOG, Visions of Glory. So think about that. I mean, it's like they communicate through the book. Like they're seeing something that we're not. That's how I look at it. I don't know what the hell they're seeing. I do now more than I did. Sometimes things that we, I guess, I don't know. They say in plain sight, they say that things are subjective, right? You can look at one thing one way and see it one way, and then I can look at it and see it a whole different way. And that's kind of what I'm saying here. But this is kind of going along with Beth B. and Trisha and her whole obsession, in my opinion, to the fascination with bees, the obsession with bees, the bee pin, I mean, just anyways, it's littered everywhere. And I mean, it's drenched in symbolism. The beehive state. I mean, come on, Utah. So I just found this one. I don't have much more to go on this, but I remember this and I know this ties in with universities. This goes in with fraternities. This goes in with, when you pledge, when you become a Freemason, when you become a Shriner, when you become a Knights Templar, when you become part of the quote unquote, you can call it a society or a secret society. I don't really know. A VOG calling card, right? I know, huh? What the hell? I don't know where the beeping is coming from. So if y'all can hear it, I'm sorry. I don't even know where it is to shut it off. Anyways, I've never heard that here. I'm not a watch person either, but okay. So I'm just going to read my page of notes. Okay. And let's see. This is from, this is me following the work or the research of, I was digging into Erica Kirk, Romanian Angels, September 30th, 2025. So this is right before the 9-hour live. Oh, he did? Oh, what? Sorry, I'll go take a breath. The judge stepped in and she still argued, trying to gaslight audience for media. Let's show her. Yeah, I don't. What was the big deal too, by the way, with Eric's sister, Amy? She made like a big stink about court TV. And I really want to know about that too. Not that I deserve or have the right to know, but I don't know. I'm curious. Yeah, definitely cult code talk. And then, I mean, I don't know if any of you have, before I read this page of notes, if any of you have been able to catch OLAP, the OLAP. She put together an amazing, I'll say amazing. Like I have watched this video. I'm probably most of your views, the OLAP, okay? Because I have wore this sucker out. It's this one. I'm just showing it to you real quick. It's Trisha's family and childhood in her own words. And I was like, what the F? What? I mean, like it blows my mind. It explains a lot to me, at least from my view, about Trisha and who she is and why she is the way she is, and so on and so forth. Childhood trauma or trauma related things, pain, it wears you down. It molds you, and anyway, so if true, I'm just saying, like, just going off of what I know and how, like, I was, whenever I looked at her parents, what do you call it? Well, their obituaries, and I mean, of course, I don't know who wrote them. I don't know if Trisha, her brother, wrote them. I don't know if anybody else wrote them, but I doubt Trisha. Just to make a point here, you don't get rich or make money off of writing obituaries. By the way, you owe our friend Dream Feed Media, I would say, gratitude and an apology. That's just me. You ain't got to do it. So, but whenever, it brought me to like, let me see where my little tabs here. But I mean, I haven't noticed a lot of bee symbolism like with Lori. I mean, the only bee symbolism I know with Chad, it had to do with the bees he claimed to have murdered. I don't know. Just weird stuff, So I'm trying to get back to the courtroom. Let's see here. All right. So we're back watching, waiting. Okay. So, yeah, but it brought me to like the Utah. Here it is. Now I can tell you the name of it. It's the Utah Stories from the Beehive Archive. And, because like Trisha's parents were in the Cottonwood, what do you call it? I'm sorry, I don't have all this on hand. It's the Cottonwood Country Club. And in that video I just showed you guys of a compilation of Trisha telling her origin story, basically, and just different videos. And anyways, it's a great compilation. I suggest, I'm gonna schedule a live after this one, so that we can, more talk about it and not be rushed or anything. But I'm gonna share this with you for anybody who just wants to watch it, and not not hang out. I understand that too. But sorry, I can't do two things at once, y'all. Okay, so it brought me to like the footprinters. Her dad was an alleged footprinter club, and oh my God, that's a rabbit hole like a mofo. Oh no, no, ERF, ERFLA. I don't know how to say your name. Cresha, have you looked at WebSleuth's new privacy policy? It states author on header and is crazy. Do we expect anything more or less, right? Yes, a serious apology to Dreamfeed Media. That was so rude. And it, I know that anger can get the best of it can get the best of all of us, I believe. I'm not exalted. I'm not a narcissist. I hope I never become one. I don't. Y'all. Anyways, so just know that there's the affiliations with Trisha's parents, yada, yada, yada. We'll go into that when I have it in front of me. But reading this little page of notes I have about Russell, I'm sorry, I get them mixed up. Russell Marion Nelson. He's the now late prophet of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, the LDS Church. He died last year, right around the same time as Charlie Kirk. He was like 101, I believe. And I had gotten a text from Lauren I don't remember right off the top of my head, but I was digging into David Hamblin. I'd sent her a few things to, kind of prompt her, hey, here, I'm finding all this. And oh my God, this case is crazy. And it leads to all these elites. Okay. And she texted me back something like, and I'm just paraphrasing, that Dick and Brenda Miles were in the same ward as her. And I'm thinking, well, you live in wherever you live. And I know that's not Utah. And so why would that, I was just trying to understand in the context of geographic locations at that time, geography. So, but she had told me that. And then she had also mentioned somewhere that she was in the same ward as Tom Harrison. What the hell is that noise? I have all kinds of noises in here. Visions of Glory. He's the guy who is the behind Visions of Glory. He also met with Chad Daybell and Julie Rowe prior to the murders in 2019. He allegedly taught them how to astral travel and astral project, and they called it portaling. And Lori, it's in my uncle's, he filed for a protective order against Lori when she was making all those wild claims and allegations that he was not Charles and all this stuff. So, here's Lori, and she's thinking that this astral projection, maybe she learned it from Chad. I don't know. I wasn't there, right? But you put all these things together, and that we come to find out that, she saw her family. Chad saw his wife and her family. They saw their victims as obstacles. This was in Lori's trial, big time obstacles. And she saw this practice of this, whatever, going into a portal and, doing whatever they do. I don't know. I don't really know. Again, I wasn't there, but it's all about the vibrations. They would go to the temple in order to raise their vibration for whatever that looks like in their world. It's pretty bad, right? It's pretty dark, literally. And so these are like dark practices, dark arts. That's how I look at it, just to kind of put a blanket over it. And nothing good comes from it. But so, these things were going to, so Lori was basically telling everybody that my uncle was blocking her gifts meaning portaling, astral projecting, whatever the fuck that is. Right. And so that was one of the reasons she used to justify murdering him. And then Tylee, JJ, Tammy, I believe Joe was first. And of course, Brandon was shot at. My mom was on the hit list. Still is. I ain't seen her scratch it off. I'm just kidding. Sorry, that's just so uncomfortable. And so reading this, it says documentary, it says David's story, and I said the childhood ritual abuse of David Schurter. Okay, so that's where I started on my notes, and it says ambassadors of freedom, ambassadors of fraud. I like to just, freestyle, so don't mind me. Just read it. Project Patsy, don't become a Project Patsy is what I wrote. Bamboozle. Okay, so I'm just riffing right there. Okay, so then it goes down to Russell Marion Nelson, and it says Heart to Heart. Heart to Heart is a book. It's actually his autobiography about his life. That's about the late prophet's life. His daughter and son-in-law are Dick and Brenda Miles. Again, they were in the same ward as Lauren. I've again kicked some things over to Lauren back in the day along the way, not many times, but I'm like, good Lord, I'm like country come to town, and I'm over here finding all this stuff. And for sure now I'm looking back going, why? How are you not finding this stuff? Are you not looking at it? Are you purposely avoiding it? And that's my opinion. I believe that some people believe that Chad and Lori had their own little cult, and that was it. Bing bong, done. 2 people are in prison for life. 1 person's dead, or Alex, And then they're like, okay, that's the cult. No. Expand your minds, because that could extend over into the controlled opposition area, okay? Which is, in my opinion, Lauren and John. They created their podcast and pathway to YouTube monetization 2019 at the same time as the kids were missing. Trisha, she had been in Web Sleuth since 2004, created, basically bought it so she could talk about John Ramsey's case every damn day. I'm just saying. And I mean, I would look into that too, as far as controlled opposition. Now I'm starting to kind of see this a little different, Does John Ramsey, I'm just questioning. I don't believe he deserves to be harassed or, I don't believe he needs a crazy person, in my opinion, like going and intersecting and obtaining illegal recordings and then sharing it, just so brazen. No, but I'm just questioning the cult aspect of people put in places, or people put themselves in different roles, and they play different roles in the cult. And it's just because Lori and Chad are in prison and Jody and Ruby are in prison. That's 4 people, y'all. And then Tim Ballard, in my opinion, needs to go to damn prison, but that's just my opinion. Please don't come at me allegedly. All right. Just saying, like, this is a whole movement of people that are in this, what I am calling a cult, allegedly. And there's some weird shit. And they do it in plain sight. We just have to open our eyes. So Russell Marion Nelson, excerpt from Heart to Heart, wrote, University life was wonderful and successful. On April 3rd, 1944, I was selected president of the Sigma Chi fraternity. I was also later elected to the honorary societies of Skull and Bones. Yeah, I said Skull and Bones. In my junior year, Alan Key in my senior year. Check it. The Beehive Honorary Society in my senior year, and at graduation time to the Honorary Scholastic Societies of, I don't know how to say all these fraternity things, so don't laugh or do. Phi Kappa, Phi or Pi, I don't know, and Phi Beta Kappa. I was awarded my bachelor's degree at the June commencement of 1945, and there on hand was Dancel, along with our dear parents, brothers, sisters, and other relatives who always did so much to encourage me. Dancel got her bachelor's degree a year later in 1946. So he was talking about his wife, who became his wife. Yeah, Dancel. No, I don't know that. I'm saying cult aspect. I believe there's a cult aspect to the Ramsey case. Just like I believe there's a a group of people that, in my opinion, likely killed Tylee and likely participated they participated in the festivities. That's just, again, my opinion. But I don't think anybody deserves to get harassed. Like the police have it. I'm not trying to take the police job, I just kind of explore different things because I was never satisfied and didn't have a lot of answers that I have now by doing my own research. I've answered a lot of my questions that I've had, and I try to share here. So, because there's a much bigger picture going on, and it's beyond Lori and Chad. They were like the 2019 version of basically a psyop. Okay. And the same as getting, anyways, these aren't just isolated events. They're not just happening in a vacuum. Sometimes people who could be doing mind control techniques, let's say, maybe some therapists, I don't know. I'm just speculating. I actually ran this theory through, and it really does corroborate, or I can't say corroborate because I don't know for sure, but there was a screenshot included in a lawsuit, one of the lawsuits against Tim Ballard. And it was like weird, right? We're just like, what is this? It's like a little glimpse into something weird. And it's like Tom Harrison, and he's asking Tim Ballard questions, like a therapy session where he gave him alleged ketamine treatments. So you're thinking, oh, dude's high, right? Okay. It's not going to make sense. So, but anyways, just one day it clicked and I was like, oh my God. Could that be like, it sounds like a mind control experiment or, technique? I don't really know. Again, I'm not there. I'm not a doctor. I'm not an expert. I'm just freestyling, trying to make sense of shit. And it really does align with that kind of rhetoric. And so if you think about the different bad actors, Chad Daybell, Lori, Julie Rowe, y'all, and they were all doing these nonprofits, Chad Daybell was hosting Tim Ballard, his OUR, Operation Underground Railroad, the weekend Tylee was murdered in Rexburg. And then the weekend that JJ was murdered, which was about like what, 10? I don't recall right offhand, and I don't feel like adding, but Tylee was murdered on September 7th. 8th or 9th of September. And then JJ was murdered on September 22nd, 23rd. So, just a couple weeks apart. And then that was the Fern Foundation was in town. So, again, I don't know. I just feel like there's people who maybe took oaths and swore secrecy. It does exist. There's Freemason all up in the temple. Okay. Again, it's a secret society of its own, in my view. Because just you and I can't walk up to the temple and say, let me in. They're like, okay. No, you cannot. You have to have a temple recommend. That was Lori. It was to Lori, it was worth killing over. Like Uncle Charles was trying to do an intervention with Lori because of her extreme beliefs. And they were pissed off. Like her and members of her family were pissed off because of that. Like, don't get her temple recommend taken. Like that blows me away, y'all. It's like a license to tote, like carry your gun. Like it's like a privilege. That's all that I see it as. I don't know. Again, not trying to be awkward or rub people the wrong way, because I do that enough. Remember the person that came in here earlier? I've never had to block people like I do now. I hate it. But I also, people don't, like, you don't know me, First off, don't come in here with that attitude. You already know how you feel. You don't like me. So don't come in here and just be an asshole. Like, that's the difference between you and I, or me and you. That's the difference between people like me and people like you. Not you, not y'all. Just, the person that was in here earlier, I don't remember who they were. Kim or something. Who knows? They change their names like they change their damn minds. Okay. I never have had sock accounts. I was like, what the hell is that? I have had a few more Google accounts or whatever because I used to freaking forget my password all the time back in like 2014, 2015. I still have them though, but I've never like gotten on them and went and said, oh, create account. I ain't trying to hide who I am. I'm right here talking. All right. Sorry. Hurry up. But anyways, the beast symbolism is real. And I'm going to explore this way more. Did I put that link in the chat? I think I did. Let me put it in again. But I'm going to, I got to schedule a live after this one. If anyone wants to hang, and we'll go over Olap's video of Trisha, dishing about her growing up, her childhood and trauma, which is sad. It really is. I don't think any of us go unscathed. Same with Megan. We'll go over, oh my God, Dreadful Penny, you're my hero. Oh my God. Like I caught her live yesterday evening towards the end, like everybody was about to, roll out and end. And then I didn't make my way back to it until like midnight or hell, it might have even been later than that. And I was like, what? Oh my God. Yes. Like all the stuff that a family member of Megan's allegedly reached out to Dreadful Penny and spilled the damn tea, y'all. Oh my God. Shit. I was like, oh yeah, that makes sense. That tracks. Megan, stop lying. Stop being a liar, girl. And I have that book too. I have Megan's book. I don't know how to, I'm not the strongest reader. Y'all heard me earlier, but I have my days. I just don't know how to have a book club, if you know what I mean. So we can discuss these things, maybe debunk a lot of things, maybe glean some things, but no, I believe it was either at first I thought it was maybe Uncle Rex, but then it kind of sounded like maybe it was Adam. And I was like, wow. I mean, for what it's worth, you just kind of have to make your live subscribers 24 hours. I don't know if I can I? I'll try. I feel like that's a trick, That's something Lauren has done in the past. And I'm like, oh, don't be fucking weird. Quit being like that, but it does help, keep the trash out. And I'm all about cleaning up the trash. Just read it to us. And I don't want her to come after me she already thinks I need to go to copyright school. I'm like, what a dork. She just needs to go to copyright school. I'm like, you don't even know what you're talking about, Megan. We're not talking about the same thing. Lauren is suing me. Okay. Up to $30,000. This was back then, like she doubled down and then she stopped, but she did effectively. Like I looked up one day how to, whatever. I was researching some stuff of how to like word all this stuff, as I'm going through all this, I've been typing it into ChatGPT. It kind of helps me not strategize, but it puts it into a more effective and sensible, see, I can't even think, way of processing it all, and as I'm writing, it helps me get it out, and it helps, when it comes back with its response, and it helps me kind of, oh, is that how I've worded it? Is that how I experienced it? Is this what I put in there? Is this what I'm feeling? Things like that. And I kind of have done that process the whole way. Well, since I really got into the AI, not completely, like I don't rely on it for everything, but I mean, these things are complex and there's so many layers to this that, I mean, I don't give a shit. I'm going to do it because it helps me with such a complex and emotionally loaded, experience or whatever all these things are. These are my experiences. And yeah, I'm with you. Like it's not just blaming, like, I don't consider myself a victim. They claim that I'm not a good little victim like they want me to be. They're like, just shut up and just be happy that we're talking about your family. Oh yeah, thanks. No, I mean, Lauren called Tylee a bitch, and so she can go fuck herself. And that's where I'm at. And so if anybody in here is, feeling kind of jaded or hate watching, go fuck yourself too, okay? Go fuck all yourselves. Go fuck the fuck, okay? That's fucked up. Anyways, all right, enough F-bombing. I caught up now.
All right, we're back on the record.
Yeah.
This is case 231500139. Ms. Lewis, Ms. Nestor, anything further before we hear from Ms. Richins?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. I understand that Ms. Richins will like to stand at the podium.
Yes, Your Honor.
And you folks would like to join her?
Yes, Your Honor.
No problem.
Do your chains hang low? Do they waddle to the flow? You can hear Kouri.
There should be Kleenex up there.
This right here, do you want water?
Holy shit. What? Girl. Mm-mm.
My sweet baby boys. I know that today you don't want to speak to me, have a relationship with me, or you may think you hate me, and that's okay. I will never be angry at you for your feelings. When the day comes that you're ready, I will be here for you, waiting for you, and loving you. But I need you boys to know and understand that I have been desperately trying to get in contact with you any way that I can for years. That all of my communication has been completely cut off from you since early 2024. And now I will use any opportunity I can to get a message to you. Even if that means sharing it publicly to the world, fully restrained, in my jail clothes, in one of the most horrible situations possible. I don't care, and I'm not embarrassed or ashamed by any of it. All I care about is you boys. I will do whatever it takes for you to hear the truth from me and to come home to you. For the time being, I don't know when that is or when my next opportunity will be. So for now, bear with me as I have tried to consolidate everything I wanted to share with you for the last few years, with everything I want you to know until I'm able to speak to you again, and one long message. And although you may not be ready to hear it today, that's okay. My hope is one day you will be. May 6th of 2024, temporary custody was transferred from the state of Utah Child Services to your Aunt Katie and Uncle Clint. My last video call with you boys was several weeks prior to that, around April 24th, 2024, when you were still in the state's custody. Once temporary custody was transferred to Katie and Clint, against my wishes, they cut off all of my communication between you boys and I. It was years before I would ever have a trial. I warned social services that if they gave custody of you to the Richins family, it would be the last time I would be able to see or speak to you boys again. And your opinion of me in this case and wild allegations would soon mirror those of the Richins family. And that's exactly what happened. You need to know the Darden side of the family fought a long, hard battle for custody, but was eventually ignored and denied. Since temporary custody was granted to Katie and Clint, they have not allowed me to see or speak to you. No more video calls, no more visits. They blocked the phone number for the jail so I can't call you. Birthday cards, Christmas cards, the letters I would send you boys, they were all returned or rerouted. All of my contact was cut off more than 2 years ago. So please ask them. Please ask them for your cards, for your letters, if I tried calling you. Please just ask them, whether it's now or in 10 years. The one thing I need you boys to know is I did not abandon you. I did not just walk out of your lives one day to never return, to never call, to never show up. Regardless of what anyone tells you, I would never ever leave you boys. And I am so sorry if for even 1 second you thought that I did. If for even 1 second you thought that I didn't love you. Because that couldn't be further from the truth. You boys are my world. The reason I continue to wake up every day and fight to come home. You're my reason for living. I understand that you're in a difficult situation, mentally, emotionally, and physically. I understand you guys have been through an extremely difficult time this past 4 years. You should never have to deal with such tragedy, and I am so, so sorry that you are going through this. You boys have the right to be angry and sad and confused, feel in survival mode, have questions. All of this is completely valid. Your feelings are completely valid. And one day when this is all over, we can sit down and talk about all of this and sort it all out. And I promise you boys, one day it will be over. I'm not perfect. I have succeeded and I have failed. As a person, as a wife, as a parent, we all do. I have done plenty of things I am not proud of. Some I regret, some I don't. Some I'm ashamed of, and some I'm not. I regret things I have done right in my life to later find out they were for the wrong people. I have said things I shouldn't have. I've done things I shouldn't have. Sometimes I haven't said what I should or not meant what I did say. There are things I can't change and long overdue apologies that I owe. There are would-haves and could-haves and should-haves. We all have them. We have all done them. And you boys will too one day, but in your own way. And that's okay. That's life, and we're human. Nobody is all good or all bad. We just get portrayed that way. You're going to succeed and achieve amazing things in this life. You're also going to make mistakes and fail at some things. But use those opportunities to grow and to learn. They do not define you, and don't ever let other people make you think that they do. We are not defined by our best or our worst moments. We fall somewhere in the middle, ever evolving, and you boys are ever evolving. Secrets diminish self-respect. They lose trust. They make us lose ourselves. I fell in love with someone who wasn't your dad. Your dad fell in love with someone who wasn't me. I did things behind your dad's back. He did things behind mine. Don't keep secrets. Always put your spouse first. Your dad and I didn't always do this, but don't be like us in that aspect. We made mistakes that I know I regret. And I'm sure if he were here today, he would say that there are a few things he regrets as well. Marriage is hard. Marriage takes work. Marriage takes love. Big love. Deep love. And you may think about divorce and you will have fights, but then you will make up and you will forgive each other. Because when your love is enough, your love keeps you together. Your love is all you need to ignore the noise. Your love never fails. Sometimes your dad would want to throw in the towel on our marriage, or I would want to throw in the towel on our marriage, but we never did. We always found our way back to each other. I would pick up his towel, or he would pick up mine. We'd hand them back to each other and start again. because our love never failed. We stopped keeping track of each other's wrongdoings, and we forgave, and we moved on, and we loved. And if I had to relive all of those hard days all over again, I would do it without question. Your dad and I were a lot of things, a mess of sorts sometimes. But we were this crazy, beautiful mess that made us a family, because our love was enough. Our hard days never outweighed our good days. Our weak moments never outweighed our most memorable happy days. We always laughed more than we cried. We failed at some things, but we never failed at loving you boys. Our love was enough to make our house a home. Our love was enough to stay together, to raise you boys. Our love was enough to forgive each other when others said that we shouldn't. To do things for each other others may disagree with. Our love was enough to protect each other, even though it may cost us everything. Love can make you lose yourself. Sometimes it makes you do things you know you shouldn't, but knowing it's not wrong at the same time. Because your spouse is your person, your love is enough. One day, you will meet someone and fall in love and understand that just your love is enough. Enough to withstand everything else, the noise of the world, the obstacles, the trials of marriage, the heartache, bad choices, forgiveness. You will understand your love is enough and your love never fails. Don't worry about what others think about your relationship. Don't worry if they would do things differently. You just love. And you love big, and you love deep, and you protect your love. Your dad and I didn't have it all together. Together, we really did have it all. Because we had you three. Don't let anyone choose the direction of your life by their opinions and their judgments. Being able to hold yourself together in the worst of situations doesn't make you emotionless. Separating personal and business life and emotions doesn't make you unreasonable. Resentment can get the best of others. Don't let it get the best of you. People will always have a lot to say about lives they've never lived. Live your life the way you choose to live it. Just be safe and be healthy and be happy. That's all that matters. Sometimes people will want you to believe that life is simply black and white. The situations are black and white, but they're not. Life, situations, they are full of color. At the very least, shades of gray. Always question the color, even if you're only questioning the gray areas. Keep an open mind. Question situations and stay curious. You will have some people in your life tell you how their love for you is unconditional. But once your most private life has been revealed, you quickly find out just how conditional their love actually was. Choose the people you hold close to your heart wisely. And always be the friend that walks into somebody's life when everyone else chooses to walk out. Always remember, the only people you owe your loyalty to are those people who never made you question theirs. Every day you wake up, you get a second chance at life. To do whatever you want, be whoever you want, to succeed in all your dreams. Take the day and run with it. It's a blessing. Don't take it for granted. Sometimes you'll have hard days when all you want to do is count all the ways things are going wrong or have gone wrong in your life. In that moment, stop, take a minute, take a step back, take a breath, and switch your thinking to count all the ways that it has gone right. all the good that has come to you boys, all the grace, the blessings, and the love. Remember that anyone can give up on something. That's the easy way out. True strength comes when everyone is expecting you to fall apart, but you hold it together, persevering through the hardest of times. Always persevere. Always prove them wrong, because you boys don't give up, and you boys will never quit. There's always going to be someone out there ready to tear you down, misrepresent you, lie about you, tell half-truths, and judge you. They will judge you on decisions you do or don't make, what you did or didn't do, what you did or didn't say. They will take out of context and twist your words. They will judge you on your emotions or the way you grieve. You may show too much emotion, you may not show enough. They will tell you you're not grieving correctly, you're too angry, you're too sad, you're holding it together too well or not well enough, or maybe you're too ambitious. They will judge you on your demeanor, if you cry, if you don't cry, if you don't do anything at all. And all of this will get misinterpreted into something that it's not, formed by the opinions of who's ever creating it. And then silence is also too often misinterpreted and misjudged. But when people behave that way, it has much more to do with them personally than it does you. Everyone's entitled to their opinion. It doesn't make it true. Remember who you are and what you stand for, the truth, and ignore the noise. Ignore their noise. Ignore their egos, their entitlement, and their biased judgment. Those who abuse the power and the positions they hold will have a higher power to report to one day, and that higher power holds the final truth, their final truth. Don't ever let someone tell you how to show emotion, how you're supposed to react to any given situation. Don't care what others think about you, what others say about you. Just let them talk. Just be you, be yourself, be authentic, be genuine. Because those who truly know you, who truly love you, is all you need. Forgive those who turn their back on you, but never forget. Don't hold hate in your heart toward others. It only brings you down more than it does them. Apologize when you're wrong, even if that apology is long overdue. You can't change what you can't change, and you can't change the past. But you can take accountability when you mess up. Admit when you make a mistake, even when it's embarrassing or humiliating, even when it can ruin relationships, careers, or your integrity. Be honest with yourself and those you need to. But never apologize for something you didn't do. Never admit to something you didn't do. And never beg for mercy for something you didn't do. Don't take the easy way out. Always stand up for what's right, even if you find yourself standing alone or with a small group of people that love you. Believe in yourself and be brave. Never give up on your fight, no matter how long it takes, months, even years. Never give up on truth, justice, and the fight of corruption. When something is broken, fix it. When something doesn't make sense, question it. If money is paying for it, follow the money. Your brothers are your best friends. Your dad and I raised you boys that if you cared about nothing else in this world, you care about each other. Your brothers will always be there for you. They will always be your brothers. You love them. You protect them. You take care of each other. You support each other. You help each other. And you trust one another. You be loyal to one another. And you keep each other safe and healthy and happy. And you stay together no matter what. You have each other's backs. Be patient with one another.
Don't keep track of wrongdoings. Let them go. Forgive. Move on. Show compassion, empathy toward each other. And never go a day without telling one another you love each other. Because you are never too old or too cool or too busy to love each other. Don't ever settle for just good. Go for great. In school, in your career, in hunting, in fishing, in your relationships, in your goals. Exceed expectations. Be like your dad. Be generous. Be charitable. Stay humble. Give when you have too much. Give more than you take. Help when others are in need. Serve your community. Be like your dad. Never stop learning through education, through people, through travel, culture, through business and friends, from your success and achievements, from your mistakes and failures. Be like your dad. Love the outdoors. Find your peace, your therapy, your heart and soul on the top of a mountain somewhere where it's quiet, where it's calm, where you will be able to feel the spirits of those that you love and miss the most. Be like your dad. Laugh. Laugh often. Laugh loud. Laugh when you want to cry. Laugh when you're mad. Have that laugh that everyone recognizes and no one will ever forget. Even when you're gone. Be like your dad. Love your family through the good, the bad, the disagreements, the back and forth arguments. Choose forgiveness. Choose love. Choose happiness. Be a loyal brother. Be a noble son. Be like your dad. Have the hobbies that bring you excitement and joy, that give you a break from life, but build your life full of people and family who you love and that love you. Build a family that makes you happy to come home to every day, with a career that makes you hold your head high. Be the friend everyone wants to be friends with. The dad that everyone wishes they had. Be like your dad. As your parents, your dad and I wanted to give you every opportunity
or choice that we didn't have. We would do anything for you boys, or break our backs falling over obstacles and finding our way to be sure you had the best of the best. Even if we didn't always do it well, or have the right answers, or the words, we would give you everything that we had. But the one thing I can't give you boys are the answers that you want the most. Because I can't give you something that I don't have. An explanation that I just don't know. I've never lost a son. I've never lost one of my brothers, a nephew, or a best friend. But I did grow up with a single mother, and I have lost my father. I do know what it's like to wonder, what if Dad could have watched me graduate college, walk me down the aisle, be there for the birth of one of you boys? If only Dad were here. I do know what that's like. The lifetime of pain that brings, the sadness and the anger. I would never wish that upon anyone, especially you boys, my own sweet babies. It's a lifetime of what ifs and if onlys. An empty hole in your heart where your dad's supposed to be. He's supposed to fill. He's supposed to walk through life with you, with us, with our family. I do know what that's like. So murder, an attempted murder, 4 years later, and it's still hard for me to say those words out loud. They get caught in my throat. I turn my stomach, and I try to avoid them as much as possible. Because it makes me physically sick to think about. But still to this day, I can't believe this is real sometimes. That this is our life. That this is my life. Convicted of taking one of the people out of my life who killed it the most. My husband, the father of my children, still in shock and still in disbelief. Accused and now convicted of such a heinous crime. Potentially costing me to never see you boys again. I just lost both of their parents. And there's no textbook answer on how or what we're supposed to do. How I'm supposed to react or move forward. And I'm so sorry you boys are being pulled through the middle of this. It's absolute chaos. Between two families fighting that both love you so very much. Trust and assets, our home, none of it matters. You boys are what matter. Your safety, your health, mentally, emotionally, all of that should be being prioritized. I will and have always prioritized your safety. I am your mother, and that is my job. And for anyone to scare you otherwise is just cruel and heartless.
I'm sorry that 8 people from a jury who have never met you or me or our family had the right to determine our future. And they did that in less than 3 hours. In a perfect world, there might be justice. But in a perfect world, nothing ever goes wrong. Tragedies don't happen. Some think a verdict or this sentencing will be the answer that they seek or that they need, but it won't. It will only give them something else to think about for a while. It may help to disperse some of their hurt or their resentment, but it won't relieve it. This grief will outlive us all. The hundreds of lives that this has affected. The lifelong trauma you boys have suffered this last 4 years will outlive us all. You haven't had to just endure losing one parent, but losing 2. And no child should ever have to go through that, especially when one was an unforeseen tragedy and the other based on injustice and a system we're supposed to trust. Your dad's memory will always be the kind that's a physical hurt. The tightening in your chest when you think of him, particularly on days like today, his birthday, because he was so loved that no verdict or sentence will ever be able to release that kind of suffering. I'm broken without your dad, I'm broken without you boys. God did not put me in this world to take a life. God put me in this world to give life, your lives. And I don't know who or what I'm supposed to be if it's not a mother. Your mother. And as much as you've been influenced into thinking that Dad was murdered, that I took your dad from you, that is completely wrong and an absolute lie. And the thought of that is still as absurd today as it was 4 years ago. And just because someone may not be perfect, that's a far reach for them to be capable of murder. To kill someone, our someone. Your dad was in physical pain. A lot of physical pain. And just because some people didn't know or didn't want to see certain things, doesn't mean they weren't happening or they weren't true. He would have never left us intentionally. And I would have never taken him from you, from us. He was the glue that held us all together, that made us, us. Every little boy needs their father. Because he's supposed to teach you the things that I could never explain. He's supposed to teach you and do things with you that only a dad can do. And only he could give you those life lessons between a father and a son. I would have never taken that from you boys. I know how much you need him, how much you love him. How much you aspire to be just like him.
and I would have never taken that from you. And I'm so sorry that I can't bring him back for you, for me, for our family. I can beat myself up all day about how I could have been a better person or made better personal choices. And I can understand and accept you boys being upset about those things. But murder? No, absolutely not. I will not accept that. And I will not be blamed for something I did not do. I will appeal and fight these charges no matter how long it takes. Not because I have anything to prove to this court, to the state, to the Richins family, or to the world, but I do have something to prove to you three. I do care what you boys think, and I need you boys to know the truth. And because of that, I will never quit or give up on this fight for justice, the truth, and coming home to you. So please, I know that right now you may not believe me, that you believe I took Dad from you, and that's okay. I still and will always love you, and I'm asking that you please just don't give up on me. I'm coming home, not today, not this year, but we're going to make this right. Our justice system will get this right, although this courtroom can't seem to. We have a long road ahead, but I will never quit fighting my way home to you boys. I love you more than these words could ever express. I loved you before I ever met you. And I will love you long after I'm not here to say it. And every minute of every day, I miss you boys more and more. And I think about how much I wish I could be with you, that this nightmare would go away, and we could have our family back. This entire situation isn't fair to anyone, but it's especially not fair to you three. And you boys are all that matters. I want to remind you just how strong you are, that you are loved by so many, and I am beyond proud of you, of everything you have overcome, everything you have achieved, and how much you bring into this world. You boys have been through so much, and I wish I could take away all your sadness and all your pain. Tell you how much Dad and I love you, and that everything's going to be okay. I wish I could count the freckles in your little cheeks. Read you books before bed. And help you with all your homework. Wish I could help you through your toughest nights. And hear your laugh through your happiest days. But for now, that's just not the way it is. We have to be strong. We have to remember that our strength grows in these moments when we don't think we can go on. But we keep going on anyway, because we have to push through these hard days. Because in the end,
At the end of this war, it will be so worth it. But I need you boys to always keep pushing through these hard days, because this will come to an end. I just need you to hang in there. Listen to your little hearts. Listen to your little bellies for the truth. Before you were told who to be and what to believe, remember who you are. Remember who we are. Remember our family. I will continue to call you every day, even if my calls are blocked. Just so you know that I'm here. I've always been here. And I will always be here. My cards, my letters, they will never stop. I will never stop. I love you forever, Mom.
That's all you're.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, a fair reminder. While inside the courtroom, everyone involved in this process must be treated with respect. We cannot have any outward reactions inside the courtroom. If any of you feel overcome with emotion, frustration, anger, whatever, of any kind, please remember just to look down. Keep your hands folded in your lap. The court has considered the following information: the evidence, information, arguments, and recommendations provided by counsel on the record today, the victim impact statements and other statements made on the record today regarding the appropriate sentence, and the pre-sentence investigation report as corrected on the record today, including the numerous statements attached to it. In addition, the court has considered each of the factors set forth in Utah Code 76-3-201 subsection 2B and has prioritized those factors as required by section 201-2C. Having considered the gravity and circumstances of the offenses for which Ms. Richins has been convicted, the number of victims, and available information regarding the history, character, and rehabilitative needs of the defendant, the court hereby orders that the sentences on counts 2 through 5 shall run consecutively to each other and to the sentence imposed on count 1. Moreover, the court exercises its discretion and chooses to impose no fines related to any sentence in this case. The court addresses the 5 counts on which Ms. Richins was convicted in reverse order. Ms. Richins, based on your conviction on count 5, third-degree felony forgery, the court hereby sentences you to an indeterminate prison term not to exceed 5 years. Based on your conviction on count 4, second-degree felony insurance fraud, the court hereby sentences you to an indeterminate prison term of not less than 1 and not more than 15 years. Based on your conviction on count 3, second-degree felony insurance fraud, the court hereby sentences you to an indeterminate prison term of not less than 1 and not more than 15 years. Based on your conviction on count 2, first-degree felony attempted aggravated murder, the court hereby sentences you to an indeterminate prison term of not less than 5 years, and that may be for life. Which brings us to the final issue, the appropriate sentence for count 1. Under Utah Code 76-3-207.7, there are only 2 options: an indeterminate prison term of not less than 25 years, and that may be for life, or life in prison without parole. And the law requires that the court consider each option. Under a sentence of 25 to life, and considering the effect of the 4 consecutive sentences, the time that Ms. Richins has spent in custody, and the current practices of the Board of Pardons and Parole, Ms. Richins would likely serve approximately 30 years in the Utah State Prison before receiving her first parole hearing. By that time, she would be 66 years old. Under a sentence of life in prison without parole, Ms. Richins would be in prison for the rest of her natural life, unless the Board of Pardons and Parole determines by clear and convincing evidence at some future point that she is permanently incapable of being a threat to the safety of society, at which time the board would have the authority to release her. Under either scenario, Ms. Richins will be incapacitated, meaning structurally prevented from harming anyone outside the Utah State prison system for at least the next 3 decades, and perhaps much longer. But the potential impact on the survivors of the tragedy created by Kouri Richins, most importantly, Eric Richins' 3 sons, is more difficult to predict. On one hand, if the court sentences Ms. Richins to life without parole, one or more of those young men may come to resent that the court eliminated any opportunity they might have in the future, decades into the future, to express an opinion as adults with substantial life experience about whether their mother should, for example, be allowed to die with dignity. On the other hand, if the court sentences Ms. Richins to 25 to life, one or more of those young men may spend the next 30 years questioning why the court failed to protect them from the prospect of the person who murdered their father being released from prison at some time in the distant future, perhaps when they have families and children of their own. The court's contemplation of how those young men may come to feel about today's decision some 30 years from now comes from a place of genuine concern for them and humility regarding the court's inability to predict the future. Sitting here today, it is simply not possible for anyone, not even those young men, to know how their view of this case may evolve over the next several decades. My hope is that every person affected by Eric Richins' death will, over time, find their way to a state of peace. As for today, the court's duty is to make a decision, a weighty, long-lasting decision based on the best information available today. And the bottom line is this: Kouri Richins was convicted unanimously and beyond a reasonable doubt of attempting to murder Eric Richins, her husband, and the father of their 3 children. And then, having failed in her first effort of spending the next 17 days, not changing course, but doubling down, preparing to try again, and ultimately completing the act through the administration of poison. And for what? Money. All for pecuniary gain. A person convicted of committing that sequence of acts in that way and for that reason, and who causes the absolute tragedy that has befallen Eric Richins' sons and family. A person convicted of those things is simply too dangerous to ever be free. Accordingly, Ms. Richins, based on your conviction on count 1, first-degree felony aggravated murder, the court hereby sentences you to life without parole. You have the right to an appeal. You must file a notice of appeal within 30 days. You have the right to be represented by counsel on appeal. Mr. Bloodworth, anything further?
No.
Ms. Lewis, Ms. Nestor.
Your Honor, we anticipate filing a motion for new trial and would like a date set. We have a substantial record in this case. We will file the notice of appeal of the conviction and the sentence, and ask that everything be stayed pending the motion for new trial as we're entitled to do under Rule 4B. Excuse me, but we think we need sufficient time to file a motion for new trial based on the substantial record that exists in this case, longer than the typical 14 days, because this is not only the trial itself, but the years of litigation and motion practice that preceded the trial. We were hoping that we could get an agreed deadline of 90 days to file a motion for new trial, mainly because for half of June I'm out of the country, and for half of July Lewis is out of the country. Normally we would ask for 60, but there's gonna be a month in there where both of us aren't available. So we're asking for 90 days.
All right, Mr. Bloodworth.
Your Honor, the state objects. The rule provides for 14 days. You can't imagine this is a decision that was made today. I think council's had the last 53 days to prepare the motion, 14 days pursuant to the rule. I appreciate that it's a lengthy record in this case, but the issues available for the trial are fairly narrow. The state recommends the 14-day time period as provided by law.
There is one other thing, Your Honor, on that as to why we need the extra time. So we have asked the county to retain an expert to assist to do a declaration for our, attached to our motion for new trial. And it's gonna require us to go before a separate entity to decide whether that funding is approved, and that just takes time. So that's another issue we need.
I feel like there's more that I need to know in order to make this decision. And so I can also appreciate why defendant is concerned about the 14-day deadline so they do not lose that opportunity. Sitting here today with very little information and the state having very little opportunity to respond to this idea, I'll extend your deadline to 28 days. But within that time, if you want to file a motion to extend it, Ms. Nestor, with more detail, you have 14 days to file that motion.
Now, I ask for clarification. So the court.
14 days from now, they have an opportunity, they have a deadline to file a motion to extend the 28-day deadline. If they don't, it's 28 days.
Gotcha.
I acknowledge that that 28-day deadline may cause practical difficulties for the state's team, and if I need to extend the state's response deadline, I will certainly give that fair consideration.
Understood.
Ms. Nestor, Ms. Lewis, anything else today? Ms. Richins, you are hereby committed to the Utah State Prison and remanded to the custody of the Department of Corrections. This court is in recess. Please follow the deputy's instructions. We're off the record.
Bing bong. Whoa. Damn. Yep. That just happened. I knew that was going to happen. Go up.
That it was going to be Life Without Parole.
Yeah.
Well, it probably needs to be. I mean,
I mean, definitely.
She's broke. She's broken. I don't think they can fix her.
Yeah. I mean, right? I said earlier in the chat, tell Jody and Ruby, fuck them too. Okay. You know, I'm sure there's only 3 prisons they have, so.
That, what is his name? Something Landry. What's his first name?
Where?
It's somebody that has a YouTube channel that his father killed his mother.
Oh, yeah.
Collier. His mother, his father died like maybe a week ago or something.
Yeah.
And I know, like, he had went to parole hearings and stuff to try and keep him in there and stuff. And by the time they get real elderly and you're still having to go make the emotional decision, you know, about what to do, it takes it out of your hands for them to do it like this.
That's true. I don't quite like I was listening, when he was talking about all that, and it seemed like he was being lenient on that.
Well, it sounds like to me that he
that's
was
not
saying that the kids might have the opportunity to actually, he might get out to meet the kids, but really, unless there's a restraining order when they get to be 21, they can go to the prison and visit them, I'm guessing.
So they didn't do the restraining. I mean, whatever.
I didn't hear what they were
I
going to
didn't
do
quite
about
catch that either. So I'm behind. I don't have it
I'm
all together. I don't know
I'm
this one.
sure they want her to stop trying to call them and contact them all the time. If they're trying to take care of the kids, I could see why. Can you imagine Lori calling your house every Friday or something? To worry you about something.
Right?
No.
It's cool how they're doing that on the screen. I'm like, what is that? But in the top right corner, this is it's a lot of Nate, but it's
And how did you bring into this world?
Is that me or you? Is that us? I shut him up. Is it you?
I had to mute myself so I wouldn't blow y'all out anymore. Oh my god, that scared me. What's happening right now? Is that live or?
No, it's her statement again. It's her giving her statement again. I sure don't want to listen to that right now anyway. I muted it. That's the reason it stopped, see? You're muted. You're muted.
But I mean,
Somebody
I
muted.
pushed live. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I pushed live and it went like, right to that. So I didn't know what the hell. Anyways, I have it where it's not supposed to flip like that. Look, I'm gonna do this and do that. There we go. Allegedly. It says live, but I know that they're just replaying it.
Yeah.
Good God, she is a long-winded biatch. Okay. It was like a bunch of mantras, or I don't even know what the.
I
It's
think
like
Brutus
reading a
had
Pinterest account or something.
Brutus had to go out twice while she was still talking.
Me too. No, I'm good. I didn't have to go out. Yeah, there's always appeals, right, Nikki? Yes. Look, y'all remember when Lori did her allocution? That's what made me think about that this morning or last night. I was like, oh my God, is she going to do an allocution? And I can't believe she did. I don't know. She doesn't
I don't know.
seem at all. I don't know. I got enough with
She
mom.
seems unaware of the bad place she's in. She looks like she might have to skip recess and then she can go back to do whatever. She doesn't look
Yeah.
like it's dawned on her that she's going to be stuck there.
I have a question though. Like, why didn't the defense go for no prison? Like, we're innocent, Why did they say, hey, we'll do to the 25, okay? Just not the LWOP. That's the part that it kind of stuck out to me.
But they did say they thought she was innocent.
Well, but they didn't say that in their action. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Well, no.
I mean, I understand. It's just like kind of the death penalty thing, having it on there, and
She
you
did
can
some
kinda-
shit. She did a bunch of shit. I don't know what all shit she did, but she did a bunch. There's probably still more shit we don't even know about that she did. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Yeah. I'm sorry. I was like, why the hell is there an ad? And I'm like, I don't pay for ads. I pay for no ads. Anyways, that's me in Confuciusville. I live in Confuciusville. Yeah. Woo!
Hey,
Long day.
don't listen to me when the Tyler Robinson hearing is, but
I know.
I think that I think they scheduled it too.
I want to say in December or I think I'm getting Jennifer Gledhill.
No, July, I thought, but I could be wrong. I thought it was
No,
July.
you're probably right. Don't listen to me either. So we're just talking. Don't be taking notes and documenting, okay? We're just chit chatting.
I've been listening to Baron Coleman. Have you heard of him?
Yeah, that Catholic guy or something.
Well, he may be Catholic. But he's a lawyer. He kind of looks like he was in the army. He's kind
You
of
just think he's cute, Donna. I know.
I do
already.
think. Well, he blocked me. He did block me already.
What the hell?
As many people as they have in there. No, he didn't block me. They timed me out. That's bad.
Donna gets in trouble when she goes prowling. You know, I'm just kidding. I'm
Well,
messing
he
with
made
you all.
some. He is usually, I agree with a lot of stuff he said, but he said one day that he said, well, the only person who would fall for that might be a woman. And I thought, hey, now. And so I was like, you need to be careful to not disparage women, since your wife and the lady that helps you, Dixie, do such good work. And they blocked me for that. And I mean, that was,
lady.
I was playing. I was just playing. But, you know, I said, well, I just won't ever comment on his stuff again.
So now you watch from the bushes. You're like,
yeah, I just, or on the replay, so I won't be tempted to say something.
I'm sorry. I saw Googie's comment. She said they just okayed the cameras in the courtroom. Right. Thank God. Right. I mean, that freaked me out. I was like, come on, man. Gotta have. It's already conspiracy theory ridden. And I'm in there.
You know, the only part of this that I would kind of like to hear again, and maybe we don't have to do it right now unless you want to, but is the part when that Amy was talking, when she got so upset about court TV and somebody wouldn't let her come in a courtroom, and she had a right to. Well, I don't even know what she was talking about, but she was pissed. It looks like they're showing it right now. Look at our thumbnail for the court TV. Yeah.
Yeah, I was moving it. Still.
Oh, you did it. I thought you're magic,
We
Krish.
really
I
are
just
smart, y'all. Well, we are both very smart. We just, we pick our battles. Anyways,
like it's magic. It came up.
Yeah, that's about the only time that'll ever happen. So yeah, we'll listen to Amy again and see if we can figure it out. Oh, there's that lady, y'all. Oh my God, I didn't see her earlier, but I'm seeing her now right there.
Who is that?
There was one day, I don't know, but she would pick. I'm not picking on her. I'm just saying what horrified me. Okay, Jason was like, "What is she? What's she doing?" She would like pick something out of her hair, and she would eat it on live TV whenever the trial was happening. Straight up. Anyways, I mean, you could kind of tell maybe that's why there's thinning hair. I'm not picking again. It's just she was on the front row and she was doing that, and I was like, "Oh my God,
that's a bad tick of some kind." If that's some people pick things and pick scabs and do crazy stuff. That's really a bad in public. All right, let's try it out.
All right, I will behave. I promise. Maybe, allegedly. All right. Oh, I just want to say I found it really fascinating that Kouri didn't throw all the mean mugging towards Amy as as Katie. Katie's like, she's kind of, Let me back that up, because I noticed that they never would sit. They never were sitting by each other. The dad, and his daughters. I'm just like, oh, okay. Again, maybe they just want space, whatever. But every damn time, it's a little weird. Different. It's a little different, not weird. Me and my terminology.
Thank you, sir.
You don't hear it. Up. Oh.
Andy, good morning.
Whoa.
Honorable Judge Mrazik. My name is Kouri Richins. I'm Eric Richins' sister. Today, I'm here to speak as a victim and to speak for Eric because he no longer has a voice. I addressed this court in 2023 when we were living in a state of visceral shock. Now, 3 years later, we are here at sentencing on a date that carries a weight I can barely describe. Today is Eric's 44th birthday. Birthdays are supposed to be proof of life, a day to celebrate another year of growth. Instead, today is a cruel reminder of another year Eric will never see, and a reminder of the fatherhood that was stolen from his 3 sons. Before I talk about what this crime has done, I need you to know who Eric was, not as a headline, but as a person. Over the course of this trial, so many people described Eric in strikingly similar ways. They called him outgoing, confident, funny, competitive, dependable, driven, and fiercely loyal. He was a leader, a hard worker, a rancher, a businessman, a coach, a best friend, a brother, a son. But more than anything, people described him as a phenomenal father. Eric had 3 sons and he coached many of their sports teams. He was the kind of dad who showed up not just for his own children, but for everyone around them. Sometimes I think about all the children who lost him too, the kids he coached, mentored, and believed in. I cannot imagine the confusion and heartbreak they felt when someone who had become such a steady and trusted part of their lives was suddenly gone. Eric was a real person, a deeply loved person, and the loss of him echoes through every life he touched. On my 16th birthday, I was sitting in my 10th grade English class when I got a text from Eric that said, "Come outside." I walked out and there was Eric, standing with flowers and that mischievous grin we all knew. I asked what he was doing there, and he just said, "Let's go. We've got to get a little mud on your tires." I had just bought my first truck, a used Ford F-150. Eric took me up into the mountains, and we took that truck off-roading for the first time. It was exhilarating and terrifying, but I felt safe because he was there. That was Eric. He made life bigger. He made people feel brave, and he protected the people he loved. That is the brother I lost, and that is the father his boys lost. In 2023, I told this court that I was tormented by the sequence of events of that night.
Oh, yeah.
Today, that torment has not faded. I still wonder when Eric realized he was in mortal danger. I wonder what Kouri said to him in his last moments. I'm still haunted by the question, did his boys hear their father's final struggle? If Eric had died of an illness, we would have cared for him. If it were an accident, there would have been kindness. But there is no comfort here. In his last moments, after being intentionally poisoned, my brother was faced with the ultimate betrayal. Eric's sons were 9, 7, and 5 when their world was shattered. They are now 13, 11, and 9. These are the years when a boy learns how to be a man by watching his father. What makes this crime uniquely heinous is that their grief will never pass. It will reinvent itself at every milestone. This crime didn't just happen once. It happens every single morning when those boys wake up and realize their father is still gone. They did not just lose their father, they lost the life they knew. Eric's death didn't end the harm. It began a grinding process of re-traumatization. Early in this process, I remember being told this case would be a marathon, not a sprint. We did not understand how every hearing, filing, delay, and public narrative would reopen wounds all over again. As if losing Eric was not painful enough, our family was then forced to grieve under public scrutiny. After the publication of the grief book, our family became the subject of public narratives, attacks, and speculation. At one point, I received a message sent from a burner phone that said, "You think you're funny?
Yeah.
Kouri will get the last laugh. Your jealousy is as disgusting as your family. Law enforcement later confirmed through warrants that the message came from Kouri. That moment stayed with me because it captured what these years have felt like. Not just grief, but intimidation and distortion. Yes, our family hired a private investigator. But when someone you love dies suddenly and deep in your gut, you believe something is terribly wrong, you do not stop searching for answers. The real question is not why would you investigate? The real question is, what wouldn't you do?
And why wouldn't
What wouldn't you do for your brother, for the truth? I also feel compelled to address the emotional toll of the trial itself. As the designated victim representative, and more importantly as Eric's sister, I have a right to be present in the courtroom. Yet during the proceedings, I was essentially kept in the dark. Due to the courtroom layout, I could not see the exhibits or the evidence. When we requested simple accommodation, we were told that the trial was being broadcast on court TV and I could excuse myself and watch from home with the rest of the world. Being told that my right to be here was interchangeable with a television broadcast was a profound violation. I did not want to watch Eric's life and death as content from my couch. I didn't want to go home after a grueling day and listen and watch it all over again.
Yeah.
I had a right to be here to face the evidence directly. Still, to this day, I've not been able to rewatch the trial because it's so time-consuming and painful to relive. I still have not seen all the evidence that was presented. Your Honor, I need to say this clearly. Someday, those boys will grow up and look back at the records of this trial.
Kouri.
I need the truth to be the only thing they find. The claims made against Eric's character were not just legal defenses, they were acts of secondary violence. Eric was a protector, not a predator. These lies were a desperate attempt to justify the unjustifiable, and they have added a layer of cruelty to our grief that is nearly impossible to bear.
Kouri, fix your face, girl.
I also need to correct the record on a few misrepresentations. First, the prenup. It was provided well before the wedding, not in a last-minute way.
Oh my God, he's dead. You killed him, lady.
The incident between
it's over.
Kouri and me,
You win.
I never touched her. Kouri pled guilty to assaulting me. Yet she and her circle have continued to spread false narratives. This is a pattern of distortion that has kept our family trapped in conflict. There is something that has haunted me for years.
Uh-huh.
And I found out Katie was the exact same today. I begged Eric to leave too. I begged him to divorce her. But Eric was trying to protect his boys. People often struggle to recognize intimate partner violence when the victim is a man. But Eric's actions spoke for themselves. He documented conversations. He tried to protect himself. He knew after Valentine's Day that she had tried to poison him, but he also believed that if he left, he could not fully protect his children. So he stayed because he was trying to keep them safe. This trauma has seeped into every corner of my life.
Uh-huh.
And also, it has also deeply affected my own family and marriage.
Ugh.
My husband, William, watched me be consumed by the pursuit of justice. For 4 years, we have lived in a constant state of stress, grief, and emotional exhaustion. I lost my job as a professor at Montana Tech University on the very day I was subpoenaed to appear in this court. Eric was so proud of me earning my PhD, and teaching students was something I loved and that made me proud. It now seems like another thing that Kouri's actions have taken away from me. But the most devastating loss is one that isn't in any police report. Because of the unrelenting stress of this investigation and the constant attacks on our family, I suffered a traumatic miscarriage of twins. We lost our children. We lost the future we were building. Kouri's actions didn't just end one life. They reached out and stifled the lives of my unborn children as well. That loss lives inside this tragedy too. Eric's murder did not just take someone from my life. It plunged me into a darkness. It stole the light I once carried. It erased the future I had planned. Every day, I wake up and step into this same crushing emptiness, where time itself feels frozen and meaningless. The laughter of my future children, the warmth of my family, the simple joy of waking to a new morning, all of it has been devoured by this crime. This grief is limitless, resembling the ocean. Sometimes it softly touches the shore, other times it pounds against it with fierce force. Occasionally, it surges like a massive tsunami, overwhelming everything. These changes can occur suddenly, and like the ocean, it cannot be controlled. I didn't just lose my brother. I lost my sister-in-law. I lost someone I considered my friend.
Good.
We've had good times together. That loss is so complicated now, Your Honor, because it forces you to grieve someone who is still alive while facing the horror of what they have done. It is grief that doesn't resolve. It just sits there heavy every day. This crime has fractured our family in ways outsiders cannot understand. One of the most painful realities is that my husband and I do not get to see our nephews. This tragedy has created a wall of trauma between us, and that feels impossible to climb. Because of this crime, we are no longer present in those boys' lives the way Eric would have wanted. In 2023, I told this court I never knew evil like this existed. Everything I have witnessed since has confirmed that. Kouri did not just kill Eric. She attempted to kill the spirit of everyone who loved him. She lied to his children. She lied to the world and has shown no remorse while dancing on his grave for profit.
Ooh.
Your Honor, a parole-eligible sentence is not a conclusion. It is a reoccurring nightmare. It guarantees that every few years, Eric's sons will be notified that their father's murderer is seeking freedom. It forces them to relive the trauma repeatedly for decades. Eric died trying to be his children's shield. He can no longer protect them, so now the responsibility falls to this court. I ask you to provide these boys with the finality and safety they deserve. I ask you to ensure that the noise of Kouri Richins never enters their lives again. For the years of suffering we've endured, for the children who will grow up without their father, and for the life she stole from Eric and the peace she stole from us, I respectfully ask that you sentence Kouri Richins to life without the possibility of parole. Happy birthday, Rico. Thank you.
Peace be with you, lady. Oh my gosh. Oh, Kouri is. I want to fix her fucking face, man. Okay, so during the trial, she didn't freaking move. Like, she was like so boring to look at, you know, to try and read and figure out. I hope I'm not muted. Let me make sure. I feel like I could be. No, I'm not. Okay. But it's like she's given like these what a 14-year-old girl would do, or like Lauren behind my back. Okay, basically, 3 eye roll emojis is what I see right there. Just utter disregard. But I was watching like I'm sorry I talked through it, but hey, I was watching the dynamics of the rest of the family, because it's only family in there today, right? And I mean, media came in, or I saw Nate after the last break, But that doesn't mean they're not on the other side. These were good camera angles, in my opinion. Not that, again, we don't want to look at Kouri because whatever, but it's also, we had the option, Look at, she's so disrespectful. But I was watching the rest of the family, and I mean, when Amy shared about the loss of her twins, I mean, that is so tragic. And this is just a very good point to, I'm not looking at her and pointing. I'm just saying it ravishes your family. It ravishes your life. It's like whenever I found, just with my Uncle Charles, this was before Tylee and, JJ were even missing, I guess. I mean, at that point, I didn't know any of that stuff. But whenever I found out Uncle Charles, was, I said murdered. I knew, it's like I just knew with my entire soul that, oh no, he was murdered. They killed him, and it shattered me. And I mean, I say that, and I mean, you think, oh yeah, you fell apart. No, in that moment, it freaking broke my brain, and things never looked the same ever since. It breaks your brain. And this is the same kind of concept that happens with these ritual abusers. They are like intentionally breaking the brain of of a child in order to make them more easily programmable. It's a thing. And I mean, when you look at how trauma and, all that affects the brain, it shortens the lifespan. It's like you no longer have, like, I no longer had like my own ambition or my own desires or my own dreams. It's like it all automatically in one instant became, oh, I have to chase that down, and I can't stop until I do. It's like, oh, it takes over. I mean, I've tried to. I didn't know what was happening in the moment. It was horrible, and it still is. But in that moment, it's like you have no control over what you're hearing, what you're learning about your loved ones, and you're just navigating such a difficult, and I mean, it's like a constant uphill. And especially with it being, with the cases being in high profile, it becomes like a battle it's like a battle to try and learn the things before you get hammered with it. It catches you off guard and you're like, oh shit, I wasn't ready for that. Like I didn't know that even existed. And here it is, and so you have to kind of like, I had to force myself to try and learn everything I could. That's why I'm here. That's what brought me here. And, this platform, YouTube, opened up I don't know, I don't want to say an opportunity. It gave me a place where I could just get through the content, if I wanted to. And I do, that's just kind of how I am. And I've never kept interest in something so long, which is very surprising. I have ADHD. It's kind of how we work. But I mean, I didn't have a choice. And I believe that's for everybody who's affected by violent crime. You don't have the choice. And I see it now. I didn't see all this stuff when it first happened, when all the things it was like being in a wave pool, like at Six Flags Waterworld. And you're just steadily getting pummeled with waves. And then, when you get back up, then you're like, okay. And you try and get your balance about you and your equilibrium back and recalibrate. And then bam, you get knocked down with another wave. And it's like that. My experience was, it's still like that. It's just more manageable now because it's slowed down a lot. But I mean, when like looking back and going through the stuff with Lori Hellis, with the property and people buying the property, and we just, she didn't care what we thought. And it was just like, I don't give a shit who bought the property either. Like nobody has. It was more like, oh my God, it's like you're constantly being thrown in these kind of situations where, if you do react, did we act properly? Did we react right? Because, the general consensus is like, well, they should be happy. Why didn't they buy it themselves? Well, go fuck off, because it's like, it's not the same. There's emotional ties there. It's the way things are presented sometimes, a lot of times. And it's like so many people trying to be the King Kong ding-along or whatever, the head person. You heard it here first, and it becomes more of a power struggle and not really, I guess, being not sensitive. I don't believe I deserve, or nobody owes me anything is what I'm saying. But if you're going to be in this space and you're, writing a book about it, if you're covering this story, quote unquote, if you're covering it and you're making a living off of it, don't turn around and stab us in the back. Don't turn around and call Tylee a bitch. Don't turn around and exploit and then look at us like we have, cooties or something. It's you, it's like, it's you guys. It's Lauren, you have the problem. And it's like, don't get pissed off at me for reacting and responding and, standing up for myself and my family. Like, it's backwards and it's so weird. But hey, I don't know. I know I kind of went off on a side tangent or added to it, but it's such a difficult process and situation to navigate on your own, much less try to come together as a family during that time, then only to find out there's an asshole journalist, wannabe journalist, who's triangulating people from one another and trying to control the narrative. It's control. And it's like, I don't give a shit where I heard it. I want to hear it from the right source. I want to hear it where it's not going to affect an appeal, Lauren. Ping, 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 ping. I'm just saying, I don't insert. I never wanted to insert myself and put myself to where I would maybe jeopardize justice for my murdered family members and safety for the rest of my family, like it's crazy. But if like Lori and Chad were released today because of an appeal, when, then they're not going to go knocking on Lauren's door. They're not going to knock on Lori's door. Well, they can't even knock on Chad's door anymore either, can they? No, I'm joking. But my mom is on the hit list, okay? That's where they stopped because the cops intervened. That's kind of how I feel. And it's a worry that I always have. I'm like, is like Trisha, is Lauren, are these people extensions? Are they part of the cult, that did not get, prison sentence too? Because they sure do fuck with us a lot, and secretly and quietly and covertly is actually a better word. Is Megan of the same belief system as her cousin Lori and Alex? Cousins and Melanie Boudreaux Plausi? I mean, and Barry Cox, the upper 95, upper 5%, the lower 95, So I'm like, oh my God, like looking at it through all these different lenses, it's fucking scary. And it's like, it's not just, that person that came in here earlier and was like, you're just a mean, or whatever the fuck she said. And I'm just like, go sit down all the way. Is this just who you want to, I guess, endorse? You know what I mean? Like, I'm here because I don't get to shut it off. I believe Amy's here because she don't get to shut it off. We don't get to shut it off. We don't get to say, I'm unsubscribing and fuck off. No, because they're still trying to narrate the damn story. They're still trying to fundraise off of our families. They're still exploiting. It never stops. And I remember thinking this so long ago, about, well, wow, a missing flyer goes out. They don't, you end up like in our case with Tylee and JJ, they're unearthed from Chad Daybell's property where they've been buried for months in shallow graves. Okay. So then what with the flyer, the missing flyer, what happens with that? Then you have all these thumbnails, but then I learned that if you put the victims on the thumbnail, and I mean, it kind of feels exploitative to do that too. And I mean, people, it drives traffic, it drives interest when you put the perp on the thumbnail and in the title and the search engine optimization and the CrimeCon and Dateline and 2020 and all the Netflix and all the genre. It's a genre, and it's not just some little pion, genre or hobby or whatever. It's such a pipeline of money, of wealth, of generating all these funds. This it's a multi-billion dollar what's the word I'm looking for? Not corporation, but oh my gosh, niche. I don't know. But I mean, do you know what I'm saying? It's like entertainment. It's I mean, just think about how like Lifetime, when Lifetime came out with that movie or whatever the fuck that is. Of Chad and Lori, the Doomsday thing, like I was like, oh my god, I don't even remember what. Let me look that up real quick because I've been wanting to know and I keep forgetting to look. Lifetime movie Doomsday Mom, Disney Mom. Okay, let's see. Oh, what year? I want to say 2021. Oh shit. Okay. It was 2021. I mean, Tylee and JJ were just recovered. Their remains were recovered. We didn't even have them. We didn't have their remains. They stayed in the morgue or whatever. I mean, for a very long time. And I mean, I didn't even process that part. I didn't even ever get to the part where I'm like, oh yeah, we need the remains. It's like, oh, they're doing what they have to do with, and they're holding the remains until you get through trial, right? I've never been through this, so I don't know the protocol. I don't know the things until you learn it somewhere else, and or people are raising hell about it. There's motions filed, and you're like, oh, yeah, we want that, but it's like things aren't even an option at that point or at that time, and so you're like, I didn't even know that was a thing. I didn't even know that I needed to ask for it or even know what it is. It's crazy, but this was so disgusting to me. Just the movie with here's Larry. Patrick Duffy plays Larry. Hey, Patrick Duffy is my dad, and I forget who the woman is. She don't look familiar right there. Linda Pearl is my mom. How about that? No. Okay. It's weird, but I remember it playing I had it playing on the TV when it did come out. But I never could like look at it. I was like nervous cleaning, just tinkering around, because I couldn't stop. It's like a lot of energy and I just have to like discharge it. And I can't just sit still and I'm processing it and I hear it, a character playing JJ. I hear a character playing Tylee right here. Look. And it's like, no, we haven't even gotten them home. We haven't given them proper burials. Chad Daybell is the only privileged asshole that I say that, that buried them. And it's gross. It's like you have no say so in any of this when you're trying to navigate this. But then there's the positive side of it in my experience where I didn't have to carry all this by myself or with other family members who are also traumatized and navigating the waters in their own way, which there's no right or wrong way. You just have to, it's difficult is what it is. And that's true crime is true. That's the reality of it. The reality of it, is that we don't get to hug them again. Oh, God dang. What the fuck? She kind of looks like a Lori, but I mean, again, it's just, but everybody else around you is like, oh, cool, and you're like, no, I don't know. It's like an underbelly. It's like an infamy underbelly that you don't want to be part of at all. I mean, people have stepped over me, stepped on my head to get to closer to my parents or closer to other family members, and then they don't even know who you are after that. And I mean, that's happened plenty of times, but I mean, I'm still going to continue being me. That's on them. I remember we were in Idaho, I want to say it doesn't matter. We were up there one time and we were eating, and there was this lady that came up, and I mean, people are well-meaning, but Mom and Larry have told me so many times that they have coddled people. They have comforted people because people go up to them and they just start bawling. And I mean, you get it, because it's intense, I guess. And it's a trauma bond too. I mean, how many of us know exactly the aerial shot over Chad Daybell's property? They don't do this. I mean, they do this on purpose. These things bond us together, and that's not why they want us. That's not why they do it. They do it to cause trauma collectively, to break your brain, to break my brain, collectively together. So, you know what I mean? It's like it's a jacked up world we live in my opinion and experience. It's effed up, and I don't understand. And that's my whole point with, covering the crime con stuff. It's not because I want to live stream for hours all day, and try and act like, Jay and have like, a whole activity schedule laid out. I mean, it's not my strong suit, but we can take that time, and if anybody wants to, and we can go check out CrimeCon and have some of the people who are there, other creators who are there, and if they are willing, they can pop on and just whenever, and just kind of mark themselves safe. We'll just haha about it, but it's actually kind of legit and scary and real. It's real for Christina. She really got served with a temporary restraining order, and then all hell broke loose. And I mean, still trying to understand what even happened over almost a year later, I mean, half a year, you know what I mean? How long it's been since October, but I mean, it's really been since, I mean, before that, it was September of 2025, whenever all that stuff went down in Aurora or wherever, Denver. And I mean, here we are. And out of that came a groundswell. No, it was a community, though, of those of us who were like, wait, what? Oh no. Like we started to see through the bullshit. And some of y'all knew way before, and we joined you. And so people who have learned and saw the mask slip, they've come in and trickled in. And I'm glad when that happens, because it's like organic, it's not, I'm not going to sit here and try and convince you that Lauren, that Lauren's this shitty person, or she's dark, or whatever label Lauren thinks about herself and has expressed it, like a paranoia or something of not being good enough, or being subhuman, yet the whole time they're putting that on themselves. They're like dehumanizing and shaming. They're creating victims, projecting and creating victims of what they really feel. And I've thought that about Lori Daybell. I mean, like, she hates herself. She cannot stand herself. And you can tell by the way she murdered her husband, possibly her ex-husband, and her children. And then she thinks she did nothing wrong. It's the same fucking playbook. And it's worldwide though. And that's what that's what I meant by what about the rest of them? Because when you have an inverted belief system like this, what about the rest of them? There's a whole lot of them, turns out. A lot of them are our leaders, you know? And then you're like, oh shit. It's been the most hair-raising, trippy, I don't even have the right words to describe how it felt when I figured out that Lori and Chad, it wasn't just religiosity. No, it's a club and you ain't in it and I ain't in it and we're good with that, right? We are okay. I am. Y'all keep y'all's fucking club. Shove it up your ass and go initiate other. Just stop. Stop abusing people. Stop treating people. Stop treating us who aren't in your club like we are less than. Stop censoring us, fuckers, right? Stop. But I have to do a little conformity, or I do. It's conditioning, because I feel like shit. I don't want to water myself down. I don't want to water down the subject either, because this is some real life true crime is true shit. So what I remember Bailey this just reminded me, I want to say it. Bailey Sarian not too long ago, she's got a ginormous platform. I remember when she covered the Daybell saga, and she stopped doing her makeup and she got out a damn board, like a poster board, like trying to map it out and try and understand herself, just what the hell she was talking about. Because it's confusing. There's so many layers, so many moving parts. And you're like, what? And I mean, because it's so complex, even people who tell stories every day about these difficult cases, these hard cases, they're tragedy. They're tragic. Even she, couldn't get through it without stumbling so many times and not getting it all. I've steeped myself, or I've been in this since it happened, since my uncle was murdered in 2019. And I don't know it all. And I mean, I pay attention. I pick things up just kind of collectively, like I said earlier about the bees and Trisha's comment about, she said, and I mean, I'm kind of quoting her, not quoting her, but anyways, she said, it's all about the bees, people. It's all about the bees. And I was like, huh. So I just I put a pin in it, is what I say. I put a pin in it. And then I thought about Chad Daybell's bees that he, stomped until a voice told him to stop. Lauren really liked talking about that story. She also said something about a bee, but I just don't remember what it was, but I will find it. Okay. If I'm saying it, I saw it. I'm not going to repeat it and just make shit up. It does nobody any good. So when people come in and they just they attack the character because they have nothing else, or they just throw out those arguments like, you're just jealous. And I'm like, yeah, that's totally it. You got me pegged, right? So drenched in jealousy. And it's like, do you even realize do you realize people, or that person, that's coming in throwing just shit at the wall, and you're like, okay, are you done? And I mean, I don't know if they even know what they're doing. Maybe they just, again, I think of it as they're not here for the same reasons as I am. And whatever, like, I don't have time for that shit. But I also never had to deal with it to this extent. It is like, there are some people that really do not care for me. And I mean, again, I kind of am an easy target. And I'd rather them fuck with me than fuck with my family anymore than has already happened. F with me. Leave them alone. I feel very protective in that sense. But Trisha, yeah, I mean, it's wild. What I mean, do y'all see it? It's like I want to hear y'all say, "Oh my God, yeah," and I look for it in the comments and I don't get to stare at it the whole time because I'm sitting here talking, but it's like I'm always just kind of waiting and I don't ever hear anything back. And I'm like, okay. So then I'll just keep on circling the drain. It was so gross how Trisha played that Lori and Chad video and said how her subs fell in love with Crush's parents after Crusha said, don't talk about her family anymore. Yeah, that's the shit I'm talking about. But, there's always there's many ways to, and I know this is not a very good analogy, but there's more than one way to skin a cat, a rabbit, whatever you want to say. There's other ways to go about standing up for yourself without losing integrity and stooping to their level, and it's just by trying to take the high road. I mean, trust me, I even reevaluate along the way, and I'm like, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I have it all backwards. Are they seeing something? How come I'm seeing it this way, and then people have continuously dropped off and came this way, to be like, oh my God, hashtag me too, like, wow. And it's interesting how we see things when we're ready, or certain levels of exposure, different. We're all different. Every one of us has a very different experience, but kind of the same in a sense. But it's like I wasn't ready for all this shit, but apparently things started to crack, and I'm, I still do what I do, and I go and watch other creators talk about things that I'm, listen, like into or interested in. And I mean, that's how it happened with me. I was there supporting Lauren during her 9-hour live, and I'm so sorry to I'm sorry to Christina, Janice, Lindsay, Dental Lori, Crossbody, just cross all the people, right? Crossbody Sarah, and I always forget, right? I can't think of everybody's names. You know who you are, 7 Gs, right? Oh, Felicia. I feel bad because can you imagine learning about the 9-hour live and then being like, oh my God, or Stephanie, Colette, learning that it's this person that you've interacted with closely, and she is inciting her entire chat without them knowing it. Like, she weaponized us without my knowledge, without my consent, without me even knowing the whole damn story. But because it had to do with, just the process of Lori and Chad and the community that built up around him, and rallied around the victims and my family, to help us get through this, to lean on, to support. I mean, that's the beautiful part, but the really nasty part is this other side, the exploitation, the manipulation, the controlled opposition, everybody has like their own motive, and that is fucked. It's so crazy. It's so crazy. I don't think I'll ever understand it. But I'll die trying. I'll die trying. And so look, I made this. It's like the estate war and the bee symbolism and the be me, and then the text, a ghost text, be me. Yeah. And then snaggle gums here. Good Lord. Just saying. I didn't do it. Let me cough real quick. Okay, thank you. I mean, and the secret society shit, the footprinters here, International Footprint Association, that Trisha's dad is alleged to belong to, for him to be in the OSS and the CIA. Her mom was decoding. She was one of those British women who swore an oath to secrecy to decode coded secrets. I'm like, what the fuck is going on right now? It's batshit crazy, y'all. And it's not letting up, you know? Like, this is wild. I don't get it. And they're telling Ross right there at the bottom. Let me get this out. Oh yeah, look at this. I wanted to show you all this. This was I took a screenshot of the Be Me text. It was on Jolene's live. You know how you take a screenshot and so it captures, like I had the chat on. I was chatting with everybody during one of Jolene's lives and this came on and I was like, oh, let me grab a screenshot of that, clean it up a little bit, you know, kind of like I did with that with the porch guy, just to kind of get a better angle, a better picture. Not to alter it, but just to fucking see it, you know? Because I mean, you're looking at this little, I was looking at a phone screen and they're not that ginormous and I'm getting old and my eyes are getting bad. So I uploaded it into my Canva app. So this is the alleged Be Me text, you know? And I mean, I just have it in this form right here. So you can kind of see it was just raw. And I started to, I hit the little, auto, whatever, correct. Where it would just kind of balance out. And these gray smudge marks started appearing. And I was like, what? You know, like this is weird. I can't zoom in on it or anything, but I mean, there's the big smudge at the bottom, and then it kind of goes right above that. And then the third smudge, you know, going up, that's really a text box. And there are gray part, you know, like what do you call it? Pixels, I guess, around the text areas. So I mean, whatever, but then there you go up to the second bubble, I guess, from the top. So you're going down now, the second, you know, text box. And there's a light gray smudge right there. And I'm like, this is weird. You know, it's not like I took a picture or, you know, because I took a screenshot. So, I mean, you're taking a screenshot of someone else's screen of someone else's picture that they shared on the screen. And it's like, what is going on here? So, I mean, it's not going to be clear. It depends on if I had it on 1080p, if I had it on 4K, if I had it on 720, you know, like the quality of the photo. Oh, she was live last night? What? Oh, yeah. It was intense though. I think like the dry begging over and over and over again. I had to like stop it a couple times and just be like, okay, let me just calm down for a second. It's a lot and repetitive. Holy shit. It's like the same script. And it's, you kind of, with the way you're doing it, where you're grouping the things together, you know, same subject matter, jurisdiction. Anyways, it's like, oh my God, it really helps me, I guess, kind of see the bigger picture or the real, like what's really happening here. And, you know, because you're not just glazing through it and then you forget about it and, you know, the next thing catches your attention. But anyway, so I don't know, like on the screen right here, I don't know. It could just be every picture that I uploaded. I don't know, because I took more than one, you know, to try and, again, I was just cleaning up the text to see. And these great things started popping up and I was like, oh, I wouldn't put it fucking past them. You know, I hope not. But then I know better than that. I know better than that. Unfortunately. And that's the type of people we're dealing with that exploit old ladies more than once, in my opinion, allegedly. These are the allegations. They're opportunists. In my experience. And it's like, they're okay with that. And I'm not. And there's going to be other families affected by crime, violent crime, who have no idea what the hell they just landed in. And I really think this is where I want to focus a major part of my knowledge or experience, you know, and just try to help them out. I do not want a 501c3. I don't want none of that. Okay. Because it seems like that's part of being in that wider network that Chad and Lori belong to. If you're connected, I'm not saying everybody, but it makes me, I look at you real hard now, like if you're connected and, because you're allowed, it's like, I don't know how to explain it without sounding like a fucking crazy person, but I know y'all see it. There's a power controlling from the top and it's like an MLM. We're at the bottom. And they even, I've read Jesuit, like the Jesuit oath, and they think we're less than insects. They think we're what do you call it? Gollum? I don't even know how to say it. Goyim. They think we're chattel. They think we're subhuman, even zombies, cockroaches, dark, less than. So I think that's a big, huge red flag that we need to start putting in our, put a pin in it and just be like, yeah, they're not like us. And they might be of that mindset of that generation, where they're raised this way, where they're sadistic, where they enjoy and laugh at your pain, where they exploit you. They cross boundaries. They don't respect boundaries whatsoever. And these are indicators. These are red flags that say, hey, danger alert. And I mean, again, what is that? Who does that hurt if you have these little, this knowledge of what possibilities these are to signal to you that these are possibly people that are going to harm you in some way, shape, or form, spiritually, emotionally, financially, all those things, sexually, they prey upon, and they are inverted. That's all I can say. Like, they're just inverted people. That's probably the nicest way I can put it. That doesn't sound like I'm not trying to be degrading. Like, they don't think like us. And you can see that in their fruits. You can look now, I can see in Trisha's wake, there are so many people who have been wronged and harmed and exploited and taken advantage of, manipulated right now. Tonight's live stream that she does, I'm pretty sure there's going to be some manipulation in there. And I didn't know to look for that. I didn't know. We want to trust people. We do. But you can't trust everybody. You keep your circle really small. And I mean, I'm not trying to, say, oh, just become a hermit and just you'll be safe for the rest of your life. No, it sucks because we crave community. We do. I do. I like when I haven't been able to chit chat and just catch up with you guys. I'm like, oh my God, I miss them. But I see y'all everywhere else and I love it. I run into you guys everywhere. And I love that. I do. But the beast symbolism, I mean, just with, it's everywhere. I'm going to do some digging. I was going to schedule a live after this, but then I was like, let me just I'm not going to over prepare because you know how I overwhelm myself, but just kind of gather some things a little more, not proof, but just to kind of show a pattern, histrionics, if you will. And see if you see the same things. If not, just be like, yeah, well, I'm not really seeing that. Well, put a pin in it. It's not harming anybody to put a pin and make note of things. And just, if you need it later, great. If you don't, great. It harms no one. It could inform and it could create like a, where you don't just have one piece of evidence saying, oh yeah, I don't know if I'm going to like this person. They seem really, pushy, they're not respecting my boundaries. Anyways, love bombing, right? I mean, this is how this works. It's wild. It's wild. Let me show you something real quick though, because I'm gonna go ahead and schedule the live for tomorrow. I did ask Jay earlier while Kouri would never shut up. Oh my God, that woman was just talking and talking and talking. I was like, she's never gonna stop. I'm sure her attorney's legs hurt, But I asked Jay, I don't know if she answered me, but if she, would just kind of do not a collab, not like a, oh my God, here's a big expose. Like, I don't have all the answers. I'm just trying to figure it out. I'm crowdsourcing right now. Just trying to see what the collective thinks, what you guys think. But this right here was fan-fucking-tastic, okay? Oh my God. Oh my God. And then the OLOP did that video of Trisha the other night, and I've watched it. I said it earlier, OLOP, that I'm probably most of your views, half of your views is me returning to watch again, because I watched the one you made of, I'm looking for it right now. Oh my gosh. Where's it at? It's not far from wherever you are. Here, this one. Trisha's family and childhood in her own words. This was so telling to me. It explained a lot of Trisha to me. The Cottonwood Club, the OSS, the CIA, the her mom decoding secret code and then swearing to secrecy. Come on, Tim Ballard, claims to be in the CIA. Look at him. They're not really the most stable people. I grew up thinking and trusting law enforcement. Your official people. That's how I've taught my kids their entire lives. I never taught them to be scared or to fear. Oh, there's a cop, put your seatbelt on. No, put your damn seatbelt on. Okay. Or we're not going nowhere. And I mean, I even had to, I gritted my teeth when I got pulled over one time, and my daughter was in the back seat, buckled up, and I got pulled over, and it was dark. And so there were like 6 cop cars that came up, and I was like, wow, didn't say nothing, but I mean, it was just excessive. And it was scaring Ashlyn. She was like 6 years old at the time, and the cop came up to my window, and I gritted my teeth. That's what I do when I'm mad. And they just clenched together, and I was like, can I talk to you? And so we went to the back of the car, and I was like, you are scaring the shit out of my daughter right now. And so after he lightened the hell up. Okay. And I mean, I don't scare my children from, if you need help, go run to teacher, go run to the police, go run. Now I'm like, oh damn. And I remember processing this during this whole thing with Chad and Lori, and digging into this cult thing. And I finally figured it out in my mind. I just didn't know how to say it and explain it to anybody else for a long time. I still am not good at it, but we can get there. I can point you there. It's just so much and so complex added on top of, just the emotional and personal ties. My heart's in this. My soul is in this. My blood is in this. And it's real life. But what was I saying? Shit. Damn it.
They're saying Jay said yes to tomorrow.
I did?
No, your commenters. Several commenters have said.
Girl. I'm sitting here behind my damn other screen with my eyes closed, trying to figure out what I just said.
Some of the other commenters have said that Jay will.
Oh, good. She's a better talker, and I can talk to her about this kind of stuff, so I feel more comfortable. And so good. Thank you, Auntie Cheryl. Everybody wants to do a live with you. She said, I know we should have dueled today. Or, yeah, whatever you're saying. I know what you mean. Because while Kouri was yapping, I jumped over because I was looking for Every Day with Jay, and then I didn't see it live. And I was like, well, damn. So Jay is for Justice, and she was streaming. So jumped in, chatted a little bit. And I don't know. This is interesting, because when I was looking into the stuff with Trisha's parents, I mean, it brought me to the Beehive crap. It's like little old societies, how Trisha said that Beth B was someone who I would like loan money to other women. Well, I looked into Beth B whenever Dream Feed Media provided that, what Trisha calls an obituary. That's what I came up with. Trisha, and thinking it's an obituary. Anyways. And so whenever I'm looking into that, and I'm like, I've never heard of a foot printer. I've also never heard of a 912er, but that's what Jason Mal's in. And guess who? It's like this, all these different freaking things, these clubs. Check into the clubs, check into the universities, check into the sororities and fraternities, y'all. That's where it's at. That's one of the main hubs, I'll tell you. Then you have the medical society. You have all kinds of societies. Oh, okay. Okay, I saw the other ones, and I emailed you back, which is rare. I don't usually finish it, I'm like, I like to give it my all. I think Jolene explained it the other day, and I was like, me too. Like, I feel like I can't give, like, if I can't give you a whole, like, all of me, and I can really, I don't know, process and give it a full thought, then I'll start to write, and then I'll forget because anyways, it sucks. It's catastrophe. It's like sabotage, self-sabotage. Okay, good. All right. That's awesome. Thank you, Marcy. I appreciate that. And Auntie Cheryl. Yeah, that's good. I mean, we'll just kind of chit chat because bees in the trap for sure. There's definitely some symbolisms going on here. And again, I'm not saying fact. I'm not saying this is my narrative. You have to believe it, or get the fuck out of here. No, it's just consider these things. And if you don't have an open mind, then, we're probably not going to get along very well. And that's okay too. I'm not a control freak. I do not ever. I hate that. Anyways, but I'm going to put this because it's a little clip I'm going to show it. Oh my God, I can't talk at certain points of the day. I'm sitting here stuttering. Where did it go? I'm so glad Donna got this scheduled for me. I was like, yay, but then I didn't know. And so I was going to schedule too. But I'm so relieved. Thank you so much, Donna. I appreciate your hard work and for putting up with my ass. It's got to be difficult. There it is. Nope.
Thank you for putting up with me and Brutus sneaking out and stuff.
I won't ever time you out. You can say girls rule. It doesn't matter. I'm just picking. People just don't get us, They're not as, I don't think, as open-minded. Where I'm looking for, oh, there. I'm sitting here looking for blue and it's red. Anyways, not that one. This one. It doesn't help that let me stop sharing my screen so these little screens will stop being everywhere. They're really throwing me off. If I can find my way out of a damn paper bag. Okay. There. All right. I'm still here. Okay. Share screen. Now I won't have blue tabs everywhere. It's confusing me. This would be, I'm looking for oh my gosh, Crush K. Get it together. Dreadful Penny. Shit, I couldn't think. Still can't really. Let me just start clicking them down. See some pictures. Y'all can't see what I'm doing, but that's what I'm doing. Did I close it by chance? Oh, there it is. There it is. There it is. Oh, I know. Jump scare. Jump scare. But all right, so just hear this first part, okay? It's not long. Dreadful Penny. Thank you for your service. I gotta reset this. I had it all ready to go. I still do.
So yeah, hi Garth, hi Grizzly, hi Ancient Teapot, Boss Lady, Just Me was here, up here. So yeah, so today, first of all, I just want to say these are just my opinions. This is just for entertainment. I got no credentials. I'm an ex-mechanic with an English degree. And some opinions. Hi, like the Wild West, nice to see you. Hey, glad you can make it. So, and Amy Sue and Happy Go Ducky, long time no see. Happy Go Ducky. Oh, you fun people. Okay, very exciting. So,
good, Marcy.
Last time I covered
Good,
Regan. I covered her ex-Mormon snark podcast episode with Kirsten that she did right after she had spent 4 hours trashing Christina live on YouTube. And after that, and I had recently also responded to her, everybody can go fuck off, I'll do what I want, return to YouTube video. And so after that, Just Me was kicked out. Yeah, your comment was held for some reason. I had to allow it. So maybe it had something to do with that. Anyway, after those two episodes, I received an email from an immediate member of Megan's family.
I was like, oh shit.
And he wanted to just share with me that, he felt that some of my insights about Megan were on point and wanted to share some information, to kind of help me on my way, I guess you could say. So I was extremely touched by that. And so I wanted to share some of that with you, and I got permission to do so. Wow. So I have made a little Google Doc with kind of like, I just made a numbered list of the facts that were shared with me. And then after that, I thought we would, follow the look at the video that she posted. So Adam Cox testified in in the trial for Charles's murder, Lori's trial for her husband Charles's murder. And after that, he had his own podcast. He and Uncle Rex had their own podcast where they talked about the case and everything surrounding it. And he went on the podcast afterwards and kind of debriefed about his time on the stand that day. And then someone asked a question about Megan.
No stalker?
And he gave some answers. So I wanted to share that. And also I know people have seen it, but I'm going to reshare the text from a group chat that came out through Mr. Bright Breakfast that was authored by Summer Cox. So I just asked Justine, nice to see you. I'm glad you made a live too. Yeah, so Just Ask Justine says, hello, so happy to make a live. I have a lot to say about Megan. I trusted her and it was the wrong thing to do. I should have listened to Adam.
I did too.
Yeah, I think that a lot of people kind of felt that way. I think she sort of duped a lot of people who thought that she was genuine and sincere. And then, if a little bit boring, they thought she was sincere. But it turned out, following the Lauren Matthias hidden true crime saga, that Megan was a liar and a phony and a fake and a fraud. And people started looking a little deeper and finding that she has been attempting to sell herself as a life coach. So she's trying to grift off the internet at $3,000 a pop to go and get some kind of life coach. I have no idea what program this might involve. She has admitted live on YouTube that she has no credentials to be a life coach. So anyway, I feel that Megan had an opportunity to come clean about all the garbage with Lauren and hidden true crime. Instead, she doubled down on all that shit. She attacked Kresha. She attacked Kay. She acted
as a creator. It's an obligation. Like, she can't just be reckless like that and be in this community and think that people aren't going to hold her accountable and responsible for being so reckless, and no regard for other people. And just seeing it, I know I'm not a healed person. I feel like I'm going to constantly evolve and heal until the day I die. Okay. So, I mean, I'm never like, hey, I'm going to save you. Okay. Because I can't even save myself. And that's how I look at Megan. Like, and the same thing with Adam. Okay. Adam was also he's doing the life coaching and the pickleball coaching. And, Colby kind of did this too, y'all. In the very beginning, he was like, I forgive my mom. And I was like, ew, okay. I hope so. I want nothing but the best for everybody. I really do. Especially Colby. Okay. I feel protective. I mean, it's just, I didn't see how that was possible because of where I was in all this. And I'm just a niece, I'm just JJ's aunt. I'm just me, and that's his mom, his whole life. And anyways, I was just like, wow. And I just, but then he kind of, went off for a little bit. I don't know. I don't hovercraft, I just kind of keep up with him. But I pop in when I can. But it's like he came back sometime later and it's like he realized it, I don't know, it's like maybe an expectation is put upon them or they put upon them. I don't know. It's maybe like because I think about how Lori is his mom. And, he's having to kind of wade through all that bullshit and deconstruct, just like Megan and ex-Mormons do from the church and ex-Catholics. And I deconstructed this whole time. I feel like I'm still deconstructing just from the cult I live in, that I'm the world. The world is the cult, my whole world around me is nothing as what I was taught. It's like, oh, okay. So you lied? Okay. Yeah. They lied. They still lying. And we have to come together as a community. We have to not fight, not fall into the traps that they set up for us. We're smarter than that. And we know better. It's just as stressful. Anyways, blah, blah, blah. But Megan has an obligation to be, to just being a responsible creator, influence. You can't just be reckless. You can't be a Jody Hildebrandt. Okay. You can't be a David Hamblin. Okay. You can't be a Chad Daybell or a Tim Ballard. Right. So I'm like, how are you watching the same things I'm watching and covering these cases, yet you're like, that doesn't apply to me. I'm exalted. I'm like Lori's exalted in her mind. Right. So it's like, I kind of see the same things now. It's like, I didn't see them immediately. Right. At all. Like I said, it's a process. It's like you see a crack in the facade and then you're like, ooh, and you don't have to pull back, but that first layer, just like what happened to me in my experience, digging into the people around Chad and Lori and the church. That's my experience. It's like you peel back that first layer, like, oh, Curtin McConkie. Oh, not Curtin McConkie, but you're like, well, I remember finding out that the church had a helpline for, for sexually abused members. And I was like, wow, that is really cool that they do that. But then that stuff came out about Lori being in the mental institution. She was not competent at that point in time. And then, she's making allegations through her attorney that her aide or her teacher, her mentor, whatever the hell, her, oh my gosh, a mental technician or whatever had assigned her, according to Lori, homework and basically gave her a phone number for her to call to try and inquire into some new legal counsel. And then all that shit was happening at the same time. And then that's when I started looking into Curtin McConkie. And then I was like, oh my God, what if those two things are the same? Like, what if that mental health and whatever teacher or whatever gave Lori a number to call Curtin McConkie? And because Lori claims that she got on the phone and talked directly to Daniel McConkie, and then Daniel McConkie is contacting the prosecutor and Jim Archibald wasn't even assigned to her yet. They hadn't dropped the death penalties. Anyways, it was, or whatever, they didn't add it. And it was just chaotic. And I was like, I didn't really have the time at that point. It just was very sus to me. And I still am curious about it. I'm not an expert. I don't claim to be one. And I don't know it all. And Megan is no different than that for me. Okay. And she's not even willing to go and do the work. And so she's just wanting to step on my family's heads and the victims' heads to go hurt more people. No, sit all the way the fuck down, Megan. Okay. You're welcome. I don't want to have to continue to survive more people, survive and just try and navigate through all these bad actors, like, I don't know, just shitty people who are they're one way to your face and then they're a whole other person behind your back.
Like she knew better than everybody else, and nobody else had enough sense to see what was right in front of their nose. And she alienated a huge corner of the true crime YouTube community. And she is, is now blaming us for the fact that
she sucks.
That the only reason that anybody ever wanted her on their as a guest on their podcast was because she was Lori's cousin. She seems to have laid claim to an association with the Cox family that is not, that none of the Cox family agree to or admit to. She is, she's touted as, growing up with Lori Vallow's cousin, the childhood, all this kind of stuff. And it's
wild,
from
man.
everything that we can kind of work out, not just from the Cox family,
Yeah,
but also
same.
from Megan's own immediate family. That it's just not
yeah,
true.
yeah, that.
And that not only was she riding on the coattails of her association with a serial murderer of children, but she didn't even have the association that she claimed to have. And I feel like it's important to expose these people. And she built it all with her own hands, Amy Sue, who it's true. She built all those lies all by herself. And she hasn't been on YouTube for super long, just a couple of years. I guess it's 3 years now. Her first lives and her first videos were in March of 2023. So just coming in for a landing at the time that that Lori's trials were all starting up. So
did y'all know that Megan was on a CW documentary, the same one that Lauren was on? There was News Nations. It played towards the end of, I want to say after Chad's. I don't know. I have to go look at the year, but I'm just saying, birds of a feather flock together, and that's very important here. Like, again,
I just feel like she's an opportunist, and I feel like she's a liar and a scammer. She had the opportunity to come clean about everything that happened with Lauren and Hidden True Crime, and she chose to double down. So the tagline for my channel is "Consequences are my love language," and I genuinely mean that. It is a balm for my soul when I see someone who has harmed people with their behavior get the consequences of that. So
and then
that's
do it
what I'm
like
here
you're
for.
fighting
So,
for justice.
First of all, I am going to share. I have to remove this. I am going to share. That's the wrong one. I want to share the document with the little Megan facts first. So
Okay,
here we
wait.
go. I'm not sure how well you guys can see that, but I'm going to read it out somehow.
Okay, hold on. I just found this. I'm going to show you real quick. It's just a little bitty short. I wish I could just snap back to where I was. Oh, damn it. There it is. Share this. Okay. This is just screen recording. Okay. But here's Megan, her hypocrisy. And this is by Everyday with Jay. By the way, this is Megan running full sprint in the bar in CrimeCon. That's called dopamine. I'm just kidding. No. Mm-mm.
Krisha, I don't think we can hear this. Can
Oh, you
can y'all
can't?
hear? I can't hear the
Oh.
video.
You can't hear it or you can't see it?
No, I can see it, but I'm not hearing it.
Oh, okay. It says my browser locked. Okay. I'm sorry.
It's deleted or
flagged
something. I
me.
mean, it's
All right, let me
unmuted
redo
or
it.
something.
Let me
Okay.
redo it. I lost audio, is what it said. All right, my bad. My bad. My bad. I am a technical difficulty. All right, let me back this shit up. Ooh. And again, like I said, when y'all couldn't see me or hear me, at the top, you'll see Megan being caught on Christina's meta glasses running full sprint in the bar, right before all that stuff happened at CrimeCon, where it's pretty obvious that it was a created crime.
Please don't allow bullies to pull you into their drama. It can be a little enticing and exciting to think when you have a mutual enemy. That's human nature. All of us kind of get a little rush of energy when we think that might be the case. Oh no, it's a scandal. And so it's tempting. I get it. It's tempting to want to buy into that. It's tempting in the worst parts of our human nature to want to participate in it. But part of what I wanted to talk about here is
this
the idea that people can unwittingly get pulled into this kind of drama.
Some of them can wrap themselves in it like you have fucking done, in my opinion.
And they can become part of the problem without even realizing it.
Correct. This is that projection shit, y'all. What they're saying is what they're doing.
But, Joe was kind enough to take some pictures. I took some videos as well. Like, we were all trying to help solve the problem.
Says.
Okay. Yeah, that's just me on my screen recording. All right. So now back to Penny. Let me make sure. Sorry, I'm paranoid now. All right, make sure. All right. Now she's about to spill the tea. Oh my God.
I'll make it a little bigger. So I sort of cut and pasted from the email, and I changed words around a little bit so that nothing was revealing about who was writing. So this person said to me, "You have had an excellent, accurate read on Megan from the start, and I had been waiting and praying for people to start seeing her for what she is. So as a thanks, I thought I would confirm and reinforce some of your reads on Megan." Yeah, Megan Facts, trademark. Who said that? Ancient Teapot. Nice one. Love it. Okay, so I'm just going to start reading these out. I'm sure a lot of you will have heard some of this or suspected some of this or whatever, but here we go. Number 1. Megan has been telling outrageous lies since she was a child. A lot of phone calls from the school citing concerns about Megan's fibbing. Number 2, in middle school, Megan told the other children that she had leukemia. And when information about bulimia and anorexia started sort of coming out at that time, Megan then claimed that she had bulimia. She never had either of those things.
Who does that?
Number 3, we have heard this one. Megan claimed to be addicted to meth and to be sneaking out at night to go to rehab.
Because don't everybody? Nobody.
And number 4, we've all heard that one, right? And she claims that Megan's proof that that's not true is that it's a ridiculous accusation.
Just like
is not proof of anything, because the accusation.
Just like David Levitt does when he's like, "That's been debunked about being a ritual abuser." I'm just saying, it's the same tactic.
Or the statement of fact came from Summer, and
I believe
Megan is saying, "Well, that's just ridiculous. It's obviously made up." And I mean, if it's made up, somebody made it up, right? Either Megan or Summer. There's no proof either way. Right. And since we have seen, and Megan has shown herself to be a liar, I think it's pretty fair that we could. I haven't seen anything to indicate that Summer is anything but who she appears to be. Whereas I have seen plenty of information to suggest that Megan is a liar and a fraud. So, yeah, apples, buddy. Thanks.
What do I hear playing?
But you can't. You have to stop. Yes, you're very good, but please stop.
Huh.
There's people out on the landing using words. Okay, number 4, we have all heard this one. Her claims about being assaulted, essayed as a child, started to appear circa 2014 and gradually morphed into the sex trafficking story from her book. So none of this was ever heard of prior to 2014. And she claims that it took place, I guess, in the 80s based on her age. So
yeah, I knew herself.
Yeah. One of Megan's relatives refers to her as a bandwagon victim. The author of the email believes that she may have developed Munchausen syndrome or factitious disorder, where you fake illnesses to get attention. Excuse me. Another relative is certain, based on Megan's complete absence of empathy and her performative displays of human emotion, that she's legitimately a psychopath. And the author of the email also suspects that Megan is a psychopath. In her defense, the author wanted me to know that Megan's father was very likely an undiagnosed narcissist of the raging variety, and that her mother has her own struggle with the truth and a profound lack of empathy. So basically saying that the apple is not fallen far from this tree. Boom. And that there may be, mitigating circumstances that explain why Megan has turned out to be this way. But also, number 10, Megan was never beaten as a child. She would run away whenever she was punished, grounded, or stuff like that. And she would stay away so long that the parents were just relieved to have her back and punishments would be forgotten, right?
That is wild, if so.
And the quotation after that was, "She's always been pretty awful." So her degrees, her Bachelor of
Which
Arts
is
and her
so scary, it's
Master's
sickening.
are in
Ugh.
music performance from the University of Texas, San Antonio. And the author says she's a highly accomplished pianist, cellist, and vocalist. And straight out of high school, she's extremely talented. So out of high school, she was offered a partial scholarship to Berklee School of Music in Boston, but she couldn't afford the rest of the costs. It was only a partial scholarship. And then for grad school, she was offered a full scholarship to Juilliard.
Me too, Donna.
In New York City, which is like a hugely famous music school. It's the school. And she auditioned at the Metropolitan Opera, but she had 5 kids at the time.
I was under the impression that she performed on Broadway, you know, or whatever the fuck. I don't know. I'm not very well cultured. Okay. I'm trying to navigate the Mormon, you know, climate and then mine, and, you know, from the South and just, we didn't have all these labels and stuff. Like, this was so brand new to me. And I was 40 years old when all this stuff happened with my family. And it was like, what? Oh my God. And I wanted to know the terminology that was being referenced, Orthodox. And, you know, there's so many freaking elements of this. It wasn't just, you know, church like all the majority of the rest of the churches, you know, in America. It was, no, they believe the same thing, but they don't believe the same thing, you know? And I was just like, I don't want people telling me. I want to know for myself. Like, yeah, anyway, so it's interesting. I really thought that she had, you know, had been somebody accomplished in her field, her.
And it just wasn't a possibility for her to move to New York. A hugely famous music school. Out of high school, she was offered a partial scholarship to Berklee School of Music in Boston, but she couldn't afford the rest of the costs. It was only a partial scholarship. And then for grad school, she was offered a full scholarship to Juilliard.
Okay, hold on, I gotta sneeze too. But I want to say,
New York City, which is like a huge.
Am I muted? Oh God. I'm about to just give up because okay, there I am. I had to sneeze. Sorry, y'all. It was huge. But I thought Megan was accomplished, you know, like I thought I didn't fact check her basically. Because I was busy. But still, you shouldn't freaking have to. Let me back this up a little bit.
She's extremely talented. So out of high school, she was offered a partial scholarship to Berklee School of Music in Boston, but she couldn't afford the rest of the costs. It was only a partial scholarship. And then for grad school, she was offered a full scholarship to Juilliard in New York City, which is like a hugely famous music school. It's the school. And she auditioned at the Metropolitan Opera, but she had 5 kids at the time, and it just wasn't a possibility for her to.
Now she's singing "Fuck You" on YouTube Shorts.
Move to New York. So
she had 5 kids.
That is relatable, and I'm sorry to hear that. It might have things might have turned out differently in this world. She might have.
But okay, so whenever I was digging into, like I said, whenever Dreamfeed Media did the obituary for Beth B, I was digging and I found where, I mean, I say I found, it was kind of in the information that was provided by Dreamfeed Media. And it's like Beth B belonged to these whatever. I'm just going to say fraternal orders, or, you know, these clubs. And it had to do with band. And I was like, oh shit, you know, my oldest bonus son is in band. And I'm like, oh, and he's, you know, the way he's going right now, he's, I mean, full ride to any college. I mean, he's getting them from everywhere. And it's just like, oh my God. And I'm like, oh, I got to research this because, you know, I just want to be versed in this. I just want to know where my kids maybe going to go. I want to know the things about the world I'm about to, you know, maybe subject him to, and to be able to warn him, or, you know, whatever, or relax. That'd be great. Anyway, so I don't have that on hand. Like I said, I'll bring that kind of stuff tomorrow when I do the collab with Jay, which is going to be awesome.
To move to New York. So
about the bees.
That is relatable, and I'm sorry to hear that. It might have things might have turned out differently in this world. She might have, if she had been able to take that up, but who can say? And then these last 3 points, these are direct quotes from the email that say she could be well known for her musical ability, but instead she wrote a fictional book to make herself a victim.
Hey, Hawkeye.
The second one is
Okay, so
she's done
yeah, that part
truly
right there.
horrible things.
Just she wrote. I mean, according to this other family member on Megan's other side, like I'm not related to her by blood, but they're saying that she basically wrote her book, which I was sent a copy by Googie. Thank you so much. And so we need to go over that because I have her book, and if it was all made up, I just want to know. And I live in America, and we can do
Email that says she could be well known for her
Fair
musical ability, but instead she wrote a fictional book to make herself a victim. The second one is she's done truly horrible things to both her immediate and extended family by standing on the blood of cousins she didn't even know just to gain some notoriety.
that. I was like, it pissed me off just to hear the way that sounded, oh my God. The notion, where's it at? Okay. The notion, and this is quoted, the notion that this toxic hag, after poisoning my family to death, could be giving advice as anything remotely resembling a healer is about the most insulting thing I can think of after everything else she's already done. Unquote. So see how these aren't quoted? That's not, in my opinion, that's not from Our Amazing Dreadful Penny. Okay. So as a family member, for sure. And I mean, it's coming from that context. So I don't know who's saying it. I don't know if it's Summer. I don't know if it's Adam. I don't know if it's Rex. It doesn't sound like her brother to me, but that's just me. Earlier, when the comment about the circling the wagons or hooking up, whatever they said, bandwagon, I feel like that maybe came from her brother. I don't know. It doesn't matter. It still came from that side. And again, I don't really trust things, but I think back to the screenshots that were shared by Hell Excited Utterance, ultimately by Mr. Bright Breakfast, that belonged to Lauren and the group chats that she was talking shit in. Okay. And so I want to say that episode for Hella was like January 1st. I want to say I remember it because of that. And but Summer and Lauren were going back and forth in text. And what makes me believe or want to believe put more weight into what Summer was saying is because Summer didn't write it like a public post or anything where people are going to see it. And you're going to kind of tailor it, for public perception, public consumption. And she was just going back and forth with Lauren, and Summer felt, it seemed to me like she was very leery of Lauren, like I was. Okay. I get it. I'm like, right. But anyway, so I don't feel like she was trying to play it up for me to see it one day, or you to see it, or public to see it one day. It was a conversation between her and a woman she felt was predatory, Lauren. So I feel like what she said about Megan was, I would put a little more weight into what Summer said. Again, she's not a known liar here. But it really is not looking good for Megan, in my opinion. She looks like she's more a not so honest person.
And number 16, the notion that this toxic hag, after poisoning my family to death, could be giving advice as anything remotely resembling a healer is about the most insulting thing I can think of after everything else she's already done.
And I totally read the wrong one. I meant to read number 15. She's done truly horrible things to both her immediate and extended family by standing on the blood of cousins, Lori and Alex, she didn't even know, just to gain some notoriety. So not only from Adam, not only from Summer, not only from Rex, it's like, and who else is out there to corroborate Megan's story besides Megan? And she don't like questions that challenge her, period. Go look at her comments section.
So I was really grateful to receive that email.
I am.
It's always nice to have your instincts
And I commend the family member that came forward and shared that with Dreadful Penny. I appreciate that.
Verified by someone who has has more knowledge. Yeah. So so from that.
And can we just look at Happy Go Ducky I Am right here? The comment says, this is exactly why she has no business coaching anyone about their lives.
Just basis, I thought that we would then watch. I'm not going to share a lot of Adam's testimony, but just to put people back in the frame of that day and what that was like for him. Okay. Because Adam is on the stand here and he's just been
just like with my mom, he's been had to sit there and be questioned by his sister, who he believes has taken part in all these things. She's already been convicted in Idaho at this point. And I mean, here's this person that, I saw Lori like that too. When she walked into the Idaho courtroom that day, when she was extradited from Hawaii to Idaho, and she came in through the doors to, for the first time, walked in front of my parents, walked in front of her son and her daughter-in-law, walked in front of my cousins, my Uncle Charles's sons, just with her shoulders back. Her head was, confident, her shoulders back, but she's wearing orange and white stripes. And I'm like, no, bitch, like something is wrong. But I didn't recognize that woman, at that moment. It's my realization that that's not the aunt that I once knew. That person is dead inside, that person no longer exists. And I don't know who this person is that's been revealed, Lori now. And it's just like, it's wild. It's wild. So I kind of get the comment earlier too from, I forget who said, but it was in the Kouri Richins things. But anyway,
questioned by
it's wild
by the prosecution, and now he's about to face Lori, right? So he has been up there and explained the whole situation of how he was there to help Charles try to get help for Lori.
And look, I still have questions about that, but it is what it is, I don't know. It'll come out. It'll come out in the wash.
And that he was texting with Charles in the morning when Charles had arrived at Lori's house. And Charles texted Adam to say, Alex is here. Something is up. And that was basically the last that Adam ever heard from him. And he was murdered within minutes of that text. So he's just finished testifying about that. And now he's being faced with Lori, who is going to act like an idiot. So I'm just going to share a couple of minutes of this just to get everybody back in the frame of what Adam was dealing with that day. Rambo. So that you can understand how it was really all about Megan later.
Mr. Cox, how long has it been since we've seen each other in person?
Don't know.
When was the last time you saw me?
I don't recall.
So, has it been a year, 2 years, 3 years, 5 years, 6 years, 7 years, 8 years?
Something.
Okay. So, you have no idea?
Nope.
You have no idea when the last time you saw me in person?
I don't know the year or how many years it's been.
Okay. So, did you see me at Colby's wedding in January 2018?
No, I was not there.
You didn't come to Colby's wedding?
No, I did not.
So did you see me sometime that year at my house?
Oh,
possibly.
Where Colby got married? That house.
I did see you at that house, yes.
At least one time.
Yes.
So possibly in 2018.
Yes.
And when was the last time we had any communications?
The last time I remember our communications was you and I were speaking in the kitchen when the family was over.
Okay. So you think that was that time in 2018?
I think so.
Okay. And were we eating my green chili chicken enchiladas?
Do not remember that.
You do not remember that?
No.
Is that what I made every time we had a family get together, which was like 10 times a year?
I don't remember that.
Okay.
They're shitty. They taste like
And when was
shit.
the last time that we had a phone call or text message?
No,
I
I don't.
have no idea.
Could it possibly be around that exact same time?
Possibly.
Okay.
How
So
awkward.
that was possibly in early 2018?
Yes.
Okay, so I don't think we really need to watch the
know,
whole
just
thing.
ask
She just
him
put
that,
him
just-
through, the paces just for the sake of it, just to try to humiliate him, just for God knows what she was thinking. But I just wanted people to sort of remember that scene and that,
Yeah.
what he had gone through that day. And I know there are people who don't like Rex or don't like Adam, and I see that there are people in the chat
Just
who
for
don't trust
context.
him. And people, you're absolutely entitled to your opinion. I don't have a particular opinion
Nobody wants
about
either.
Adam. I don't know enough about him. I haven't watched their podcast or anything. But I
Dang,
do
Donna.
feel that in this situation, this is not about Megan, is kind of my point. And Megan very much wants to make it about herself, of course, because
I
that's
like how she
what
did
she
this.
does. But yeah, I just wanted to share that. And then I'm going to share this little bit from hang on, let me share the right tab. Hang on, there you go. So this is from
I remember this.
This is from the Silver Linings podcast that night.
I also want to let y'all know that there was a time around the same time, whenever Megan had traveled to Arizona and was quote unquote covering the Arizona trial. She had reached out to me and she had claimed that she was being bullied, and I was just like, okay. Like, I didn't even know what that meant in my mind, like, what does that look like? But I mean, she never said who or what, but it sounds like it could have been a plan, a scheme, if you will, between her and Lauren, starting way back then. I don't know. It's just one of the thoughts that I've had. Hindsight.
After he testified, and we're a few minutes in, and someone has asked a question,
and this is from
about Megan. So that's where we're
Arizona
going from.
time.
Okay, quick question here from Crime and Wine.
Oh, and Adam always echoes. So
Correct, your brother is Megan's dad. That's correct. As a case divided.
So your brother is Megan's dad. So Megan's dad is Rex's brother. Okay.
The brother and sister, not me and my brother.
Oh no.
My
I'm wrong. Okay, I'm wrong.
There's Adam's mom and my other sister. It hasn't divided us like we.
And so, see, yeah, I was always of the opposite understanding. So, because I was thinking back to whenever Melanie Boudreaux was brought to go and I guess see her mom for the last time, Stacy. And there was some kind of note or something that Melanie brought and put in her mom's hand or something. And I remember there being another uncle. I don't know. Now I'm confused all over again.
Can't talk.
Sorry.
But we've had different perspectives on different things. And
He's Janice's brother. So that's, yeah. And then Megan's mom? Yeah. That is right. I think.
That's kind of an elephant in the room when we talk. We can't bring it up and talk about it, but we don't because there's no point. We know each other's perspectives. So not as big a division as Adam has described in his own family. Do you want to catch everyone up on your family situation there, Adam? Because I know some questions about that later on.
Family dynamic?
Yeah.
Well, with Megan, I saw Megan. I gave her a hug at the courthouse. I don't really talk to Megan. I don't agree with 99% of things that she says.
I don't like the percentages.
So there's not a lot to really talk about. And I know some people have said Megan is, coming up with a podcast and a book and businesses, and she's using all this to get fame or to get people to watch her stuff. I just don't think her information is correct. She wasn't really around our family that much. So I don't know. But that's the only part that, other than that, I think Megan's great. But I think there's some things that, again, we all have different perspectives of what happened and how things went. And so I think that part of it is a little bit difficult for me because the other side of the family, I think Megan is going against the church, and other people of the family are not happy about that. So there's a lot of division in our family within our family, within other parts of our family. It's kind of complex, actually.
And I mentioned to people that
hang on, I just want to look at the transcript because there's.
My thing is stop acting like you're a good family then. Stop. You know?
Sorry, I had it up and then it disappeared.
Like your silver lining, Joe? No, I have the AI chat.
Okay, I'm going to move up to this part here.
Ava asked, didn't Megan live with you and Lori?
Megan lived with me and Lori for about a week before her parents came to pick her up and take her home.
Oh no!
And I think Megan was like 18, and she lived with me in Austin for about a week, and her parents came to pick her up. But that's when she was 18. Yes, I think I was 20. I think I was 23 at the time.
And Pam Keith sends us a $4.99 super sticker. Thank you very much, Pam. Very nice, very generous. Darlene Wesley, what do you think of Megan saying she had something to do with Stacy, Joe Ryan, and Alex's death? That she had something to do, meaning Lori has something to do with Stacy, Joe Ryan, and Alex's death, or Megan had something to do with them?
No, I have no idea.
Yeah.
Like I said, when Megan talks, about 99% of it isn't true. So just be careful when you hear her talk.
It's crazy.
So Stacy was in bad shape. I know Megan has been saying that, Alex killed her or whatever.
But it could have also been like, I don't know if she meant maybe my mom and, the woman who's always was always at the trial with Mom and Larry. Her name's Laura. She's a victim's advocate, but she's also their friend, of course, now too. But I mean, and she's also best friends with Amy, Eric Richins' sister, the one who's in court today. But I mean, I didn't know, because I wasn't there. I knew Lauren was there, or I think I knew. I knew Janice was there, Janice was somebody I was always leery of ever since. I mean, just with the whole Annie stuff and the way Annie just kind of came at my mom, and I was just like, ugh, I'm not my mom's greatest fan. I mean, I am, but we were also very not estranged, but boundaries. Okay. Just firm boundaries. Because when I tried saying, hey, I don't think Lauren, is safe. And basically kind of I got shut down. But I mean, we're going through this traumatic nightmare, all of us, every single one of us, and we're all trying to navigate our own situations in the best way we can. And it's hard to come together as a family, especially when you have an asshole like Lauren Matthias orchestrating shit. You've got gatekeepers, you've got info. You heard it here first. You've got, I want to be first. Some kind of people trying to get their way, claim their way to it. It's infamy. It's not, being famous. There ain't nobody famous here. And that's the dark underbelly part of this. Like it's the reality of it, where this is not the spotlight you want at all, but some people do. Just anyways, it is a weird world over here.
I don't, my gut tells me no.
It definitely was to do with Adam though. Cause I mean, I remember me and Megan having a text conversation about this and I was like, tell him to go fuck off, and I mean, that was about it though. And then she did that video that she's going to play here in a little bit too. Again, I mean, I only know what I'm told and I wasn't there on purpose. I wasn't there because,
Joe, I'm 50-50 if Alex and Lori somehow got into Joe's apartment and killed him, or Joe, I know he had a bad heart or he just had a natural heart attack.
I don't like
to me, that's 50-50 on that.
Stop.
And she didn't ask, I'll weigh in just a little bit. Referring to with Megan didn't say that Alex killed her, but I know the story she told, I listened to it, and it leads people to draw that conclusion right away.
So I think they made.
You go back now and then you listen to that story and you're like, oh, this ain't looking good, Megan.
Maybe talking about, I don't know, she definitely for sure expounded on that theory, the theory that Alex killed his sister Stacy, Lori's husband Joe,
and picked her up maybe for an alibi, or I don't know.
Joe Ryan.
Your guess is as good as mine.
I can't remember, but yes, she went on and on about that on the Mormon Stories podcast.
Okay.
So
See, I have still never seen that purposely. Like I just didn't have time whenever she did it. And I mean, knowing now, I know that the reason probably that the Mormon Story podcast even happened is because they wanted to access and put Megan as, oh, hey, this is Lori Daybell's cousin. You see what I'm saying? It's all about like the cover person, like I don't know.
that's what they are referring to, I'm pretty sure. And
So they went ahead and did I'm thinking they went ahead and maybe did the Mormon Story with Megan in order to pull her into the fold and exploit her in a sense, you know? And then she was there it seems like she was there for the experience so she could sharpen up her language, you know, just she uses all these it's like she speaks intelligent, you know, she speaks like she's just well versed, but she also speaks as if she's talking at me or down at me, condescending. And I don't like being talked at, I like being talked to. And it's like, I don't know, it's kind of like you feel like you're getting a low key ass chewing. And where she's telling you what you need to do, and you're like, okay, sweet girl, I know. Like, I know. All right, I'm just gonna say Joseph Smith. That's all I'm gonna say. Like, don't sit here and act like you're like smarter, but then yet, you know what I'm saying? Like, you came from being very ignorant yourself and unaware. So
and then this.
So now
this is Megan. So this
was when she was getting bullied.
This is Megan's response. She couldn't just let it lie because everything's up.
Now this was eye-opening to me because of how Dreadful Penny went through this, and just kind of, again, looking at it through the hindsight 2020, it's such a luxury. It's a privilege, you know. I didn't have this kind of sight at the time, you know.
About Megan. So here we go.
I just really want to very briefly address.
So sorry, this is like she made us she did like a 50-minute video that day. And then this is like the last 10 minutes of it or whatever that she cut out and made a separate video. And she got literally 40,000 views on this. 40,000 people listen to this.
I make money moves, right? Mm-hmm.
Garbage.
Sort of some of the things that happened over the weekend. My cousin Adam testified in court on Thursday. It was a really tough day for me. And
right? It was a really tough day for her.
That was telling.
Adam testified, had to face Lori on the stand in front of everybody, in front of the whole world.
Mm-hmm.
And it was a hard day for Megan.
Poor thing.
And maybe I'll talk about why in a little bit. But first, I just want to address head on what happened. So Adam was recapping his day.
So she tells you she's going to, she's going to hash this out right here, head on. So you're thinking, at least I do. I'm like, okay, so, all right, we're going to be just straightforward. All right. Yay. She's going to be pretty transparent and no lies here, you know, but she's basically putting down her narrative. In court
and his this thing, right, the way she even frames it about I want to address head on what happened. Yeah. It's like nothing happened, Megan. Nothing happened. It was not some big event. A couple of questions were asked and Adam answered them. There was no big happening. There's no big occurrence. You're not that important.
Do it, lady.
It's so boring. This is the thing that is one of the things that is so annoying about her is this self-importance, right? Like what happened.
Lori, self-important. That's why we're here.
Testimony. I was very complimentary of his testimony as most.
Oh, another weird thing that I've noticed a while back, for a while now, is I feel like when Megan licks her lips, you'll see, because I pointed it out now, but it's like, I don't know. I feel like I feel like she's lying or not being straightforward when she does the lip licking.
Most of you saw my recap that night. And hey, Tom's wife, Susan, I will be there very soon. I'm almost done. And I just got Tom's text, so I will text back in just a few.
Like I said, network.
Few minutes. So Adam got on the podcast and he was answering questions that Rex was putting up on the screen. And one might question, you know, why even put up a question about Megan if it's not going to have a good outcome? But one of the first questions was,
right? Because Uncle Rex owes you something. He owes.
This was a good comment, in my opinion. The Curious Mind Seeker said, "This is wild. I watched these trials from quite a distance. I knew there were a lot of people watching, but I really underestimated how many people she was reaching. Driving a narrative, her and Lauren. I mean, Trisha too. Oh my God."
You not answering questions about you? Is that what you're saying? While you're over here talking about everybody and expounding on all your philosophies about who killed who and when they did it and telling porkies about how well you knowing all these people and characterizing.
And aligning herself with Dr. John. Y'all don't know how many times she was like, "It's just like Dr. John says." And what's he say all the time? Something bias. And I forget the term. And I'm like, oh my God, no, that dude is warped now. For sure. I saw it then and I was like, I didn't understand the hype around John, you know, because it's like they set the narrative. If I would say, you know, something different than what John and Hidden True Crime was putting out there at the time, I got pushback. Well, Dr. John said blah, blah, blah. I'm like, well, goody, goody gumdrops. You know, that's his opinion. That's his theory. Yes. Give it whatever weight you need to. But there are other options, just like prosecutors, when they're prosecuting a case, that's their theory of the case. And they use the evidence to, outline that and prove it in a court of law. So it's the same fucking thing.
Yourself as having grown up with Lori Vallow when that is very clearly not true. Please, Megan.
Doesn't that make you look at her so different? Even more than I already looked at her different, from all this fallout and shit. It's like, I'm disgusted. I'm alarmed. I'm leery because it's like, what the fuck? What are her intentions? When you have Alex, who's a killer, you have Lori, who's a killer, you got Melanie Boudreaux, Pulaski, who, is questionable. That's 3. And this is number 4. And then it's like, and then preying upon my family or just pretending to be one thing and then doing another while being opportunistic and stepping on the murder victims and then poo-pooing on us too, and telling me I didn't experience what I experienced, telling me that that's not what you believe. Well, fuck off, fuck all the way off, Megan. Mm-hmm.
Whether or not he saw me at court and whether we talked. And he said, I don't really talk to Megan. We disagree on a bunch of things, so it's kind of pointless for us to have a conversation.
He didn't say that, but okay.
And then the next question that came up about me was a little later on, and it said,
a little later
something
on
about me living with him in Austin. And Adam said, Megan lived with us for like a week, and then her parents came and picked her up. Well, that's not exactly how it happened.
Right. Maybe it is. Maybe it isn't. Obviously, I wasn't there. And, if Megan was the one moving there and she was younger than them and they were her older cousins, perhaps her memory of it is more accurate. But for me, the salient point of all this is that to Adam, she was there for like a week.
Uh-huh. That's how big.
Because that's how much impact it had on him, right? Yeah. Her claims that she knew this family, that she grew up with them, are kind of all put paid to right there with that, right? She was there for like a week. Like that's how much impact she had. And I think that she misses that point, right? Mm-hmm. She has to win. She has to be right. She has to straighten out the record, right? Just like she had to do with the text about that Summer had said about her, faking the sneaking out to go to rehab. Right? She spent the whole time saying all of those texts could be fake, except that one, because she just had to straighten it. She had to correct the record about it, right? Like I'm talking about, this man has just come off of having to testify against his sister, have to be questioned by her about the serial murders of his, niece and nephew.
Oh,
and Megan has to come out and correct the record about how long she stayed with him in Houston or in wherever it was in the 90s over a week.
And it's to discredit, Adam and say, no, your experience is not how you experienced, but I'm right because this is how my experience and this is how I experienced it. So I'm right. It's like, okay.
week or a couple of weeks or whatever. Like, this is what I'm talking
But then she's supposed to be a life coach too.
about with
And
the
so there's
self-importance.
that.
Me. See how this is all about me?
Yep.
None of this is about you. Even the conversation and the questions that they answered about you are not about you, Megan. Those
boom, bing bong, right? I was like, oh yeah, damn.
Those questions were for Adam and Rex, not for you.
Mm-hmm.
This is not about you. None of that was about you.
But she has very well inserted herself into something that had nothing to do with her besides just being a cousin, a not very close cousin to the Cox family. Wow. That's like it I don't know. I still have to process this because it's like it just seems extra manipulative and just fucked up and scary. Again, alarming. All the bells are going off now. Like, oh my God. I mean, again, and she was so nice and sweet to your face. And then
I did have a job while I was there. I was there long enough to get 3 or 4 paychecks from that job.
So if she got 3 or 4 paychecks, I'm going to say she got 2. And so that would be 4 weeks tops, right? So even if it was 6 weeks, we're still talking about 6 weeks, not 6 months, 6 years.
Yeah. I was like, wow, yeah.
You did not grow up with these people.
And then, as I've stated before, Janice flew into Austin to make sure that I left the apartment. They dropped me off at the bus station and I went to San Antonio. Adam was working at the time that all of that went down. So I don't blame him at all for not remembering that.
I don't blame him.
Right. She's very kind to Megan. She doesn't blame him for not remembering that, but she needs to make sure that the record is straight. She can't just let it go. She can't just leave Adam to have his day on the stand and then to have his debrief, with his own family member without interfering. She can't. Mm-hmm. She can't just leave it alone because it's all about her.
But then the next question that came up, Adam had some unfortunate comments to make.
Yeah, so she didn't blame him for the first bit because he just has a stupid bad memory, not like her. Her memory's good. But now we're getting into the stuff that he's in trouble for.
He said, when Megan talks, about 99% of what she says is not true. So you have to be careful when you listen to Megan. Now,
I mean, I have heard multiple people say that Megan lies all the time. So the only person I have heard say that Megan doesn't lie is Megan. And I have literally watched her lie for several hours live on YouTube. So again, I don't know that much about Adam, but I do know some stuff about Megan. And I know from my own experience of watching her tell straight up lies about Christina and Lauren and CrimeCon and everything else, that she lies for whatever reason. It might suit her to lie. Maybe she's going to get more clicks for lying. Maybe Lauren.
Exactly. And that seems to be her expectations too, with, basically accusing everybody who's questioning her, all of us, for being the reason she's lost her lucrative influencer money or whatever the frick. I'm like, oh my God, girl, you is high on your own supply.
It's going to let her into the club if she lies. Maybe she's going to be important by lying and going against the grain and being the one to teach everybody. I mean, who fucking knows why she's lying? But we know she's lying because that's what she does. And we have seen it with our own eyes. We have seen her promise that when evidence came out that proved that she was wrong, that she would come out and admit it. And then all the evidence came out and she sat back and doubled the fuck down on New Year's Eve. And then she came out here and blamed everybody for the fact that nobody wants to watch her stupid, boring channel because Lori's in jail now and nobody cares anymore. And in fact, many people have worked out that she did not grow up with Lori Vallow. That she parlayed a couple of summer vacations and a couple of family gatherings into a whole childhood of memories.
Told the whole world she had a bush. Just saying. Sorry, I just thought of that, unfortunately. But this is what you were talking about earlier. This struck me as odd too. Again, projection.
Hey, Crash.
Yeah.
I'm gonna remove myself and go take care of my mama for a little bit.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Thanks.
Remove yourself. No. Thank you so much, Donna. Appreciate you. Alrighty. I always feel like I'm in trouble. Okay.
When my dumb cousin's trial ended, I cautioned everybody, all of us who had been following the trial since the very beginning, since 2019, that there would be a hole in our nervous system where impending justice lived. And I said that we all needed to find something positive to replace it with. Because when we don't do that, we seek out what is comfortable. And what had been comfortable to us for 6 years was to feel hurt and betrayed and to have a common enemy to fight. And unfortunately, I think what's happened is that people didn't find something to replace that with. And now some people have turned their former friends into enemies because they needed another common enemy to fight.
Okay. Yeah, no, girl. Okay, so here's this other one too, because with that same comment, here, this is back, I want to say in 2024 on Mormon Stories podcast with a fucking ugly background, by the way. Not say I know I live in a trailer. I get it. But I mean, this was hideous.
And to make,
just those things knocking you in the back of the head. Anyways, just didn't seem very ergonomic, efficient.
thoughts about that and those people. I've done a lot of research about this Church of the Firstborn, and I've talked to some former followers of Chad's, and I do have a lot of concerns about people who are still silently following some of the same teachings that
I question now if they're part of Chad's following.
He is. The Avow website is a very scary place. And
It's scary.
so there's a lot of concern on my part that if he does receive the death penalty, it has the potential to.
Oh, that's them. It keeps going like cutting out. That's Mormon Stories podcast. I don't know why.
Make him a martyr and to make the teachings more interesting to some people. On the same vein of thought, though, if he sits in prison for the rest of his life and has the opportunity to, teach the people in prison and write, blogs or whatever else he's able to get out there into the public, write letters or whatever, there will be people on the outside who will publicize that because of who he is and what he taught, and the people who are still kind of following this stuff in the underground. It is very scary to me.
Did y'all hear that? That part right there? Let me back it up. Sorry, I was switching the damn thing around. Like an idiot.
Of thought, though, if he sits in prison for the rest of his life and has the opportunity to, teach the people in prison and write, blogs or whatever else he's able to get out there into the public, write letters or whatever, there will be people on the outside who will publicize that because of who he is and what he taught, and the people who are still kind of following this stuff in the underground. It is very scary to me. So.
Okay, this was before Chad published his letters from Chad, and who covers them? Anyways, this to me was very telling. All right, let's jump back here. Sorry, Jason brought me French fries, so let's see. Go back to Penny. Right here.
And straight up from her own family, immediate family members, it's not true. It didn't happen.
I know that Adam disagrees with me fundamentally on our involvement with the LDS Church.
It has nothing to do with the church.
That's not what he's talking about, though. But she's going to try to make it that's what he's talking about, even though he very clearly said Megan's going against the church, and that bothers some members of the family are upset about that. He very clearly said that it was other people that were upset about that, not him. So she's going to now try to make this about not that he is accusing her or saying outright that she lies all the time about everything, but that it's about their differences of opinion regarding church doctrine. And it's a complete manipulation, and it's not true. And her very incurious followers are going to fall for it.
So I'm
diversion. Like, oh yeah, go look over here. We're going to just fight about this, and it's not about that. But yeah, I met her. Whenever I went to the kids' memorial and during Chad's trial, Megan sang at the memorial. That's the first time I met her. The second time I met her was, we went from Rexburg because the trial was in Boise. So my parents traveled to Rexburg. I flew into Rexburg. We held, the kids' memorial was there. And then we drove to Boise because it was during Chad's trial. And so I was flying out of Boise to come back home. And I decided to Chad is about as amusing to look at as just grass growing. Okay. And so I stayed back with my mom. And, Larry went to the trial every day and Megan went. But anyway, she ended up coming to my parents' house or, their Airbnb. And I mean, it was just me, Mom, Larry, and Megan. And I mean, but she was like such a suck up too. And especially looking back, I'm just like, oh my God. It's very gross, especially again, looking back at it. And I'm just like, oh my God, what a like a brown noser. You know what I mean? Like just one of those people pleasers. I believe she even said she was a people pleaser before, but I don't ever think about like a manipulative one, like, I don't know. Anyways, but yeah, so I've met her. And then during the sentencing of Lori in Arizona. Yep. I mean, I didn't go hang out or nothing, but just we walked out together. I pulled her into the family room, the one that Lauren thinks she belongs in, that she cried about snotting on that bed spread in that video in her 9-hour live. I mean, she felt like what did she say? She was entitled, basically I belong in those rooms. Well, that was a room hanging off the back of the courtroom where Trina K met us all in that room. And in my opinion, my perspective is she didn't come right out. Like I'm talking about Trina K, the prosecutor. She didn't come right out and say, going after Melanie Boudreaux Pulaski now. It was just implied. It was like insinuated. And I was just like, what? But anyway, so I had pulled Megan. I'm like, well, come on. No, yeah, your family. But it was like the Boudreaux. It was me, Mom, Larry, Uncle Jerry, my Aunt Melanie, my cousin Amber. I mean, just all of us kind of grouped in there. And, just thanking Trina for being a boss ass bitch that she was, the whole time. And just having to deal with Lori and just for getting justice for Uncle Charles, Oh God, I'm about to, anyways. And so me and Megan walk out together, and that's whenever there's that big old, like a tent or whatever that Joe Schmo had put up, and like a canopy. And like when I walked under the canopy to kind of get out of it, because it's so bright over there, and it was freaking July, and I was looking for Jason too, who ended up being in the parking garage in the truck. But so I see Grayson and Lauren sitting on the ground under the canopy to the back right corner, and like Lauren had her phone, just I hold my phone a lot too. And anyway, so she just kind of pointed it at me, and I just was still trying to like adjust to the outdoor surroundings and the light and get in the shade, like get shelter. And she just kind of pretended, I'm talking about Lauren, she kind of pretended like she was pointing her camera phone or whatever, her phone at me. And she was like, oh, do you want to be? And she was like moving her phone at the same time, kind of waving it around. She was like, oh yeah, you don't want to be on camera. No. Okay. And I was like, what the fuck? And I was just, anyways, it was just weird. It was weird. But then in the 9-hour live, come to find out there's this weird freaking not even relevant, in my opinion, where the hot mic moment thing. And I'm just like, I still don't quite get it. It just seems really, really fucking fishy. It feels like that was a total plan beforehand, Joe, have it where they'll huddle up under here. And I don't know what her point was with sharing that. That was kind of stupid. Besides, I don't even know who that other girl is, but something about talking to Summer Shiplet. Anyways, again, I'm there because my uncle is getting justice in a court of law, finally, after almost 7 years. Okay. Everybody else, Lori had been convicted in Idaho. Chad had been convicted in Idaho. At that point, Lori was just now convicted for for Brandon and for Charles. And it's like, oh my God, that's the end. It's like we're done. And anyways, but they're all plotting and shit. You see what I'm saying? Like, I'm there for a different reason. I went there to go, and I was blessed enough to be able to take part in reading a victim impact statement from my uncle in front of Lori. And that's why I was there. And I was there with my family. Because this is real. This is, this directly has affected all of our lives since 2018, 2019. And they're over there, they're all plotting and, teaming up and triangulating and love bombing and just, I don't know. It's just fucking gross.
Give some leeway to say that maybe that's.
Aw, she's so decent, Megan. She's giving him leeway. She's giving him grace because,
But I never told her anything. And I mean, I'm just pretty much the same person with everybody. Okay. Like I don't know. I just, whatever, if she were to be like, oh my God, Krisha said this, I'd be like, yeah, I fucking stand on it. And that's the difference between people like me and people like Megan, people like me and people like Lauren. Like, I'll say it right here, open, here's my voice, and I'm talking directly to you, Lauren, you fucking bitch. That's what I'm saying. I'm confronting, whereas they're like not even acknowledging your existence, and then like sabotaging you behind your back, stabbing you, just, orchestrating shit. It's just really icing you out of things, and you're just like, it's like you find out you're in a war and you're like, whoa, wait, what? And that's kind of my reaction when I figured out that Lauren was, after the 9-hour live. I'm like, oh my God. It just started to dawn on me when I was watching like Burnt Toast. She was analyzing Lauren's 9-hour live, and I was like, oh, son of a bitch. There's some text messages out there that talk bad about, my family. Not only that, but she called Tylee a bitch. Okay. Not Megan. Lauren. I don't know about Megan, but Lauren referred to Tylee as a bitch. Tylee is a murder victim, 16-year-old, that Lauren pretends to advocate for, and to just, without Lauren, we couldn't get justice. The victims couldn't get justice, right? But she left her brother dying. It's just, I don't know. I don't like the predatory behavior, especially looking back, and I feel really betrayed even more. Because that's what murder is. It's a big, huge sense of betrayal and just all the things. But these people came in after the fact, knowing what had happened, and then they prey on, upon your family too, who are going through the most vulnerable, most nightmarish time of your life. And here they are, shiny, happy people, just all image. And it's all about presentation, and there's no depth. It's fucking.
Give some leeway to say that maybe that's.
Aw, she's so decent, Megan. She's giving him leeway. She's giving him grace because, she doesn't blame him. It was a long and hard day, and maybe he just doesn't remember. She's really, considering the terrible things he said about her, she's really very gracious about all of his terrible lies.
That's what he's talking about. I have a specific stance that I don't believe the truth claims of the church are true, and he does. And so maybe.
But he very clearly said that wasn't what it was about. He very clearly said that with other members of the family, the religious differences.
That's the lie that he's talking about. So
I don't think that's the lie that he's talking about. I think that the lie that he's talking about is that she was close with the family and that she has inside information.
Yeah.
And that seems to be the stance of all of the Cox family. Now, again, I don't know all of the Cox family, but what I do know is that they didn't all go out and murder children, right? 2 of those family members did. And Megan sort of attempts, and I have seen her do it, to paint the entire Cox family with this brush that
I agree
is, to my mind, it's extremely simplistic, and it's extremely unfair, and she doesn't have any business doing that. And the fact that multiple members of that family and of her family have all said that the relationship just didn't exist is
Oh,
to me,
dang.
that's the proof is in that pudding.
I texted him and I asked him to please clarify, specify, please be specific about any lies that I may have told. And
Watch
he
this
was not
take a
able to
little
say
longer.
anything specific.
Maybe he just doesn't want to engage with you, Megan.
Yeah.
Like, and again, like you're here saying this, but we don't have proof of that. This is just your word, right? So it's literally he said, she said. And as a grown woman, you should literally just shut up and take your.
The same thing she was doing with the driving the Lauren was stalked, you know, and she's sitting there making 4 videos or however many videos telling us how we need to perceive the information, you know, how we need to register it in and receive it, you know. No. And I mean, that is really alarming. That is really just ew. Like, who is you, lady? And all she did was, I'm telling you, all she did was take that transcript, or could have, or took really good notes. I don't know, because she stuck as close as she could to Lauren's 9-hour narrative. So I'm thinking, I feel like she took the transcript and then made 4 video lessons out of it to make money off of. And I don't think Lauren knew about that. I feel like Lauren was maybe surprised about that. Maybe a little jelly that Megan would do that, you know? That was my take.
Take your knocks and just get on with things and leave him alone. Leave everybody alone.
Yeah.
None of these people are interested in hearing from you, right?
Listen to Penny.
Leave people alone. It's
smart.
not your business.
But basically called out, why are you even here? This has nothing to do with you.
Right.
Right? Why are you even here?
Now I
It
say
doesn't have anything to do with you. You know, it doesn't. I mean, the fact that you knew them, fine. I mean, clearly you knew them. I don't think anybody is denying that you knew them. But this whole, I am going to start the midlife revolution with my extremely deep knowledge of healing because I took a course of therapy for a few months. You know, and I'm going to be the big-minded one who's going to forgive everybody for being stupid and not knowing what they're talking about. I don't think Adam gives a flying donut about your forgiveness of him for saying the wrong thing on that day. Like, I thought that was very clear. Like, be dismissed. He dismissed you. Just be dismissed. Just do it. Take the L and go on your way.
And, you know, it's none of your business is basically what he told me. So all I want to say is, and this is what Rex and I have said this from sort of the beginning, is that we have different perspectives. We have different experiences. And each of us are entitled.
You see how she tries to pry Uncle Rex away from Adam there? You see that little maneuvering, that little triangulating there she just did?
That shocked
Actually,
me.
Uncle Rex is the...
I was like, ooh, that was so low-key, subtle, and just, like, wow. Okay. I like this.
Beginning is that we have different perspectives. We have different experiences.
Let me back it
Rex,
up.
Take the L and go on your way.
Yeah. Peace.
And, you know, it's none of your business is basically what he told me. So all I want to say is, and this is what Rex and I have said this from sort of the beginning, is that we have different perspectives. We have different experiences.
Everybody
and
does.
Each of us are entitled.
You see how she tries to pry Uncle Rex away from Adam there? You see that little maneuvering, that little triangulating there she just did?
I didn't realize it.
Actually, Uncle Rex is the reasonable one. It's Adam. It's Adam who's the problem. Megan and Uncle Rex are the reasonable ones. Adam.
We see eye to eye, but you don't. Implying all this, you know, it's really so sneaky. Ugh.
It's the problematic one. I mean, just look at how he couldn't even come up with anything when I asked him specifically what lies. He couldn't even come up with anything. But me and Rex, we agree.
And then that's how she's putting it off to public, to her audience. And Rex is not right there to confirm or deny or anything.
To our opinions about those experiences, each of us are entitled to disagree with other family members who have different perspectives.
Is she here to teach us something?
You know it.
Because that's
look. One time I told Megan we were going to do a collaboration or something, and I was like, you know, what kind of form are we going to go with this? How are we going to, you know, is it going to be like a presentation? You know, how are we going to like present this? And I was like, you know, I'm like, it could be like a Q&A. I'm like, but people go to you, or she wanted to have a Q&A. And I was like, well, people go to you for answers, and because that's all she does. She's got the answer for every damn thing, is what I was implying, or, meaning. And people who visit my channel, I would sit here and ask the questions. I'm like, what about this? Or what about that? So, and looking back at that conversation or whatever, I'm like, oh my God. Like, she's a know-it-all, and I'm asking questions, anyways, it just, maybe it's not making sense, but it did it at the time and now. But because she thinks she's smarter and she knows everything. But yet, she told me that she, just as far as when she left the church or was whatever the hell, deconstructing, I still question and challenge that. Okay. But like, let me get my train of thought back. Okay, so all this stuff was with the case with Chad, Lori, Zalema, Alex, Melanie, David, all the quote unquote cult members, and here's Megan. She pops up on the scene right around the time that Lori goes to trial in 23. In fact, I was in Boise when my mom sent me a link to the interview with Justin Lum and Megan. That's the first one she did. And mom had put like a little comment under that link, and she was like, she's saying the same thing you've been saying. And I'm like, who is this bitch? Not being ugly, but that's kind of how I talk when I'm just chilling. But I'm in Boise, and I'm just like, okay. And I didn't have like the wherewithal to even process what her reason, where'd she come from? Just here we have been through all this time, even as it just becoming a community, visiting different, we got Hidden True Crime. That was the place to go and get information, on the case, because good Lord, they became like authoritarian, in my opinion. They were like, if they didn't say it, then it didn't exist. And they were narrative setters, and people believed in John, like he invented sliced bread. And I was like, okay, goody gumdrops. Okay, what else? Like there's other possibilities and nobody knows. But I didn't know to the extent of why I was feeling so, just my instinct, it was just like, and how my friend Jen was treated by Lori Hellis and really mainly Lori Hellis and Lauren. Shit, there's too many la. But so Megan pops up on the scene right at an opportunistic time. And, she had her book, which is interesting because it was published, I want to say in 2018, even though I think she had shared, in that video where she said, fuck you. I want to say she said that she published it, I guess, officially in 2023. Anyways, and when we were watching Every Day with Jay yesterday, I want to say, when she was covering Tom Evans, stuff, and he said that he donated like $5,000 to the Hope House. And I'm like, well, Megan should have maybe, list like me, Tom, teach me how you do it, how to sell a book, because didn't she only make $177 or something by self-published? Anyways, just a bunch of Whamburger and French fries. Okay. Yes. And then she's pointing at us and me, or I'm not going to say us. I'm not going to drag my mom and dad into this, but yeah, blaming me basically for doing very sneaky, manipulative, just abusive, predatory behaviors. Yeah. And it's very frightening. It's frightening. I'm not playing. I don't say that often. It's creepy. And it makes me think. It makes me be more self-aware in my surroundings and not become complacent, right? That's the main thing. I know I'm freaking tired, but we're almost through.
It seems like what she's trying to do, right? She's trying to explain to us all what the proper way is to behave.
How to believe it. Mm-hmm.
And to show us how Adam didn't behave properly on the day that he had to testify against his serial murderer of children sister live in court in front of the whole world.
Uh-huh.
Megan's here to explain how he was wrong on that day.
Well,
and different
Lauren wouldn't,
experiences.
hold on.
Yeah, because her experience.
I look earlier when I said this, I made a comment in Jay's chat. I want to say when I jumped over there. Oh shit. I accidentally hit a button. Okay. And I was like, well, I mean, Lauren wasn't there. So, I mean, basically with the Richards, you know, like Lauren wasn't allowed to infiltrate that family because Laura is friends with my mom, is also the victim's advocate for mom and Larry, but became friends, you know, and, but yet is best friends with Amy Richins. And I mean, I'm just like, so Laura was like, you ain't going over here, girl. So, I mean, I knew that was pretty hemmed up, and Lauren wasn't going to be able to prey on that vulnerable family, you know, at a very devastating time. But there's so many others. I also know that I'm not like Captain Save-A-Ho. Like, it's not my job to save people. I'm not a savior. Don't come to me. You know, I can't even save myself. Like, I'm being real. That's not I don't have that to offer, you know. We'll work through it together, but you know, I don't have the answers. I have advice, and that's about it. But I mean, I could not even imagine having an ego so big and just, you have got to have no compassion, no empathy, period, to think that you're exalted like your cousin Lori and like your cousin Alex, who are murderers. And it sounds very much alike, and the same thing, just she thinks that she's Megan thinks that she's a life coach, and Lori's, you know, was up a few notches and she thought she was a deity. So basically, and look how far that went. It'd be like having to do a intervention with Megan right now. I mean, I don't know. I'm just, it's so triggering is a good word, because I mean, not that I was around or immersed in, you know, with daily life between Charles and Lori, you know, back then. But I mean, I know what it's done. I know what just going with this whole delusion. It's like delusions of grandeur is like a good term. And it's like nobody can touch you, nobody can question you, nobody can we're beneath you, we're subhuman, we're the zombies, we're the cockroaches, we're the dark ones. We are, you know, I want to share too that like during Lori, when she represented herself in the both Arizona trials, but whenever we were getting prepared for Uncle Charles's, you know, the first trial in Arizona, y'all remember how Lori was doing some pretrial hearings and stuff and filing motions, and you know, and she kept referring to Charles as my husband, my husband, my husband. And we were like, girl, he is over there on death row. Go get him, you know? And I mean, and it took a while, you know, because it just bothers me. I sit here and I'll kind of circle the drains, circle the wagons or whatever, just to kind of try and understand why do this? What does that mean? You know? And it was another way of Lori dehumanizing and distancing herself from Charles, even though she claimed my husband, my husband, my husband. It gave like the public appearance of like a term of endearment. Oh, that's my husband. I love my husband. But she also distanced herself in the sense that she never called him by his name. She never said Charles. She didn't give him his autonomy, his identity, his essence, you know, like it was still possessive and ownership, and it was weaponized, and it was really, really manipulative. Like that to me was like, whoa. Cause I mean, you really kind of, if you step back a little bit and when I saw that and I was like, oh my God, that is so gross. And like unaware, like I would not know to like just look for that in everyday people, you know. I love people watching too, but it's, to me it's just like so covert and just wrong anyways.
Right. The school marming is just, it's baked in.
with this woman. I cannot imagine what it must be like to be her child. She was talking in the Mormon Stories podcast about
I'm not
how when she left the church, how much fun she had sitting at home at the kitchen table teaching her children about Jesus. And I just was cringing inside thinking, can you imagine?
And with Megan, in her most recent, fuck you debut, I don't know, at the very end, by the way, like a little biatch, like a little coward, like somebody who's like going to go ring the doorbell and then run. That's basically what it was like. And fuck you. People want me here, not I want to be here or I'm welcome here. It's just like, F you. I don't care what you think. I'm just still going to be here and do this damage. In my opinion, like you don't just get to wake up and say, hey, today, that reminds me of Joe Schmo. Joe started bringing things up like, he said, well, yeah, I'm a journalist. I'm a reporter. And I'm like, no, you're not, no, you're not. I mean, but that goes with that doctrine that Lori and Chad believe in, where they believe, and this was printed or published on East Idaho News and Fox 10 Phoenix, Justin Lum, where that doctrine stuff that Lori and Chad, that Ian turned in, I don't know, that they talked about Dungeons and Dragons, and they talked about fairies, and they talked about the Church of the Firstborn, what else? Worms, slugs, or whatever the hell. They said, if you can imagine it, then it's real. And I'm like, well, that tracks with, I want to be a life coach. Okay, I'm a life coach and I'm an expert. And, oh, I'm a reporter. No, you're not. A journalist. No, you're not. Your boots on the ground. Whatever. You're a YouTuber. No, I'm not. You know what I mean? Like, I'm just like, therefore it is, because I think it, therefore it is. I'm going to just fake it till I make it. And again, if she paid attention, okay, I'm gonna have to go back and watch her Ruby Frankie, Jody Hildebrandt stuff. I don't think she was on Mormon Stories for that, but it's still on her channel of her analyzing this stuff. And I remember her reaching out to me about the journals, Ruby Frankie's journals, and I was just like, oh, I think this. And anyways, we didn't really collaborate too much. She just basically told me what she thought, and she put it into a more, what I thought was a more easier to understand and follow, because she's actually not disjointed in her thinking like me and my trauma brain over here trying to shove so many, like their culture, like all these doctrines, like just the entire case, and all the players. And then I've branched out and I've dug into Tim Ballard. I've dug into Diddy. I've dug into Epstein. I've dug into David Hamblin, Levitt. I'm just kind of running circles around her. Again, never did she ever cover that. She's actually told me that it was pretty triggering for her to, because of her alleged trauma. And now I'm not doubting that. But I'm not, I'm not one to sit here and say you're a liar. Because whatever, I'm not going to do that. She knows if she is or not. That's on her. That's not on me. I gave her respect. I believed her. And, but she is what gives people, actual victims, just like Lauren with the stalker stuff, actual victims aren't believed, because of these tactics right here, these manipulative women using these tactics. And then, of course, doing what Lori did and becoming a victim themselves. They're the victim. It's wild.
Being taught about Jesus by this person. I mean, I nearly had to commit a felony when she tried to teach me about Enoch.
Oh, yeah. Whenever she also, on that video that I was just talking about, where, she's like, screw you, I'm going to be a life coach. And then she's like, F you, peace out. And she's like, oh shit, I keep fucking losing it. Hold on, I get it. Because it's important enough to say it twice. Let me just rewind and remind myself.
And I just was cringing inside thinking, can you imagine?
Oh, okay. How she basically was like bragging that she didn't believe in God. It's like she was like trying to prove to somebody, or maybe herself, I don't know. But like, okay, girl, do you? I don't care who you believe in. I don't care what you believe in. That's how this goes. This is normal freaking human. This is just being a human being, like I don't just be respectful, be a good person. Don't be a shitty one. And here we are. I don't give a shit who you worship. So it was like a nah, 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 nah type of energy. I don't know. I could be reading it wrong.
Imagine being taught about Jesus by this person. I mean, I nearly had to commit a felony when she tried to teach me about Enos or Enos the penis.
Enos the weenus.
Probably that Adam and definitely Summer and possibly even Colby believe some things about me that are not true.
This is one of her favorites, right? I was going to try to find the clip, but I didn't have time. This is how she explained away the fact that Kresha and Gigi and Kay Woodcock had negative experiences with Lauren. She explained that away by saying it's possible that they were just told things that weren't true about Lauren.
We're stupid.
And that they weren't able to make up their own minds based on their own experiences because they were just believing gossip and rumors that they heard, right?
Yep. As if I'm in a cult or something, as if I'm in the same waters as Megan here, where she's been her whole life. But anyway, she also mentioned in one of her videos initially that after me and Mom went live and that video was struck down, yada yada. She was like, well, Kay didn't even bring up that she had felt exploited until Kresha told her that she had been. And I'm like, oh, my mom was sitting there fumbling and trying to find her word, just like I'm doing every other sentence here. I mean, even Dreadful Penny does it, she's like, I forgot. And I'm like, I get it, girl. I get it. I get you because, I mean, trauma is real. It affects the brain. And these mother frickers are preying upon it, trying to take advantage of it and taking advantage of the fact that like, I'm not as witty and sharp as I used to be. Like, she's lucky though. They're lucky because I'd have tore them down with my tongue. I'd have been like, because that's how I used to be, but it's very frustrating being me, not be me, but being me on this side of the trauma, trying to process the information overload for 7 years that, I mean, again, she comes from the culture. Lauren comes from the culture and the church and the doctrines and the teachings and the people. And yet I'm over here saying, okay, it's this, and this. But, like I said, Lauren's an alleged and claimed journalist. Okay. I'm waiting on her to amp that up and beef up the resume. That's what they like to do. But I mean, she likes to pride herself on all these things, but yet how am I finding all these connections? And I mean, I've already worked my way outwards, I've already done laps around the entire world and they're still like, yeah, yeah, I don't know. That's too controversial for my channel, or whatever. It's not going to bring the views in. And I'm just like, oh my God. And I'm sitting here working every angle I can. And I've caught Lauren in my comment sections long ago, I mean, I do believe that they will listen and then turn it into something that sounds, polished, you know what I'm saying? And anyways, not to mention that Lauren has protected Tom Harrison this whole time too. And that's just one of those deal breakers for me. Like, she should have disclosed that. She should have very much been very transparent with the fact that Lauren's brother was best friends with Tom Harrison's son. That's a biggie. Okay, so who are you protecting? Megan and Lauren. Do y'all notice too when the Mormon Stories podcast? I'd love to pick oh my gosh, Binder Mindy's mind about how they blame it on the book. That's their thing. They're like, oh, this book. I mean, they would chapter by chapter by chapter, on Mormon Stories. And yet we didn't get any further than we already were as a collective, people. Okay. It was just kind of tighter, I guess. It was just kind of in one more or less in one place. And then Lauren got like all the accolades. Megan got the accolades for doing nothing besides diverting and, attention away from Tom Harrison and his participation in all these people, especially my family's case, and then diverting the attention away from the church, from Tom Harrison, and effectively revealing and exposing nothing. I mean, you did nothing, is what I'm saying. They did nothing. But they did because they protected Tom. That's how I look at it. So
now she's doing this here. And Trisha, right? That's Trisha's little MO now. She's telling all of her followers, if you hear bad things about me, don't believe them. It's just this bad group of people who are out here saying bad things about me, right?
Don't believe
this is
it.
their go-to. It's a very common excuse for and Lauren, right? Her whole thing, her whole narrative, get out there and control the narrative, because you're going to hear some bad things from me about me from Christina. But I'm going to get out here and control the narrative ahead of time. So this is exactly what she's doing. It's all manipulation to try to force you to see her in a particular way. It's extremely cultish. And anybody who's falling for this nonsense,
I'm about to show y'all something.
I am a little concerned about their ability to think critically.
There is a family member who likes to defame me any chance that they get. And I think I understand the reason why they're doing.
Yeah, she understands why those
Could be
people are
because you're
doing
an
that.
asshole.
Hi, Gucci. It's an awful lot like those women that she went into therapy with. That they were all they just all didn't get it right, and she could see.
Yes.
She was all healed up because she was following all the therapy instructions properly. But all those other women were not doing that. So,
all right, y'all ready to? I mean, this blew my mind. Not to mention, look who's on the damn screen. And this was December 11th, 2025 on Web Sleuths. Let's see what this says down here. Third verse, Megan Connor. I didn't get, like, if I was in the comments or whatever during the live streams, Trisha would be like, hey, you want to come up? But I mean, not really approach unless it was to, go and appear for these end of the world fundraisers. Okay. Like last year and the year before. That's the only time for me. But Megan was a regular, and I was just like, what? Okay, whatever. I mean, it just wasn't my thing, But I mean, I appreciated the platform. Just saying. When I thought these people weren't vindictive and stabbing you in the back, like the whole time. It's crazy. It's like you're surrounded by sharks and you don't realize it till, you don't realize that you were bleeding and they were circling you and your family until you get out of the water and you're like, oh my God, it is eerie. But let's listen for a second.
And he was pretty prominently featured. So
let me back it up.
True Crime says, wasn't Lori a bridesmaid at your wedding?
She was. Yes. So when I got married, I got married very young. I was only 20 years old. And I had moved. I did my middle school and high school years in Connecticut. And I moved to Texas shortly after I graduated from high school. And so my high school friends were not able to come down for my.
What kind of hairstyle is Trisha doing right now? I just happened to look up and I was like, what the hell? This is October 15th, 2025 was Lauren's 9-hour live. And this was 2 months later, almost.
My wedding.
And I noticed that what they were doing here, and I hope this is it. Okay, Brian Walsh, maybe not. Megan Connor, family member to the criminal and a victim. I think this is where it gave me the vibes that Trisha was really trying to sell this notion. She was leading, just like she did with Grayson. It was that kind of interaction that I'm recalling. And it's like, oh, so you were like sisters with Lori. They were trying to give her more credibility to come off as more related, more knowing, more relevant, more special, more expertise, and it benefits both platforms, if you think about it. Let's just go with this narrative. If you say this, yeah, I'll say that too. You know what I mean? It's like, oh my God, it's really freaky.
And so it was Lori and Summer and my sister that were my bridesmaids. Yeah.
And it's interesting that happened after Lori's mother. This story just kills me. Lori's mother came down and threw you out of her apartment. You were living with Lori. Tell us a little bit about that. You've told us before, but we have a lot of new people here. And yes, Colby was very close to JJ and Tylee. And again, our hearts just
That's his
break for
fucking
that
brother.
young man.
Sister.
I can't even imagine. But
Oh, and then look back here. She has a picture of Tylee and JJ after CrimeCon. Somebody gave it to her at CrimeCon, she claims. But I mean, again, all this happening, she's using, in my opinion, those babies as bait. It's a symbol. I'm cool. You know, I'm here for the victims. And then this one's on board. This one's on board. Her
and so but I want to make sure I've got this correct. Your oldest daughter, me.
And when has Trisha ever paid attention like this? It was so odd.
Was a playmate of Colby. I want to make sure I've got this correct, young man. I can't even imagine. But and so but I want to make sure I've got this correct. Your oldest daughter, Megan, was a playmate of Colby's when they were growing up. Okay. So now tell us what happened. You're going along, live with Lori.
Everything that happened.
It was never like that, Trisha.
Okay,
it was never
okay.
It
was no DTD. Okay, but
skipping through the flowers.
It was stressful the whole time.
Oh God, that I believe. But this story just kills. I think about this sometimes, and I just go, how? What? How? Yeah. So tell us what happened.
So after I graduated from high school, my family moved down from Connecticut down to Texas, but the house hadn't sold yet. So I stayed in Connecticut with the house, and I was working and doing other things. And so once the house sold, I did not want to move back in with my parents in San Antonio. I was like, I have gotten out. I want to be done.
Right.
So,
exactly.
you know, I knew that Lori and Adam were living in Austin. Adam was a primetime DJ. He was like kind of a local celebrity. And Lori was living there with him as well. So I asked, can I come and move in with you guys and figure out what I'm going to do next? And so they were welcoming. They were like, sure, come on down. And so I took a bus from Connecticut to Austin, and I moved in with them for a short time. And
I bet that was fun because Adam was kind of a famous DJ in the area. And back in the day, which when I was in radio, all the old farts, you know, radio jocks were famous, especially morning guys.
Well, he was the primetime guy. So he was like the 5 p.m. to 10
Oh, he was the
p.m.
afternoon.
guy.
Well, they were famous too. Yeah.
Exactly. Because everybody listened to that on their commute home. They all knew who he was. He went by the title Bo Nasty. You know, and he was a very popular DJ. And so on the weekends we would go out, and, you know, people would just cater to him. You know, it was fun. It was a good time. You know, I was barely 19 years old. Lori was 20. I think Adam was 24, 25, something like that. So we were just, you know, all kids just hanging out and having a good time. Yeah.
Exactly. That sounds great. And so then what brought this on? And I just want to welcome somebody really quickly to our chat. It is Buff Snelda, who is an RN, hospice RN. And Buff, you're a little behind the conversation.
Oh,
but,
I found it.
Just to go back for a moment to Brian Walsh's hospice RN here. You can't nudge a dead body and they fall out of bed. The term dead weight is real. So yeah, just when that comes up in the trial tomorrow, remember that from Buff Snelda. So thank you, Buff. I'm sorry. So anyway,
100%.
the big red flag. Exactly. Okay, so you're there, you're living there, and then what happened?
So Lori, when I got there, Lori was working at a tanning salon, and I always follow that up by saying, because of course she was. That's the kind of thing that was right up her alley. So she got me a job at a tanning salon also, and the caveat was like, you're going to need to do a few sessions.
I know I'm kind of skipping around, but like right here, this is at the very beginning of the video. It says, this is Trisha introducing. She says, Megan Connor has a family member that she was close to growing up and into young adulthood. A family member they played with each other's children, you know, their kids. They were playmates when they were little. And I think a lot of us feel the same way. My two cousins were like my sisters growing up, very close to them. That's what Trisha was saying. I'll play in just a minute. So Megan Connor not only had a perpetrator, a criminal, I feel someone that would be an absolute serial killer if given the chance. She's talking about Lori. Not only was she close to that person, but she also is related to the victims. Oh, she's super special. Oh my God. You know that chick that used to play on Saturday Night Live, and she would put her fingers under her armpits, and then she would like superstar, and she'd like smell them. Anyways, that's what I just had an image of. Gross. Someone that would be not only was she close to that person, she was also, there's two killers. Okay. I hate the way that's so conveniently left out. That's so even more just, you know, but related to two killers. That's good. But she also is related to the victims. And we're going to talk about how she got started into this journey where she's talking about true crime because she just doesn't talk about Lori and Chad in that. So this is after all the trials were done, when Megan was accusing all of us to be starting all this drama and latching on because it's enticing, because we're trying to fill a void in our lives because her murderous cousin's distant cousin is her trial's over, and we'll be looking to fill a void in our heart. And some of us are doing it with hate. Okay. So this is her trying to rebrand, in a sense, maybe a soft rebrand. It didn't get past my detector. I was like, I don't like the picture in the back of Tylee and JJ. You got Trisha trying to make, more coherent thought logic. Stacy's just taking up fucking real estate. That's what she does. I don't know what the hell she does, really. I'm like, can you go fetch a link or, say, oh no, I got that. And just, they have all the answers for everything. That's another thing that's so glaring and in your face. They know everything. You can't come to them with anything. And they're just like, oh no, that's not it. They just, bat that down. They just debunk that right there on the spot. Anyways, her channel. Okay, wait. She says, and we're going to talk about how she got started into this journey where she's talking about true crime, because she just doesn't talk about Lori and Chad and that. No, she talks about a lot of other stuff, a lot of other crimes, and she helps people. You're giving her credibility. You're putting your neck out there, and you're okay with that, Trish. Her channel isn't just about true crime. It sounds like an AI script too. It's about healing. And she started this journey way before it happened with Chad and Lori. Okay. And it just all kind of blew up at the same time. No, I believe this was like all planned, plotted, thought out, methodically, preyed upon, perpetuated, oh my God, it's gross. She wasn't even going to talk about the case. Oh, wait. And she's going to tell us why she decided to talk about the case. She wasn't even going to talk about the case. My first freaking run-in with Megan was the link that my mom sent me of Justin Lum, reporter, Fox 10 Phoenix News, interview with this one. She didn't go on there and talk about herself or her ex-Mormon or whatever the fuck. Okay. Her healing journey. No, she talked about Lori, and that's where it began. Out of nowhere, here she comes flying up on the radar. I don't think she's ever researched into any of, like the stuff that we had already researched into by that time as a community, as a whole. And so she wasn't even going to talk about the case, had no desire to. Okay. And then something happened and it changed her mind. So we're going to tell you all about that. Actually, she's going to tell you all about that. But first, let's welcome the one, the only, the insightful one, Rabbit, Stacy. How are you, my dear? Okay, anyways. But do you see what I'm saying? To me, it was like seeing this even back then, okay, months ago when this first came out, December 11, 2025. I was like, they're trying to add legitimacy to Megan. They're trying to make her appear as something she is not. Another false prophet, literally. And so, hold on. And then I just found this because this is actually the one I was talking about where, I think, hold on. I'm sorry. This is just the way it recorded. I don't have it in a different size. Let's just play it.
It started, if I'm not mistaken, you believe, with a woman named Lindsay, who was Lauren's producer at one time. Right. And I'm going to jump ahead just a little bit. Okay. And if you need to jump in here and
she literally just looked down. Trisha she's looking down at her notes. Okay. They're all trying to use the teleprompter method like Lauren did on the 9 Hour Live. Her and Grayson had all that shit lined out, ready to go. And what the hell did we listen to for 9 hours? What'd they talk about for 9 hours, y'all? I know I dissociated so many times because I'm like, oh, I was so tired. My eyes were so blurry. And I think that's the point. You know how people, you're just more susceptible to things when you're tired, hungry, just anyways, to me, I think that was the point, to drive the narrative, to literally use a technique on us as a collective. And we're not stupid. You know what I mean? Like, oh my
People
God.
understand. But
Grandma's sober, she's old.
Megan, I was going to play like about 20 minutes of your live stream, but you gave this incredible narrative that started with how you thought all of this started out. And it started, if I'm not mistaken, you believe with a woman named Lindsay, who was Lauren's producer at one time, right?
Right.
And
but everything else was hearsay. Megan didn't witness shit. That's why there's no declaration by Megan.
I'm going to jump ahead just a little bit, okay? And if you need to jump in here and add some things, please do.
Come on, Trisha.
At one point.
Also, I have never, ever tried to convince somebody that, you know, I don't know how to give an example, but I've never been like, hey, this really happened. You have to believe me. Oh my God. And then have like just this attitude of, oh my God, I can't believe you don't believe me. And then, but you like weaponize all these people that follow you, that believe in you, that believe your bullshit. And then they're coming at me too, because I call bullshit, right? You know, it's like, this is so methodical and just,
Lauren hired Grayson to be her, like an assistant, assistant producer.
Yeah, okay.
And apparently that upset Lindsay. They were at an Airbnb for one of the cases. And Lindsay told Lauren that Grayson should get a hotel. And Lauren said, hey, if you're not comfortable, I'll pay for your hotel, Lindsay, but Grayson's young, she's new, I don't want to send her out on her own. And that really upset this Lindsay.
Well, there was
person.
also a suggestion from Lauren that if you need more space, maybe you could get your own hotel room.
Right. Great idea. Very, very diplomatic. And that did not go over well. This was a group of people.
Megan was not even in Indiana ever. She's looking at her notes. Please believe us. Please believe our narrative, please, because it's not true. And so I can't move on unless you actually believe our narrative and majority sides over here. If not, I'm going to blame it on y'all anyways, because it can't be my fault.
You have it off the top of your head. I hate to just put you on the spot like this. Like I said, I was going to play your live stream and just let you go through it, but this is so much better.
That's what you do to Brian Enton every damn day.
It was the stalker, Lindsay, somebody else named Lori, not Lori Hellis.
Right, not Lori Hellis, not Lori Vallow, a different Lori.
Not your dumb, stupid cousin. And
everybody, I want to introduce you to Lori Vallow and Alex Cox's dumb, stupid cousin, Megan. All right. Just wanted to introduce you guys.
And there's another creator. It's a group of women that, okay. And
who?
Christine was hired to do work for Lauren.
Okay, well, she just called her Christina.
Okay, like artwork.
Right.
And
you're not doing this well, Trisha.
At one point, and I know I'm hopping around here. So if you need to jump in and fix this.
She's a narrative driver. Watch this.
Please do so. At one point, Lindsay got Lauren's phone, logged into her YouTube account, found out how much she was making, and told Grayson.
Yes.
Bullshit. Okay, as a creator, if like you have access to it, you can't help but see it. Like there's sometimes, I will share my YouTube studio. What do you call it? The oh my gosh, the dashboard, and it'll show. And I mean, I really don't give a shit. I don't care. Some people are weird about that kind of stuff. I'm not. Like Megan here, like her sharing her monetization stuff for Patreon, and I'm just like, what? I have not even seen that as a collective in the community at all either. Nobody has asked that question about, I wonder how much specifically Megan makes. We might say stuff like, oh, and she's over here making money off the case, or, while she's anyways, and she's siding with Lauren, it's just weird. and odd. And it's just like, I don't want to believe this about somebody I really trusted. Not really, but you know what I mean? Like, I trusted her. I let her in and she fucked it over. She fucked me over. She fucked my family over, and she continues to do so today. I don't have to say allegedly. I don't have to say anything like that. This is my experience. This, I can back it up, you know? It's just betrayal. It's so betraying. And then the smugness and the self-righteousness, the ego, the exaltation. And she thinks her gift is like what Lori thought her gift was. Lori thought that, you know, them doing this portaling thing, this remote viewing, this astral projection, you know, woo-woo stuff was her actual gift. And she thought my Uncle Charles and the kids and everybody were blocking her gifts, and therefore they had to die. Obstacles had to be removed. But Megan's over here, same story, same trailer, different park. Okay. She's like, I believe I am an exalted life coach. And so anybody that's trying to, how she perceives as a threat, you know, like me standing up for myself, my mom standing up for our family, like that is a perceived threat to her brand, everything that she built with her own two bare hands, right? No, Megan, that's the blood. That's my family's blood. That's my fucking family's blood that was spilt for your platform and all your friends. Okay? You didn't build shit with two hands. You didn't build shit. Go build
That's
your
reprehensible. Absolutely. Right. No business doing that.
Yeah, that's crossing a lot of lines.
Yeah, absolutely. And then was it Lindsay that got the private messages? It was a text chain. It was a chain of messages between all of these people, and Lauren let her guard down and said some things about people that were not very.
And this is really not true. But anyway,
very nice. Was it Lindsay? Okay.
So there was a group message between, and it was.
And Megan is just reciting this from what Lauren has shared about her alleged evidence, you know, this conspiracy to basically come at and take down Lauren, you know, can't just enjoy her art.
Actually, I want to say that it was Lindsay that started it, or maybe it was Christina. It could have been Christina that started a group message with Lindsay, Lori, Christina, and Lauren.
And that's where it all started.
No, allegedly, no, in my opinion, no, nothing of the sort. It's always spoken as fact with Megan and Trisha. Okay. And I've even heard Trisha mention allegedly lately. I'm like, all right.
Yeah.
It sort of did start, it began to grow there. And, you know, Lauren was kind of upset about some things that were happening. And she let her guard down and she shared some things. But look, it was nothing, you know, when you think about over the years, the major scandals that you've heard of celebrities and presidents and other people.
Right.
The terrible, horrible things that people have done, some of which have resulted in real harm to people's lives and livelihoods, some of which have ended in the deaths of people.
Exactly.
You know, Lauren was basically sharing totally normal feelings of frustration and, you know, things that you would share in a group chat with a bunch of girls. Like it
I don't ever want to be friends with y'all ever
She
again.
called, at one point she called Christina annoying, and that got back to Christina, and she went nuts over that.
She got really upset. And that's
I will never believe that. I will never believe that. I mean, come on now. Oh my God, they're so green. They're so like vanilla. Okay. Oh my God.
Where things started to get out of hand. And she also, Christina, was appearing on some of her lunch lives. Is that right?
Oh, boy, there is definitely some screenshots though, Trish, of you. Your wannabe producer, Stacy there. Okay. I don't remember any from Megan, but that doesn't mean anything either. And like Susan Hendricks and Sarah, so many of Sarah Nelson, you know, the one that put on the memorial for Tylee and JJ. That was, I mean, she's connected to Mitt Romney. She's the one that wrote the Declaration. Again, it was all like hearsay. You can tell by what they say in their report, and they swore on these things as truth. These what do you call them? Oh my God. Declarations were they're swearing on, under oath, that Christina was stalking Lauren. Legit. Okay. So had we had just a different set of law enforcement, just different set of people working on all this, and it would have went different. They were okay with that shit. They were okay with that shit. And Megan didn't do a declaration because Lauren don't want her shit. Okay. Lauren don't like her, but hers just don't want to believe it yet. Ain't my problem. So I guess her declaration was like in the form of just reiterating what Lauren's false narrative was driving in the 9-hour live. It's so weird.
Well, I think it was just one, and I'm going to go ahead and pull up, if you don't mind, I'm going to just
Please
take a
do.
second and pull up my notes that I used for my episode,
Please.
because it does get really convoluted, and I want to make sure that I get it correct.
It does. And I'm going to put in the live stream, in the chat right now, Megan's live stream. You guys, you have to go watch this. I mean, it just point after point after point. It is beautifully put together. If you want to understand what happened, this is it. If you think it's just TikTok, no.
It's not just TikTok. It is way worse than that. It is the godmother of true crime, okay, over here orchestrating some shit and doing some really shady shit that's tied to some really vulnerable people, targeting, it appears, old women who are wealthy, who don't have, they're childless, no ties, right? The less relation, the less family around, the less crushes. Okay, telling their moms, hey, I don't really care, but I think Lauren's a really bad person. And then, we're the problems, right? So Trisha just all out, I guess, avoids that as best she can. Like that's her preference, it seems, because she did this with Helen Ross. She has a lot of things in common with Beth B. No children, no family. Their wealth was, after they passed away, was wheeled to animal shelters, just so coinky dinky. And there's Trisha. I mean, how many times has she done this? How many times she's done that? And I mean, oh my God, I do, and I don't want to know the answer to that. I also want to know. It sucks to say it out loud. I don't want to get fucking sued. And I mean, this is this is allegedly, this is my opinion, just a thought. It's just a theory, tentatively. But I mean, a question. So could Trisha, I mean, being in the last people to see two vulnerable women, two wealthy subscribers, who also helped Trisha out financially, through her Web Sleuth website. I mean, did Trisha could she have done anything nefarious to rush this process along in order to, or maybe like kind of like an angel of death, if you will? And that reminds me of, oh my God, I have so much to talk about. Her distant relative, Wild Bill Hickman, who was Brigham Young. Brigham Young was the second prophet of the LDS Church, the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, after, Joseph Smith was murdered or whatever. Brigham Young became prophet, and his right-hand man, his henchman was known as the Avenging Angel. I'm not playing. And, people have referred to Alex Cox as Lori's Avenging Angel. Oh shit. Oh my God. You know what else? Y'all remember whenever, in the documents, in the Chandler FOIA documents, remember those sections of the documents where it had like a bunch of redactions, but it was like angels and stuff of Lori's. And it was like, we don't know who these people are. But Megan one time came on and I showed her the document and she was like, oh, that's my grandma, blah, blah, blah. And that's so-and-so. And that's that. I mean, she named them all. And I was like, what the fuck? Oh my God, that hits hard. It's way different. Oh my God. Is this a family thing? Look at her face. Oh my God. I have to.
This goes into it and it is amazing. So
like
let me
I'm
put this in
overloaded.
chat right now.
And, also I want people to
Shut up.
realize that, Lauren has shared a lot, but that doesn't mean everything's been shared.
Like the truth, girl, go find it.
Absolutely.
We just have to
Right.
consider that.
Yeah, and also we've seen by basically, what Christina has posted.
Trisha's like, be me. And Megan's like, believe me. And then I don't know what she's saying. Ribbit me.
That she's prone to clip things out to make it, basically to put the narrative in her favor.
Exactly.
And so we know that she's only shared the things that are going to be harmful and damaging to Lauren and that are going to
probably
support
AI.
what she
Probably
says.
AI.
Exactly. So this text thread with all of these people in it
Oh,
started
we
to
can
be
show you
shared.
some.
And other people started to, other media people started to get
Media people.
contacted
You're
by
right.
these people. And they were saying horrible things about Lauren, that Lauren had said horrible things about them, that Lauren was mean to victims. And so now Lauren.
When you call a girl, 16-year-old girl of Lori Vallows, who was murdered brutally murdered by her mother and all her freak ass friends. Okay. When you call her a bitch, I mean, I just kind of want to say it in a big crowded live stream and just, let it go. Just teach your own, girl. Sink or swim. Good luck. People, girl, that is nasty. That is that is the most disgusting thing I believe another human can do and say about a fucking murder victim. A minor, a girl. Oh my God. You don't call anybody a bitch, okay? Except for me, I can say it. I'm just kidding. But you don't sit there and act like you're just this Debbie do-gooder, where you're just going for justice, and without you, the victims are never going to get the justice. Like when you're there, you're the arbiter of truth. You're the arbiter of justice. You're the arbiter of all things true. Without you, we're nothing. We need you. You don't need us. We're exploiting you, probably. I'm sure that's the logic there with Lauren, huh? So, I mean, not only was Tylee and the other victims, just extinguished, Lori and who they tried to delete this girl's existence, it seems. And here is Lauren after the fact, arbitering, truth and justice for the victims, allegedly, but yet calling her a bitch, calling Tylee a bitch the same day the autopsies were shown in court in Idaho. And I can't even wrap my head around that, y'all. There's nowhere, no time, no place, no instance where this is okay. And this is something I can't get over. I F up all the time and say things I shouldn't. But I cannot and will not forgive that. Especially with everything that's happened as it's happened, doubling down. I mean, just anteing up. Oh, it pisses me off. And it drives me, though. I might be pissed off right now, but this is just build up my arsenal to just give me my go-go juice back. Come out swinging.
Nobody is talking to her. Her colleagues aren't talking to her. She's not getting invited on live streams anymore and shows. And she's like, what is going on? Well, she found out this is what was happening. And they had the gall to call, crime victims' families and say horrible things about her. And
Jerry Vallow is all I have to say. Lauren called Tylee, your niece, Uncle Jerry, your other niece, a bitch.
And then Christine started doing these TikToks. And one of the most horrible ones was about Lauren's brother who died. And about
that was the very first one.
Yeah, and that was the first one about her.
I mean, she just want to get a little strange, I guess. I don't know. Closer the can, deeper it's in, or deeper it's in. Anyways, I know it's inappropriate, but hey, I didn't think it up.
Her brother who died, and how Lauren wanted to take his sperm and have his
After
baby.
he died.
It was just
explain how she wanted to extract his sperm after he died. That's like necro sperm. All right. That's necro incest sperm.
Disgusting. Absolutely
Ugh, it is
disgusting.
gross.
And that goes into the bigger picture.
Y'all are the weirdos. Y'all are the weirdos. Y'all are trying to normalize something that's fucking weird. And no.
Of the harassment. Okay. When you stalk someone, that doesn't mean that you have to follow them all the time.
Right.
And you have to,
when you stalk them, it's probably a soup you're making in a pot.
show up at their work all the time. This is part of the
my
whole
God.
picture of harassment. So we have Lindsay, who is mad that that Grayson has come in. And I mean, again, this is just our
this is just you spinning your web, sleuth.
Allegedly, kind of like what we think may have happened.
Oh, allegedly.
Okay. So did she quit? And then Lauren wrote her a really nice note, right?
Yeah. So let me
after the fact
let me go back and do a little bit of timeline
of something she had nothing to do with. She was not there. None of these people were. They were not there. They got all their information from Lawin. Lawin's wife.
Please do,
please. So that it kind of clarifies things.
Okay.
So all of this started in 2023 when Lauren met Lindsay. That was at the Lori Vallow Daybell trial. Then a year later at the Chad Daybell trial, Lauren met Lori, not Vallow, not Hellis, the other Lori, and her stalker, Christina.
When did she meet Brandon? Brandon Hobbs.
At this time, Christina became friends with Lori, Lindsay, and Janice, who was a commenter that Lauren knew from some Facebook groups. They disagreed, but they agreed to kind of.
Why don't y'all ever bring Annie into this? That's kind of weird, huh? I mean, they love to go after the families. So I just find it interesting how it's like they're scared of her or something. I'm telling you.
And try to put their differences aside.
Mm-hmm.
Then in May, that was when Lauren recommended Lindsay to a big podcaster.
Okay.
Yes, she's like, hey, yeah. And so now that's where she is. That's where Lindsay works. Ashley Banfield. But it seems like this is just my theory. I was not there like everybody else here on the screen. I believe that the note or whatever was written after the fact in order to have a receipt.
In June, this is all 2024.
Right.
May, June.
Christina, the stalker, made a group chat with Christina, Lauren, Lindsay, and Lori.
Okay.
In July, that's when Lindsay started doing contract work for Hidden True Crime. It was
Good,
kind
she
of more
started-
full time.
She started actually making money because she probably wasn't making any with Lauren.
And then later in July, they went to go cover, Lauren and Lindsay went to go cover the Alec Baldwin trial in Santa Fe. They shared an Airbnb at this point, and that's when Lauren had her stalker on one of her lunch lives.
Okay.
Kotex.
And a different contractor who is not named, Lauren was talking to that contractor,
use the fucking names,
and the
y'all.
contractor said
God.
Something about this stalker Christina appearing on the live.
I love them all.
Lauren said, I don't think that it went well. And the contractor said, yeah, don't have her on again.
So somebody else that said that, not
Somebody
Lauren.
else that initiated the negative comment
And we're supposed to believe Lauren.
about Christina.
Right.
And then Lauren agreed,
And then secondhand begging Megan.
saying she's constantly anxious, loud, and worried. But that night, this contractor unexpectedly and angrily quit and ended their relationship.
Angrily.
And we don't know why that.
Did she show up with pickets and pitchforks and shit and just go on strike?
We don't know why that happened. We can surmise that maybe it was because Lauren agreed with her. I don't know. Like, who knows even what happened there? Because we don't have all of that.
I'm sorry.
But then that was in July. In late July, then Lauren hired Christina to do artwork for Hidden True Crime on Lindsay's suggestion.
Okay. Kind of like what Trisha is doing to you. And
Then fast forward to October, the Delphi trial.
Yes.
Lauren,
which you were not at.
Lauren and Lindsay go to Delphi. They're sharing an Airbnb with Christina, the stalker.
Oh, here's
and
the bad.
Lauren is paying all of the expenses for Lindsay to be there. You know,
Kotex.
food, housing, lodging, all of that stuff.
Pads.
And at one point, Lauren texted.
Oh, that was a big lip licker. Y'all probably ain't nobody here anymore. I don't blame y'all.
Stalker Christina appearing on the live. Lauren said, I don't think that it went well. And the contractor said, yeah, don't have her on again.
So somebody else that said that, not
Somebody
Lauren.
else that initiated the negative comment about Christina.
Right.
And then Lauren agreed, saying she's constantly anxious, loud, and worried. But that night, this contractor unexpectedly and angrily quit and ended their relationship.
wasn't even there.
And we don't know why that happened.
That person was, I don't believe, was even there in the same state. This is just me taking a hunch.
We don't know why that happened.
Okay.
So this is not threatening if that's
We
where they're going.
surmise that maybe it was because Lauren agreed with her. I don't know. Who knows even what happened there? Because we
Right.
don't have all of that.
And you don't. You're right, Megan. Who knows? Definitely not you. And trust me, Stacy and Trisha, they don't fucking know anything ever. I don't know.
But then that was in July. In late July, then Lauren hired Christina to do artwork for Hidden True Crime on Lindsay's suggestion.
Okay.
Okay. Then fast forward to October, the
Wow.
Delphi trial.
Yes.
Lauren and Lindsay go to Delphi.
They go drive a narrative. Well, Lauren did.
They're sharing an Airbnb with Christina, the stalker. And Lauren is paying all of the expenses for Lindsay to be there. You know, food, housing, lodging, all of that.
I just find that hard to believe.
Stuff. And at one point,
they were, oh my God.
Lauren texted Lindsay and expressed to her that it's easier to work without Christina around because she's kind, she's generous, but she's just a lot. Well, then Lauren didn't get into court one day because it was it was packed.
She probably showed the fuck up late. I bet you she showed up late. Oh, line sitter my ass.
It was difficult to get in. But Grayson got in, and Lauren had met Grayson in line, standing in line for court, and asked Grayson, "Can you please take notes for me?" Well,
What
Grayson
the hell?
knocked it out of the park. She did a great job. Lauren was like,
Why'd I get quiet?
I love this. And then everyone went home for the weekend. Lauren
It got really quiet. Hold on. I need my sound.
was with her son for Halloween, etc. He started
Nikki,
doing
you broke
contract work for Hidden True Crime. It was kind of more full time. And then later in July, they went to go cover, Lauren and Lindsay went to go cover the Alec Baldwin trial in Santa Fe. They shared an Airbnb at this point, and that's when Lauren had her stalker on one of her lunch lives.
Okay.
Her stalker.
And a
We all
different
saw that.
contractor who is not named, Lauren was talking to that contractor, and the contractor said something about this stalker
bush?
Christina appearing on the live. Lauren said, "I don't think that it went well." And the contractor said, "Yeah, don't have her on again."
So somebody else that said that, not
Somebody
Lauren.
else that initiated the negative comment about Christina.
Right.
And then Lauren agreed, saying she's constantly anxious, loud, and worried. But that night, this contractor unexpectedly and angrily quit and ended their relationship.
And we don't know why that
We
happened.
don't know why that happened. We can surmise that maybe it was because Lauren agreed with her. I don't know. Who knows even what happened there? Because we
Right.
don't have all of that. But then that was in July. In late July, then Lauren hired Christina to do artwork for Hidden True Crime on Lindsay's suggestion.
This is okay. It's repeating
Then
now.
fast forward to October, the
Oh my
Delphi
God.
trial.
Get it together.
Lauren and Lindsay go to Delphi. They're sharing an Airbnb with Christina, the stalker. And Lauren is paying all of the expenses for Lindsay to be there, you know, food, housing, lodging, all of that stuff.
And wasn't Lindsay like working too? I mean, anyways, that's that's splitting hairs right now at this point.
One point, Lauren texted Lindsay and expressed to her that it's easier to work without Christina around because she's kind, she's generous, but she's just a lot. Well, then Lauren didn't get.
I see my little earbuds came up on the top of the screen, so it might have messed up when I recorded
into
it.
court one day because it was it was packed. It was difficult to get in.
Especially if you don't show up on time. I
But
bet.
Grayson got in, and Lauren had met Grayson in line, standing in line for court, and asked Grayson, "Can you please?"
Sorry.
Well, Grayson knocked it out.
God damn.
Amazing opportunity for Lindsay. So she, on Lauren's 9-hour live, she reads the letter, the termination letter that she read.
No, I'm telling you, I can't wait till Lynn. Oh my God. It's like we've had to do this in parts because we're trying to figure it out still. I mean, here we are. I'm still trying to figure it out, and I will master it. I will make it my bitch. Okay.
She wrote to Lindsay. It's very respectful. It's even congratulatory.
I think it's after the fact though.
Right.
Because Lauren or somebody didn't Lauren recommend Lindsay to Ashley Banfield or, refer her? Right. I mean, that was my understanding. So it's like, why are you going to write a termination letter unless it's to provide receipts for something you believe and you're creating receipts, creating evidence. That's why we've got to stick together in pairs for sure at CrimeCon. I'm not going, but I'll be watching, making sure y'all are okay. Check in. Don't Don't let them create a crime. All right. At CrimeCon.
But then after that, after she was let go from Hidden True Crime, Lindsay started contacting the other professional contacts of Lauren, saying that she was manic and that Lauren went psycho on her.
I mean, that's her experience and her truth. Who are you to fucking like question that, Megan? With your eye bright, like she's sitting there flickering her eyes, blinking, as if and Penny, oh my god, I can't talk. The information that Penny just shared with us on her channel by a family member on Megan's side, where they're claiming that she's a psychopath. The Megan's a psychopath. That's what they're claiming. I want to say it was two different people, but anyways, I'm not a doctor, so whatever. I have no desire to label you. But I mean, just I don't know, the audacity of these motherfuckers.
Her professional contacts of Lauren, saying that she was manic and that Lauren went psycho on her.
Oh God.
And she started sharing, private text messages. So that's when Lauren sent a cease and desist to Lindsay saying, don't share any more of our private conversations, especially not with our professional contacts.
Cease and desist, or cease and desist, as Janice, cease and desist, Janice says it. It's just a suggestion. It's not actual legal. It's not legally binding. It's just like, hey, don't do that.
Right. So that sets everything up, because now people are Lindsay is not happy with her, and then terminated Christina's work, right? Or Christine's work. Is it Christine or Christina?
Christina
also worked in this area. She did courtroom sketches. Okay. What makes Lauren superior?
Christina. She terminated. I mean, she was a contractor anyway, but she said they were done.
Lauren's a fucking contractor. You're a contractor.
I guess that didn't go over very well.
Trisha, you're a contractor. Okay. You're the proud manager of websites. Spit and spooge, right? So what are you doing?
Or
Stacy, I don't know where you're at, girl. You okay?
Well, so just to address Catch, is my info hearsay? No, this all comes from Lauren's live, where she shows the receipts of all of the timeline of this. And that's where I got it from. I got it from Lauren.
Boom. That's where I got it from.
Lauren's timeline. In addition, I was not there at the Alec Baldwin trial.
Let's hear that again.
Right.
But then after that, after she was let go from Hidden True Crime, Lindsay started contacting the other professional contacts of Lauren, saying that she was manic and that Lauren went psycho on her.
Oh my God.
And she started sharing, private text messages. So that's when Lauren sent
like a psycho would do, huh? I think a psycho like, but she's like, oh yeah, she released some text messages, allegedly, okay, sticks and stones. Okay?
Cease and desist to Lindsay saying, don't share any more of our private conversations, especially not with our professional contacts.
Right. So
don't talk shit.
So that sets everything up, because now people are Lindsay is not happy with her, and then she terminated Christina's work, right? Or Christine's work. Is it Christine or Christina?
Christina.
Christina. She terminated. I mean, she was a contractor anyway, but she said they were
She's a nothing. She's a subhuman. I mean, she's just a nothing, right?
done. And I guess that didn't go over very well, or?
Well, so just to address Catch, is my info hearsay? No, this all comes from Lauren's live, where she shows the receipts of all of the timeline of this. And that's where I got it from. I got it from Lauren's timeline.
And then she's like, uh-oh.
In addition, I was not there at the Alec Baldwin trial, and I was not there at the Delphi trial, but I was there at the Lori Vallow trial. And that's where some of this started to escalate. And I was also there at CrimeCon, which is where it continued.
Right.
I think you were hired or, kind of incentivized, if you will. That's what I think. I think that's exactly what you and Joe were maybe there to provide witness. I don't know. And to do bullshit like this right here. And then to try and if you're telling the truth, you stand on that shit and you don't have to convince anybody. It's the truth. So what they're doing right here, I mean, it's bold and it's like, ew, they're really trying to either convince themselves that, their lie is the truth or convince us. And for what? I don't know. Because they are narrative controllers. This is what they freak out about. They want to correct the record and stuff like that. I'm just like, okay, don't take it so serious. I mean, it's just, anyways, they're control freaks.
And we're going to get into that as
In my
well.
opinion.
So now Lauren basically lets Christina go. And
Right.
then what happens? What
Well,
happens after that?
so in the letting Christina
Three at a
go,
time.
I didn't take detailed notes on that part of it, but
Because you weren't fucking there.
from what I understand from watching Lauren's live, basically, Chris delivered.
So
And
apologize
so
to
she's been
Crash.
paid for work that she has not delivered. And so that's a perfectly reasonable reason to stop working with her.
Exactly. There you go. Right.
Go apologize to that person you just bald-faced lied to and said, no, this is not hearsay, because you're doing just that while you're gaslighting them and saying no. Okay? You're a lying liar who lies, in my opinion. Oh.
And so she did. And then everything
And-
started to escalate from there.
Right.
And she went, in fact, I'm going to put Lauren's 9-hour live stream in chat right now.
Oh, yeah.
In case you haven't seen it.
Oh, yeah.
And then
no.
we are a little bit later going to listen
The
to
Pope Lord.
Duty Ron from last night, which
Okay. Hold on. Just going to show you something. I know. We're just going. Oh. This is Lori Vallow Daybell. And just kind of listen to the vagaries to just listen. Let me back it up a little bit.
He's his great nephew. We adopted him as a baby. And so we adopted him as a baby, and so we've been raising him together. And he travels all the time for business, so he's used to just going back and forth. So he's always gone like Monday through Friday. So
Yeah.
he came when we first moved in and brought me stuff from Houston, like a U-Haul, and then he hasn't been back. But it's all these threats on my phone all the time, like whatever, all these things. And then he told me,
what kind of threats?
Just
The detective here did not challenge Lori because she's just making shit up, blowing it up, making it more than what it could be. It's never fact checked. It's never verified. She's not challenged.
you'd have to read them to see, but he's
You'd have to read them to see.
always mad at me, right? And he
She does not talk about the email. She's like, he's just always mad at me.
doesn't want a divorce, but I don't like him and don't want to deal with him. So
That's right there how she feels exactly. He don't want a divorce, and she's like, huh.
how it is. So we married for 14 years. We dealt with it for 14 years of him being horrible to her. Like he gets in huge fights with her.
Where are your receipts?
Yeah, a lot of things. But anyway, so he said, I'm coming Wednesday night. All of a sudden, I want to see.
If you look in the FOIA docs, no, she actually rented the hotel for him because that's kind of their relationship anyways. That's whenever he'd go on business trips, she would arrange his stay, wherever he was going to go work. And she planned it. And then, but she said he did it all of a sudden out of nowhere. He was just coming to stalk her, right? He was coming to violate her.
Horrible to her. Like he gets in huge fights with her. A lot of things. But anyway, so he said, I'm coming Wednesday night. All of a sudden, I want to see JJ. And I told him, I said, I will never keep JJ from you.
Actually, Charles told her this. He was like, I'll never keep JJ away from you. Just be a good mom to him. And, everything will be okay.
You can come see whenever you want to. Come take him to school, whatever. Like, I'm not going to do that.
It's crazy.
So when you initially moved, he had said he was going to buy you a house.
Now, listen, whenever, like the cop is asking her, when you initially moved to Houston is what she means by this. But Charles and JJ left Arizona. My mom went and helped Charles move away from Lori's, they shared a house. And she helped move him to Houston, to closer to where we live. We live in Lake Charles, Louisiana, which is like a 2.5-hour drive from Houston. And I mean, in Houston, they have all the schools. Okay. It's a very huge booming town. And I say town very, 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 loosely there. It's a freaking city, a major city. It has a couple airports, like it's not lacking in schools for children with autism. Let's just say that. And the reason Charles moved was because of the threats that Lori was making, the dehumanization. He was blocking her gifts. She was a god. She was here to lead the 144,000 and usher in the second coming of Jesus Christ into the new millennium. All right. Okay. And that's very specific. That's also second anointing. But anyways, it's an actual ceremony and not anything. She didn't see Jesus is what I'm saying. And right. Exactly. Just like Trisha didn't get a ghost text from Beth B. You see what I'm saying? No, you didn't see Jesus, but yes, you did go through a ceremony that exalts you. Okay.
House. So you moved here with your.
Yeah, he was going to rent us a house.
So he fled her, went to Houston. She told Melanie something along the lines of, I need to go get his financial affairs in order. And so, I mean, the conspiracy is moving forward. And anyways, it's just so calculated.
So you moved.
All my family lives here. So
Right.
we lived
So all my family
here for a long time.
Okay.
Right.
And then he
Yep.
moved us to Houston.
Okay.
No, he moved and then your ass followed. And then he took you back. And then that's the death of him, basically. And then ultimately the kids and Tammy. And then shot of Brandon. And yeah.
And we were there with
Real threat. Real threat.
my son. He was out of school. He didn't have any of his like services, his DDD, his anything. He like
Because Houston doesn't have that kind of stuff.
ripped him out of school and said, we're moving.
He didn't rip him out. He was fleeing for safety. He got a protection order. Couldn't serve Lori. Her family was telling her that, you know, that Charles was trying to do this and he was trying to have her served at the temple. And so they helped her evade being served with the protection order.
Okay.
And I didn't go with him at first. And he took him.
I didn't go with him at first. He took him.
And I let him take him. And I didn't
I let him.
file anything or whatever. And then he filed something against me and said, I'm only going
That's a protective order.
to get supervised visits because I'm crazy and blah, blah, blah. You know, the story.
Blah, blah, blah.
And so I just didn't talk to him for like 30 days. And I
It was a lot longer than that. And she's Darvo bad.
take care of him and let him see what I've been doing for the past 7 years.
And this is vengeful. This is really how she feels. I believe this. I feel like she is so resentful for it feels like he stuck me with this autistic kid and I resent him now. That's what it feels like to me. But yet Lori never showed this kind of, you know, attitude or behavior or what. She never expressed this before. She was always so doting and just, but then again, that's a show. She's just doing that because we're around. Okay. It's a show. It's a mask, you know, and I mean, for whatever reasons, because we all know now that, you know, Tylee had a lot to do with that. Tylee was either put up to doing it, you know, because Lori resented JJ or just being a mom period at all. Resented being tied down, it seemed. Wasn't happy. And it's like, it was like revenge in this sense to me. But yet she would carry him around like the latest bag, you know, the latest fashion. And, you know, like I would say that she'd be the one that would maybe bring JJ purposely to an amusement park in order to jump to the head, you know, the front of the line. Kind of like what Lauren would do. I could see Lauren doing that too. But just weaponizing his, you know, autism. Lori never celebrated JJ's milestones, his first, you know. Hindsight, though, tells you that. It's crazy. But Uncle Charles celebrated that. I feel like Lori was really good at triangulating Charles, Tylee, Colby, and just orchestrating them on a small scale, basically. Manipulating.
Because men need to do that. You don't have to have kids.
And whenever my Uncle Charles came in with JJ one time in like 2018, and we went to my mama's house and we were walking out, leaving, and Uncle Charles was right in front of me. And anyway, I didn't ask why Lori didn't come. I was just enjoying my time with my nephew and Uncle Charles and just visiting and seeing my brother meet his son, JJ, and for the first time since he was an infant and adopted out. And anyways, I was just living in the moment, I guess. And Uncle Charles, I remember this later, after he was murdered. And then it came to me, I was like, oh my God, I remember he like, we were all walking out the door one at a time, but slowly walking out. And he like just kind of was in front of me and he just kind of like turned his head and to where I could see like half his face. And he was like, Lori, he said, Lori, she just needs to be needed. And I was like, okay, all right, I get it. But I didn't know what he meant. He just kind of was like, Lori just needs to be needed. And I'm thinking, oh my God, now that's like, ooh, whew. Orchestrator. Look at her looking at us. She is looking in my eyes right now, and I had to look the other direction. She is peering into my eyeballs.
I have grown kids. I have grandkids. Like,
act like it.
Okay, you're going to threaten me that you're not going to let me see my child without supervised visitation? Okay, do it for 30 days and see how long it lasts.
She's flipping the script and she's taking control. She's making him to be the bad guy. Like, he's the one saying all this to her, basically. I mean, besides the revenge for or resentment for leaving her with a needy kid, basically. She's kind of she's mixing in her anger, her resentment towards JJ and Charles, or being a mom, period, being tied down, being stuck. And anyway,
you were begging me to come pick him up.
Yeah,
but you didn't. She's like, come back and whatever. So
no, that's when she told Melanie she was going to basically secure finances, make sure that she was still the beneficiary of the $1 million life insurance policy.
I moved in with them to Houston for the family, and Tyler went with me. We drove to.
And I'm talking, this is like weeks and weeks. This isn't like moving, and that's a misconception. Is it wasn't like moving, changing your address, living there for a while. No, I'm talking like flying pillow to post is what my ex-mother-in-law used to call it. Just basically not ever putting roots down. He literally just moved from Arizona to evade her and flee and kind of try and normalize, try and stabilize and hold it down for JJ, some normalcy. And just, he was kind of accepting the fact that, okay, they're not going to work out, but then she had to go and intervene. And this is whenever my mom was actually there, but Lori did not know that my mom was there in Houston. I want to say it was Houston. Yeah, it was in Houston. And I lie. Let me walk that back. It might have been Arizona, because mom was helping them pack up, helping Charles and JJ pack up to move to Houston. And Lori and Melanie Gibb showed up, but they didn't see my mom. And my mom overheard Lori like yelling at Charles saying, "Move where?" And he was like, wait, let me remember this real quick. Like, what family? She said, she was like, what family? Because I guess he was saying, my family's going to help me, with JJ. What family? Like, he didn't have family. And like, my mom wasn't in there, overhearing this crap. And then whenever mom walked in, Uncle Charles was in tears. Lori changed face basically immediately and she was like, "Oh, KK," love bombing, like, "Oh, KK." And she started crying. Lori started crying. "I just love you so much, KK," is what she called her. And it's like, she got caught, like, "Oop, she might have overheard me being a bitch." And then, yeah. So interesting, right?
Houston from here, and left all our family and all his support, all my son's support, like his cousins, everything. And we
not in school, but his cousin.
were there. I enrolled him in school there. I tried to start all his services, and it takes forever. Yeah.
So then she hauls ass back to Arizona. It's weird.
It takes so long to get that done.
There's no easy transferring.
There's no easy transfer.
You start from the beginning.
It's a totally new thing. Yeah. And he didn't do any of it in those 30 days.
He's such an asshole, right?
So he just should have gone without.
He's too busy just trying to like stabilize his world that she's rocking, trying to keep his son protected. He referred to Tylee as his daughter when the police showed up in the body cam footage in January. It's, you know what I mean? Like, I feel like oh my God, Charles and Tylee could have had a much better relationship if Lori wouldn't have been a manipulator and coming in between that and weaponizing that and turning them against one another, perhaps. And I mean, plus just being a teenager, period, like I relate to Tylee, just like in that sense, or just girls, period, in that sense, if hormones, your mom's doing weird shit and you're just like, trying to make sense. And it does. It seems like Tylee is so much more mature than Lori ever was or ever dreamt of, she still will never touch that girl. She will never, ever, ever even get close to what Tylee had. And I think that was another threat to Lori, for whatever reasons, her expectations. Was she jealous of Tylee? Was she all the things, I don't know. I don't know.
Services without even applying. And I'm like, do you even realize? Because he didn't ever do it in the first place. I did.
Because he worked and you sat your ass home and ate your bonbons and went to your weird meetings and shit and cast outs and whatever the hell.
Long story.
Yeah.
I'll keep it short. He hasn't been here in a couple weeks since we moved in. Okay. He came. He was very nasty when he was there, but he travels for business. So he went back to the Houston house. Okay. And he's like,
He went back to the Houston house.
Coming on Wednesday night. And I'm going to come pick up JJ and take him to school Thursday. Pick him up Thursday, take him Friday, whatever.
Earlier, she said that, he out of nowhere, he was just coming, but they have correspondence with each other, Charles and Lori, where he's like, hey, will you set it, give me a room, set it up. And, she knows he's coming. She knows.
And I said, Casey wanted to come to the house. And I said, you can't come stay at this house because you can't get along with Tylee. She's a minor. She has to live here. Yeah. So
and then she mentioned Jason Mao, and Charles is like, what?
He gets in huge fights with her. Okay. And she hates him. And so like, you can't stay.
Just like you weaponized your baby girl against her own father, Joe Ryan. And you're doing it now.
At the house, so I will book you a hotel because he stays in hotels all the time.
Now she offers it. I will book you a motel or hotel. I mean, that's what they normally do. That's the arrangement. That's what she agreed to. It's crazy.
And so like, you can't stay at the house, so I will book you a hotel because he stays in hotels all the time because he travels for business and the business pays for it, right? Uh-huh. So I said, I will book you a hotel nearby.
What does he do?
And that's her idea.
He works with teachers and their retirement plans, but he goes to them.
He's like, basically, I want to say what like Linda, Daphne is, like a financial advisor, a financial planner. Whenever Trisha reads or gets Stacy to read out the card of porch guy, the porch guy left a card, whatever, or something, I don't know, whatever the hell they read. And it's like Texas insurance, something. And she says life, health, end of estate, it seems like a business card that I have here of my Uncle Charles's. He was a financial planner. He helped people plan their retirements, their will, like their estates, the end of their or the second half or second part of their lives, the latter half.
And he mostly works in California. Okay. No matter where we live. And we lived in Hawaii. He'd work in California. He'd work in Texas. He has like books of business in different areas. And so he just goes wherever. Okay. It kind of just gives him freedom that he doesn't have to stay home every day and take care of special needs. Yeah.
Oh, she does not like that. And I don't like her saying that, actually. He doesn't have to stay home every day and take care of special need child. And that face, man. Oof. Oops, sorry.
He'd work in California. He'd work in Texas. He has like books of business in different areas. And so
books of business.
He just goes wherever. Okay. It kind of just gives him freedom that he doesn't have to stay home every day.
What do you do? What, you go to circles and participate in casting out demons and spirits and shit? Weirdo.
Take care of special needs child. It's like an excuse, right? So I've done that myself for the past 7 years anyway. And I was a single mom before I married him with my 2 kids.
For what? 2 weeks?
Yeah, and he had 2 kids. We got married, tried to make a family. Yeah.
And you lived a cush lifestyle, sat on your ass, and did weird stuff with weird people.
Anyway.
And made Tally basically, be a better mother, a second mother to a nurturing. She did the nurturing. Ugh.
So he said he was coming last night. I said, well, you can't stay at this house because you can't get along with Tylee. I'll get you a hotel. And you can.
She's like, Jason Mel will be here. She like prodded, she poked the bear. And then when they react, or respond or whatever, or find out, and then they point at your behavior as like validation for what they're claiming they're being abused from. Like, see, he's nutting up. Oh my God, see how angry and violent he is and aggressive. Oh my God. Oh.
To come play with JJ, but he goes to school all day. Yeah. I got him back into his school.
Not if he's not in his DDD and blah, blah, blah. You just said he didn't have it.
His services, I met with the DDD yesterday, and they
he doesn't have it.
Finally are getting his services back, but we're paying $125 a day to have him back at school because
you make it.
He's so out of his routine. He's been a nightmare on the floor.
Because you're a bitch, okay? Because you're hoeing around with Chad Daybell while his wife is unbeknownst to all this stuff too. They have no idea what the hell is coming for them in just a little time frame. They have no idea. They just think, like Uncle Charles is probably like, oh my God, and devastated, right? And then to look at JJ and be like, wow, I mean, whoa, like that. Oh my God. And then how we found out that Tylee was staying with Alex and went to Hawaii for a little bit with Lori. But I mean, just again, Lori, not responsible, no responsibility. I mean, Tylee basically had to kind of fend for herself, be a lot older than she ever should have been or needed to be. She didn't have no business being put into those positions, those roles. And again, and then takes it out on Tylee basically whenever you're deeming her dark and that she's not worthy enough to live, like it's okay to abuse her. But then when you say she's reacting or not being, or let's say being rebellious, what Lori considers rebellious. And so what Lori takes it upon herself to deny her right to live. Kind of like the same thing with the like poking the bear and then pointing at that bear's reaction. Like when they react and they're coming at you, for poking them. And then you point to that as validation of you being the victim. It's weird.
Floor, kicking stuff, hitting stuff, walls, like he just ripped him out of his life. Yeah. So anyway, just how he is. That's the only thing about himself. Mm-hmm. So he says, coming to get JJ, and JJ's like, I don't want Dad, because he knows Dad took him away. So he was freaking out.
You hear that language though? Dad took him away. Sounds like she told him that. I cannot even try to entertain or wrap my mind around or fathom the shit that this lore whore right here, core whore, hooker, said to JJ after his dad was dead, his sister was dead, and he was sitting on this little ride at Bear World all by himself, calm as a cucumber. He looked lost. He looked lonely. He looked dissociated, not connected to the, to his surroundings, to his world. He looked like he was not connected. And I remember, like, it was just so sad because we have word from JJ's Life Academy, the director there, Margaret Trevilian, who said they had, when JJ was still, and when they were all in Arizona before they moved to Idaho, JJ would be at school and he'd be like, no, they actually heard that Charles had committed suicide. Then they had heard that, I forget all the things, but never that he was shot by her brother, blah, blah, blah. But then the very last day when it was JJ's last day at school and before the move, and he said, "No, my dad's not dead. He's not in heaven." Like, I don't, the shit that this bitch probably said to him, just like she likely did with Tylee with to poison her mind and keep her away from her dad. This is that type, the estrangers, the ones who cause the estrangement, who say, "Oh, you sexually abused my daughter. You are addicted to porn. You are a predator." And that's not true. But this is the type of, you're the stalker. You're a stalker. You know what I mean? Like, it's so bad. This is evil.
Right, so I didn't tell him he was even coming. Like, Dad's gonna come take you to school, I think. So he didn't bother me last night, which I was surprised. I was expecting.
He didn't bother me last night when he came in. All right, he went on a date with Nancy Joe, but she's saying this and kind of admitting that he's not giving her any problems. Okay. And yet he comes and he's all provoked and everything to pick up JJ.
Kind of an ambush for him to kind of like come over or be.
Interesting choice of word there. Ambush. Because, well, Alex was lying in wait, basically, waiting on Charles to just show up. I don't even know if there ever was a fight. Period.
Just mean. And say, "That's my house. I'm on the lease. I'm going to stay here."
It's true. He was paying $4,500 a month for her to basically kill him. Okay. That's
kind of thing.
He's entitled.
Because that's kind of his macho attitude. And so he came this morning. I was getting JJ ready.
So he got in last night, but he wasn't at the house last night.
Yeah, I didn't hear from him. Except for he texted me and said, "I'll be there at 7:30 to pick up JJ."
Oh, he even called her and was like, "Hey, heads up." So he asked her to arrange his hotel room before even coming in. So out of nowhere does not compute here. Okay. It debunked. And so she does arrange that his hotel room. Okay. And then he even calls her, and we know she's up because there's phone calls between her and Chad Daybell that were deleted. Around the 6 o'clock to 7 o'clock, hour. I think she had just hung up with Chad Daybell right whenever Charles got there. So, I mean, here he is, even calling her and saying, "Hey, I'm on my way to pick him up."
Okay. And I was like, okay.
No ambushing around, right?
That was good because I didn't hear from him. And then he
Get it together, girl.
He came over in the morning and he's like banging on the door. I'm like, "Oh great, here we go."
Oh, bing, 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 ding dong, bing, 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 ding dong, ding dong.
And I was just gonna be nice. I'm just gonna be nice as possible. And I had JJ stuff all ready for school. And so,
do you remember about what time he got there?
He said he'd be there at 7:30, but it was more like 7:40ish or 7:35. I don't know.
Okay.
But I remember looking at the clock, and he wasn't there at 7:30, and he's usually Mr. On time. Yes. So I was like,
I mean, it's not that big of shit. I'm really, really late. Okay.
And then JJ was like, "Oh, Dad." And then he was like, "Mommy," and like ran to me and like holding me. He's like, "You're not taking me to school." And I was like, "It's okay, Dad.
I don't feel like that's true.
I can just drive you to school. It's not a big deal." Just trying to make it whatever.
Calm.
Yeah, calm. And then he was just being real smirky and real like jerky, to me. And I was like ignoring him.
To me, not to Tylee, not to Alex, not to JJ, but to her. He was smirky and jerky. Smirk and jerk. Oh, she needs to twerk.
And whatever. And so he was like,
Did your brother live there with you?
No.
I was ignoring him or whatever.
Okay. He had stayed with me last night because I was worried he was going to come over and it would cause trouble.
And this is where Summer kind of comes in, because there's communication between all of them, where she even asked Alex to go stay with Lori because she also was worried. She even did an interview after when the kids were missing and Lori was in jail, because she wouldn't produce her kids. And Summer and Janice, they were both, well, Summer was like, if Alex wouldn't have shot Charles in protection, like self-protection, self-defense, then we might be on, Tylee and JJ might be on the news for a different reason, you know, and I'm thinking, oh my God. But because your brother was there, it was a planned, well thought of, you know, whatever. It was a just contrived, calculated conspiracy to commit murder and get gain, you know, get gain.
Trouble with me. Okay. And just wanted someone else there, like my brother there, because I trust my brother. And
Tylee was there. Tylee was there. I mean, you're a grown ass woman.
It's been a long story. Like, I had to go live at my brother's when he took JJ. And
So when he moved to Houston to escape her, basically, after serving, you know, a protection order, trying to serve her and protect JJ, he moved to Houston, not provoking her. And so she had to go move in with her brother. I mean, did he stop paying rent and say, oh, well, fend for yourself, hooker? I mean, I would have done it. I'd have done the same damn thing. Like, okay.
And, you know, he's just been difficult. So, anyway. So I got JJ stuff ready. And he was like, well, and he's like this about timing. He's like, I'm leaving in 20 minutes because it's like 15 minutes to the school. And
sounds like he's really anal about time, and I wish I was more like
like
that.
you can't get there early. They don't open the gates until 8:20 or something like that.
Praise God.
And I said, well, why don't you just go now? I don't want him in the house. I'm like, why don't you just go now and take him to Burger King because that's what he likes for breakfast. And he's very big.
Control freak. Like, quit bossing him. And, you know, like, let them be. Let them have their time together. Let Charles make the decision. Let them have their own autonomy. Like, you're not the boss, bitch.
What about food? Like, he wanted chicken fries for breakfast and this bread. Like, and I just get what he wants because if you don't get what he wants.
By the way, I mean, we saw from the photos of the Arizona house in Tylee's room at the time, like the mattresses were on the floor, very similar and reminiscent of Ruby Frankie's, you know, where she took the bed away from the kid. But I mean, so Tylee and JJ are sleeping on the floor, no mattresses, but yet she's got a whole bedroom set up with furniture. It's only furnished furniture in the house, period. Is weird. But in Tylee's room at that time, there's like this little board, and it looked like a regimen for how much water to lose weight. I feel like, Lori used this as a shaming, just to demean Tylee, to put her down, to control her, to try and control her. And it's hateful. And this is very prevalent in the Hamblin daughters, the Hamblin alleged victims in that really bad ritualistic case with alleged cannibalism and all kinds of crazy shit. Same thing. The mothers they tend to put the daughters allegedly on these strict diets and groom them that way.
It's like,
okay, I'm not gonna be here much longer. I'm so sorry I even went this far, but I mean, this is just, I haven't seen this in forever, and just kind of looking at it again through hindsight it's so eye-opening.
Poor screaming, dragging him into school, and he's big and he's heavy.
He's big. JJ is big and he's heavy, and just imagine how JJ was handled and put to death. Binded, in overt amount of duct tape. A child, but he was big and heavy, and she couldn't really control him anymore, it seems like. Oof.
Yeah, it's hard for me to handle, but anyway. So I said, just go. And so he said, okay. So I gave him a backpack. He got in the car. This is his MO, right? He always leaves something in the house and comes back. He never leaves the first time. I always expect my husband to come back into the house.
My husband. Oh, I just called that. Not Charles, but my husband. She's not really called him Charles here, has she? She's been distancing herself from him for a long time at this point. Her and Chad have been together since, like, for sure, on record at least, since October of 2018 when they were sealed in, well, actually, in November is when they were sealed in Arizona. And they became James and Elena Right.
Right? So I guess he had left his phone on the counter.
So he initially left with the backpack and with JJ? And
So he put them in the car,
okay.
in the driveway, and then he came back in, right? So I kissed JJ goodbye. He came back in, and his phone was on the counter, and I had his phone. And he was like, give me my phone. And I was like, why don't you show me your text that you've been texting?
I wish they would have showed the step counter. You know how they did in the Murdaugh case with Maggie's phone and Alex's phone and oh my gosh, I just went blank on the son's name, but Paul. Yeah. And I mean, captured Alex's voice. You know what I'm saying? Like, just, I can see her trotting around the freaking empty, vacant, no furniture living room with her weird mirrors facing each other, which creates a portal, by the way. Weird stuff. And just kind of like keep away, but from a grown, my Uncle Charles. And anyways, I don't even know if this ever happened either. I wish they would have kind of done the GPS coordinates or whatever, as far as what happened inside that house. That would have been very telling, I'm sure.
Well, whatever. Because he's like acting really weird, like he's plotting something against me.
He's smirky and jerky and plotting something and ambush, right?
Like, I'm like, why are you even here? Like, what did you
He was there to pick up his fucking son. He left his phone in the house, weirdo.
come here for? He's been talking to my other brother, and my brother
She saw it in his phone. She's a digger.
came into town at the same time last night. And
But she got this information from her family. Okay. Mom, Summer, Alec, they're all running recon and basically, and Melanie, they're all like scheming in the background, trying to evade being served, protective orders from Charles. And I mean, again, enabling, helping.
I haven't talked to my brother in a while, my other brother, and I was like, and so
He does not remember your green chicken enchiladas. They nasty.
he was texting him on the phone when he first got to my house, and I'm
So you looked, right, Trisha? You looked.
like, why are you texting Adam? Like, do you even talk to him? Like my other brother. And he's been telling me all these texts, like, you're going down, blah, 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 blah. He's blaming me for our marriage breaking up and my niece getting divorced and
true.
my friend getting divorced. He said, I'm a destroyer of families.
You are. And you are. You are a Jezebel girl. All right. We'll end on that. Okay. Are y'all even still here? Because I've been way over there. Oh my gosh. Anyways. Oh. Thanks for hanging out with me all damn day. 9 hours. It's like a damn. Oh my God. We beat Lauren's 9-hour live. Oh my gosh. Shit. I have not done that. This is the first time. But we're not Lauren. And it wasn't all about me. And I wasn't, creating a crime. I wasn't framing somebody, an innocent person. Hey. Yeah. I mean, it's the same tactics though. You're much better at you showed me some stuff, Dreadful Penny, with Megan, with the triangulation stuff, with how she subtly but not so subtly now that I'm seeing it, triangulated Uncle Rex, and like, oh, we are the rational ones. We are like, and Rex is not even there to speak his part, and she weaponized her own uncle to give her more credibility in that moment. And to ostracize her brother. Well, I'm sorry, Adam, her cousin. But yet again, and I'm going to bring all this tomorrow. I'm supposed to go collaborate with Jay. And so about the bee stuff, because oh my God, I found some stuff earlier, some notes of mine about the bees, and oh my God, it's going to be crazy. So I'll bring some receipts and we'll go over some of these things, because there's I don't want to call it an interview, but there's an appearance with Megan on Web Sleuths with Trisha, and it's right around the same time frame that I shared other videos today or tonight with of Megan, where Trisha is like, and so y'all were really close, right? You and Lori, y'all were like sisters, you know? And it's like the way that Trisha did that narrative. I don't even know what to call it. But when she had Grayson on and she's like, you don't come for, Grayson, she's a victim, it's her story. And, don't even come at her. Don't even challenge Grayson or any of us, because we will block your ass. And that's exactly what they did. And it's like so apparent to see, I mean, I wasn't too far removed from these people, like I'm still trying to process and go, what the fuck is even happening right now? At that point, I'm thinking people that I would interact with on a regular basis was Joe Schmo and Megan, right? And sometimes I'd be in web sleuths, chat, whatever, orbit. And then they just out of nowhere pretty much go to CrimeCon, like it's not my thing. And so I'm just like, okay, whatever. And I mean, I didn't know too much more than that. But then they come back and everything's all weird. And I'm just like, I don't know what's going on. And I'm like the last to find out. And I'm trying to figure it out in real time as it's happening. And then I'm like, this is before, wait, was this? Yeah, this was before. It had to be. It just, I don't know. I have to look in my phone or where I kept notes and stuff to see what was going on at that time. But it's just like, that's why it felt so like unlike Megan and Joe Schmo to be involved in this Christina thing, and I didn't know who the hell Christina was. And I'm just like, whatever, I don't involve. I'm not a prior. Like, I don't sit there and pry because I don't feel like I have a right to. Like, there's a privilege, and then there's like, you know what I mean? Like, curiosity. I might want to know. I'm curious like that, but it's like I don't have the right to just invade your privacy, and I'm not entitled. You know what I mean? Do you, boo? But anyway, so it just struck me. And I mean, they were all acting weird when they came back, especially after the 9-hour live. But that's when I asked questions like, I mean, for real. And this is how crazy I went, because how could people that I interact with, how can people that I trust be doing this other weird shit? And it was trickling out. Joe admitted that they moved closer to obtain, a closer photo of Christina to get within the parameters that would put her in jail for something she didn't do, to frame a crime, to create the illusion, And I'm just like, I don't know who these people are. And it's like, for sure they can't be assholes. Like they're not doing this, right? They're not framing this person and you know what I mean? Like, it just, whoa. So I was like, maybe they were drugged. Maybe, like, did y'all leave your drink unattended? Why? They were just acting weird to me. And I was trying to pinpoint it and figure it out. And then I didn't want to think that they could be as douchey and slimy, fraudulent, fake liars, infiltrators, backstabbers, but, just betrayal. Not that close to me. You know what I mean? Like, it just was like, no. And I tried to give them the benefit of the doubt. And then even Megan weaponized that, I believe, her only appearance when we didn't even know she left, first off. Did y'all even know she left? Because I didn't notice. I mean, she drove the narrative. She simped hard for Lauren for a hot minute. But I mean, we moved on pretty much. She's fucking boring. I'm like, how did I deal with that too? Like, oh my God. The best, and here's one, and this is pretty gross, but the best thing about her ran down her mama's leg. Okay. All right. Sorry. But I mean, I just was trying to understand people I trust. And then they were that close to me because I allowed them in. And then all these other things are going on at the same time. These accusations, people are like, catching on to it and pointing out their bad behaviors. And I'm just like, oh my God. And I'm embarrassed. I'm trying to figure it out. is wild. And it's just so gross and chaotic and messy, dramatic, like the drama. Again, we're not here for the same reasons, me and these people. They're here for clout chasing, money, Patreon, paywalls, life coaching lessons. I mean, I think Julie Rowe is actually cheaper than Megan Connor, in my opinion. I'm like, damn, girl. Yeah, y'all should see Julie Rowe's stuff, you know? And I'm like, and then Dublin, anyways, I mean, this has just been a wild ass ride. And I'm just trying to figure it out still. Phew. Posers, man. Posers, frauds, fakes. Oh my God. Anyways. It's wild. But yeah, so I'm going to share that. I'm tired. I need to go to bed. I'm sitting here I'm delusional at this point. Punch drunk. Anyways, thank y'all for being here. And Justice, and when I say happy birthday, our hearts, our love, is surrounding Eric Richins and his family. It would have been his 44th birthday here in this life. He's no longer here to celebrate that, and it's just one of those things that happened in our case, our story, whatever, our experience too, with so many significant dates being court appearances. And like, I want to say Lori was convicted in Idaho. It was like May 12th of 2023, but sometimes that falls on Mother's Day. It wasn't a Sunday, but I mean, it's kind of significant in that way. I'm trying to remember other ones. Anyway, so I just think it was, as soon as the judge said that, when they were planning for the sentencing and he said May 13th, I was like, that's his birthday. And I mean, it's just, I think it's intentional. I think they set it up like that, because he didn't budge. The judge did not budge off of that date. And I'm here for it. And I'm just sorry for their losses. I'm sorry that they've had to experience these things. It's not easy, but you can't give up. You have to keep moving forward. Be thankful for what you have. And like, this beautiful community has been, it's like a grassroots movement on its own. It's like I didn't even realize this was happening because I didn't have that expectation. I wasn't like, this is not why I came here. I wasn't like, oh, I'm going to go build me a community and build me a Patreon. I'm going to build it with my bare hands and my own bare hands, not the blood that was spilled. No, not from my cousins murdering, the victims, who I'm also kind of related to. Never met Charles. I'm sorry. She never met JJ, but she met Charles one time. And I'm talking about Megan. Okay. So that's her own admission to me. So go pimp out your own life, Megan. Damn. Stay away from my family. You and your weird friends. All right. Justice for Tylee, Charles, Tammy, JJ, Joe, and Eric. Love always wins. You guys are proof. And I will see you tomorrow sometime.